I also grabbed a snack. Okay. There is no daily limit. Oh, we almost died. Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
And I have prepared food for the mans. No, I was a go-go's. Here, I'll put it over here so no one bothers me. Does anyone come for their stuff yet?
No, not yet. Brian's on his way, but...
All right. Got you a whole hunk of it. And I mixed some stuff in. Maybe? Maybe? It's okay. That's how I used to cook it for you. Good boy. Hello. We had to watch the rise and fall of an entire society.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It was. We even got passports.
Oh my god.
And flags. Want to see? Oh, hold on. Jesse's calling.
Yeah,
Hi,
I saw some stuff on
Jesse.
Twin stuff.
Hello.
How's it going? How you doing?
I'm okay. A little tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Running a city does that to you.
Running a society does make you really tired.
I did okay.
You did great.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I had somebody pray for me to explode.
Hmm?
Somebody prayed for me to explode.
Yeah, no, that happened.
Someone, not Mira?
No, it was Mary.
Oh,
It
okay.
was Mira.
Oh, okay.
I tried. I had to set up a DOJ, a DOC, police with SOPs, and I had so much to do.
It's true.
All right, double check me.
I tried with what I had.
You did amazing.
I just hope that this helps me later with life experience, so then I can run for Callow someday.
Yep. Get that governor spot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try for mayor then,
How you
governor.
Very
doing?
much.
Fair, entirely valid. You know, you gotta do little baby steps. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I figure if I was a mayor of a society, that'll be a good start. It only went a little feral cultistic towards the end there.
I was seeing a lot of things about mayors earlier.
Yeah.
I was at home and I looked at my phone and I was like,
Okay.
"He's
Well, I hope that you guys had a
Yes,
good
we-
one,
we
and I
had
hope that
visited
you
the
remember
city
the
of High
society fondly.
I will
was
keep
on
my
the
passport forever.
Roof of a building
Thank
next
you.
to the hospital.
It will
the
mean
fair.
something to me.
It
And we
means
had a
something to
couple
me,
of
Jesse.
cops,
I'll
we had
always be state ID
judge.
0008.
Okay.
Mercy were the gods.
If you ever bring that to any dispensary I might run someday,
sounds like fun.
you will get a week.
We had a
That
food
sounds
truck,
amazing,
you know,
thank
we
you.
had a clothing store.
Of course.
All right, you stay
Okay,
safe, Jesse.
well,
Get some
I'll
rest.
go now. I've got a business proposal
All
to
on a
do
roof.
now.
Pyro showed up
okay.
and was DOC for
Little
the
business
incident.
meeting deal.
You have fun with that.
It's
But
amazing.
then
Thank you.
crime
Oh.
broke
You'll
out,
be safe.
and then
Bye-bye.
the
Uh-oh.
DOJ faltered, and chaos ensued, and society crumbled before our very eyes. The rise and fall of a society in 2 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all in a span of how?
Yep, 2 hours.
It sounds like a fun 2 hours.
It was entertaining, that's for sure. Hello again.
Oop, there's some of the passport.
You don't have to take it, babe.
That's fine. I have room. I stopped by the house.
Oh wait, I actually might take it. It's only 3 items.
Yes, this one. Who do I give to?
I'll take it.
There you go.
We already paid and everything.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Y'all be safe.
What are you doing?
Choi, did you get your invoice, darling?
I did. I paid.
Okay. I'll give you your.
Try not to step on B.
I'll step on her.
Okay, that's your prerogative, not really
Mhm.
mine.
I will bully my sister.
Do it.
That's toxic.
Yep.
A girl can't just lay here looking up at the sky.
Nope. It's a good sky.
It's fine. At least you're not Jeffy. He kicks me.
Jesus Christ.
It's okay, because I kick him too.
Oh.
Alrighty. you
What's
guys
up,
good,
Kerchu?
Shadow?
How many? Oh, no, I don't.
And I'll throw grass at him too. If he's just
Oh,
laying on the
yes.
ground.
You need 5 spots in your pockets.
Yeah, I have.
I think I'm gonna start finding worms in the ground and tossing them on him.
That'd be funny. I bet he'd scream.
I get a sort of.
He
Like,
would.
"Ah!"
That'll be funny. I might catch some crickets too.
Sorry.
We haven't done this one already, right? Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you can't put notes in your. Oh, here we go. Can't put notes in your wallet.
Nar. You can't do anything with them except stack them together and leave them somewhere. So what I'm doing is I'm taking
Okay,
every
now I
note
have-
that Sydney has ever written me and I'm gonna send it off to Kenzie to make into something I can put in a scrapbook.
Oh, I love that. There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I gotta get this over. Put this in.
Alright, so that just means.
Oh, wait, no, there's more of them.
Tequila.
I'm gonna run over to the hen house and put this over.
Oh, okay.
Alright, darling.
So I'm trying to get the exact. Oh, my hand. There you go. There you go. Hi,
Alright,
Caramel.
So Yellow Jack is the only one left.
She sure does. She sure does.
Is there something happening right now?
Mm.
I think so.
Oh, like an event?
Yeah.
There's karaoke later tonight, but not till 11 at the Yellow Jack.
Okay, so nothing happening right now.
Not at the second, no.
I was gonna say, she's at the other one right now, so it's gonna write down the
What was that?
Are you sure?
wrong. She's actually there.
Yes, I don't know if she is. She
I love you too.
messaged. Oh, are the orders ready? Or no, somebody did.
Might have been me.
No,
Rex or
I
Sue?
think it was. I don't have their number saved. Maybe
Oh my
Ava?
god. There are 9 of them.
Ava said, let us know when we can pick them up.
Oh no, it was Gothy. Wait, are the orders ready? And I said yes. And that was an hour ago.
Yeah.
We've been talking about how they were ready in the employee group chat, and I forgot to actually put it into the main group chat. Like, hey, orders are ready.
You're all good.
Here you go.
Let's see. Flywheels open.
You probably have those open. And so is Vixen Charms.
Do we have more stuff yet?
I don't know.
Okay.
I gotta sit in
We
the
walked in the other day. Yeah, we walked in the other day. We're like, one of everything, please.
Amazing. I'll add more to it, but for now she's only got 2 charms. Yeah. What the heck? Hmm? I heard a bicycle. How did I hear a bicycle?
Yeah, I hear it too.
Oh, hello. There you go. Oh, just moving the next car? Okay. What is the bicycle? Goodbye, Caramel. You find it? It sounds like it's just in that next lot over there.
Yeah, that's it. I didn't see anybody, but.
You coming to court tonight, Ryan? Yeah, so in about an hour 10. Huh?
It's already 7.
Yeah, just about.
Are we gonna be up in the
I
balcony
was
this
like, what the
time?
hell? It's like, yeah, I'll go to court. It'll be like 2 hours or something.
We'll see how it looks.
Yeah. I have to because the people constantly getting up and moving and pushing me
yeah,
around
that's
in
fair.
the pews pisses me off.
That's fair. Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
know
good to
it's such
see
a
it.
simple thing, but oh my lord, when it happens like for the 15th time, you just want to scream like, why are you even down here if you can't be still?
Hello.
I'm gonna give her a simple one.
Well, I was waiting to see if Etheria was around. I could bring the order down to them, but I don't think they're there.
Yeah, I don't see anything. That's all right. I appreciate it though.
Right. Yeah, no problem. Alright, let me
I'll just
go
carry the
bring
bag
this
with
down
me.
there. Bring it down and...
Alrighty.
See
Have
ya.
a good one, dear. He's so quiet.
Probably head over to La Fuente soon.
Yeah.
Figure it's probably better if we all show up together rather than making Anna show up on her own or anything.
Yeah.
Hello, what are you doing?
Verb. Reminds me of Sean's. Do you remember Mule?
I don't think I ever knew Sean's. I knew Damien's, Mira's. One was pizza. One was. What was it? It was someone named There's a Dog.
Sean's was Mule. It was
Someone was
fucking
pizza
hilarious.
crust, not pizza.
Pizza crust.
What was Damien's? It was a name. Was it Fred? No. But it had the same energy if you named it Fred. No, it was a one-syllable name. Sydney hates us. He traded me the battle axe for a bat. Roger, thank you.
Nice.
Yep. They take up about as much space in your bag, so.
Yeah.
Roger, that was his name. Damien's bird was Roger.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a thought behind those eyes.
He's cute though.
Verb.
Mm.
Just verb thoughts.
I think Mira's was called Burb. Or was it Ellie's? Might have been Ellie's.
Head empty. Verb thoughts.
Are there even Burb thoughts?
Oh.
Should have made me mayor, you flops. Okay.
Are we loading up?
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna
The
drop
rest is
something off
fine.
at my room.
I'm just gonna grab the produce bag.
Yeah, just have it with you. Good boy.
Nope, 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 nope.
Hmm?
Oh, I
It doesn't matter what season once it's
automatically
in.
went for shock.
Let's go. I'm gonna drop
Let's
some things off
go.
at my room that I don't want in my trunk. Nothing bad. It's
Oh,
just
do you think they're gonna be searching people?
Probably.
So here's the
I
thing.
like
Here's
it.
the problem. They have Academy today. So there's probably not going to be enough of them to do that kind of thing. I am
the
going
FIB.
to leave my stuff behind. But also, Sydney likes to leave me letters, and I don't want to keep them in my trunk. I want to put them in my room. They're very sweet letters. I'm going to make them into pages in my scrapbook. But I might also leave some things there. Hi, bub. Oh, Jesus. I don't know why that happened. I'm so sorry. Okay. You can get back in. I'm sorry. I assume she went up to her room.
I believe so.
Oh look, Fear tweeting out cowards. We'll catch you, Edda.
Nope.
See, told you.
Hey!
It's like in the movies when they jump off the balcony onto the horse. That poor horse, though.
I know, right?
Don't actually do that. That's fucking awful.
Yeah. For them and for your crotch.
Yep. Let's check on the amateur.
The emissary.
Probably
Yeah,
shoot some food too before.
Oh, they're
we-
bringing the food truck down.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Marcy said, I'm trying to get some money.
Well, Ivy said that she'll be there to also be a quiet corner if people don't want to, be in the room anymore.
Yay!
Yeah.
Hey!
Hello. Gemma.
Trying to get the truck all set up.
Nice.
But apparently I can't change the menu.
Hello. Hey. Oh, I don't think that was meant for me.
Yeah.
God, Jesus Christ.
Well, it looks so much different than the last time I was
Oh,
over
oh,
this
have you
way,
not
'cause
been here?
I haven't been here since the emissary has been over here.
Yeah.
Well, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, welcome, welcome. Look how pretty. We also have some new items.
Yes, we do.
I have taste tested most of them. She cannot have the strawberry shake or anything with hazelnut or avocado.
Okay, so that's one thing on our menu she can't have.
Good. Bitch!
Not- Look, I've done it before.
I know you have. I hate you.
I just stabbed myself with the EpiPen
Nah.
and went to the hospital.
Are you referring to the time you did it by accident?
No, there
Oh,
was
okay.
there was a time when I was in high school that I did it on purpose. One of my friends said, "Hey V, catch. I know you want a snack." I said, "Hey."
No, sorry. I heard a dog. I was trying to figure out which one it was.
I think it's Flint.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was a
Um,
different dog or not.
And he's like, "I'm not gonna let a good snack go to waste," so I had the Pop-Tart.
Jesus Christ.
And then I said, "You need to take me to the nurse's office because I might die."
Hello, sir.
They got very mad
Hi,
at me for
Flinty
that one.
boy.
Also, I'm gonna go sit in the car.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Did I lock it?
If you did, I'm just gonna stand by it.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna be down at the courthouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will not be inside the
no,
courthouse.
you're fine. You're fine.
Well, no, I can't guarantee I won't.
Can I grab something to eat before we go
Of
down?
course. What would you like?
I would like to do the pasta bake and hang on, I need the drinks again. And let's do we'll keep the strawberry shake. Keep to what I know I like.
Okay. Would you like any honey on?
Sure, yeah, actually. One of each. What are you doing, Pepper Boy?
And it's 13,935.
Mm-hmm.
There you go on the tray.
Ah, thank you.
You're welcome.
What's this? Individual cards.
Yeah, there are too many things in my pocket.
How does she feel about her calling her mama? A little confused. Wasn't sure if that was intentional. She isn't sure if that was intentional or not.
Ah, so you were the bicycle we heard.
Hmm?
Yes, that is I. Yes.
Ah, okay.
You weren't riding over by the chicken factory, were you?
No, like directly at it, like across from
Damn,
it.
bikes are loud.
Across
as fuck,
from
then.
it? Okay.
I was so confused. Like, I hear bike, I know see bike. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, we could
I've
hear it
just
at the
been
orchard.
climbing the wall.
Oh, okay. Going a little stir crazy?
Yeah, that's it. How are you guys?
Good.
Yeah.
Trying to explain something I want to do to somebody, but they're like not understanding. I thought it was clear when I was like, I just want them put onto like cards that I can put into the book that we got from your store.
Instead of printing photos onto the pages, you want the notes.
Yeah.
And that's hard for them to comprehend?
She seems convinced that it was something Gemma gave me, but it's not.
Oh.
No, I got this from Sydney.
Are you guys in line or are you guys?
No, we've already got food. You're good, Piper. I'm gonna run to my room real quick because she wants a picture of it.
Hey,
I'll be right back. Oh wait, I can't. Ah, fuck my life. Yeah, and I feel like it's weird for me to be like, it's the trinket bag, smile, but it's a book. You know? I think that's the problem. Is maybe I'm role playing too hard about it. I thought I was being very basic. I gotta run to my apartment real quick.
Yeah, I gotta run to my RV, put stuff away.
Okay. That's the whole storage. Hmm? I did actually try scrolling earlier. Who is... Well, I plan on going to La Fuente, so I'm just gonna do it there. Plus, I want to add the stethoscope to it. What are you doing, Mr. Pepper Boy? Yeah, like half past I'm gonna... Mr. Pepper Boy, I love you 'cause you're cute. You're just a Pepper Boy. Oh, wait. You're not Pepper Boy. You're one of Pepper Boy's sons. God, I really need a new prescription. I used to be able to see from that far away. Now I can't. It's Rena.
All right, Choi went to go put some stuff away in her RV.
Yes.
Vera's gonna put some stuff in my RV before
Okay.
we go down there.
Well, we could probably head down there to get her anyway, so.
Rena's showing up to get the yellow jack order really quick. And there she is.
There she is.
Oh my god, it's my daughter.
Hello, darling.
I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do a kappa.
All right. Do you have space for everything, sweetheart? You're gonna need 6 spots in your pockets.
Album.
All right. There you go. Thank you. We appreciate y'all.
I could, yeah. Oh, god damn it. I just realized. That's still my password? That's my password. Okay. What? That's so weird. Imgur was like, hey, this account was, or this password rather.
It's a Veronica.
Hello.
All right. So, how are we dressing for this thing?
I already have an outfit. I was just gonna go in a suit.
Ah, okay. Well then, I guess I'm gonna need to sort that out. So
Yeah, I was gonna head over to La Fuenta if you want to just go now.
yeah, we can do that. I can just change there. We've got lockers in a closet at La
brother's
Fuente
calling.
Blanca.
Yes, brother mine.
You want to come with?
Bonjour, Kiki.
Yeah, what's up?
Ah, not much. What are you up to?
We're about to head down La Fuenta and start getting ready for fucking court.
Oh, okay.
Why?
When's court?
It's in about 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. I could come hang out with you for 45 minutes before I go to bed and get ready for sleeping.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you, Mercy.
Have you enjoyed your battle axe yet?
No, I've been in meetings.
Love that for you.
Yeah,
Could have used the battle axe at the meetings.
I don't think I should be asking people in meetings.
I guess. There were times where I wanted to axe people at meetings.
I'm sure, but
Yeah.
they'll Dundee me if I start asking people at my meetings.
Oh, that's valid. Yeah, we don't want that.
I mean, it could be fun. I get revived and brought back
You go ahead and sit
into
there.
as a thrall of Norma.
No.
I need to carry you.
Let's not.
If you don't mind.
I do like that your first thought was JJ's car, though.
Oh yeah, that was the last
Right.
thing I did with the axe.
Yeah, I do remember.
How did you get the axe?
It was in the storage up in the high society, and I just kind of yoinked it.
Oh, you stole from a society?
Nice.
Yep. Well, it's not that I stole. We could have whoever was in it.
Oh.
Yeah.
True.
It was for us. I think so. It was a social experiment. I think he wanted to see if it would become Lord of the Flies, so they put a couple weapons in there. And I took the battle axe when I saw it.
Oh,
Because
did
no one
other
else
people
did.
get guns?
There were guns, yes.
Oh, what guns?
Mira got shot.
Holy.
Rifles and stuff.
Rifles?
Nah, just like the hunting rifle, nothing fancy.
Okay.
The God beam was honestly the best
People
part.
started
I'm
shooting
not
each
gonna
other
lie.
with hunting rifles?
Not each other. Mira tried to run for mayor, and then she lost, and then some stuff happened, and she said she put a bomb in Jesse, and Jesse started freaking out. Mira ran off, and they chased after her, and we heard gunshots, and then we got told that she got fucking sniped.
Damn.
Yeah, Mira had a rough time. At one point, she just kind of passed out. There was a flash of red light, and then she was just on the ground. It was
That's
the
what
weirdest
happens
thing.
when you try and hold up God.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. That is, in fact, what happened, though. We were reminiscing, and we talked about how she held up Pogo, and Mercy was like, "What?" And then all of a sudden, she collapsed.
Is Mercy God?
Well, she and Bryce were gods of the high society.
Mercy might be God.
Oh my god. She could be.
I'm gonna call her and tell her I know her secret.
Oh, okay. And then I'll see you at La Fuenta?
I'm here.
Oh, you're here. We're just dropping off something at his RV, and then we'll be there in a minute.
Okay, I'll see you in a minute.
Alright, I love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Jeffy asked me, grow your arm back yet?
The fuck?
That's crazy.
I said, you know that's not how it works, asshole. He said, IDK, that's how it worked for me. So I called him Salamander Man.
Not how that works for him.
I'm just gonna call him Salamander Man now.
He's a salamander.
Yeah.
Lizard people are real. Jeffy's right there. Orange, you don't have to keep telling us that you don't exist. We know you exist.
God. Truck freaking out.
Yeah, they always do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked him if he used his accent, and he said, I've been in meetings, so I couldn't. And I was like, I don't know, if you get tired of the meeting, you can absolutely still use the axe. And he said, I think they'd Dundee me if I started axing people at meetings. The Vagos just being at war with everyone just reminds me of the period of time where the BBMC were at war with literally everyone. And I remember there was one time I picked up a couple people that were BBMC, and they didn't have their cuts on. So I was like, so what happened, you know, on the way back? And they're like, oh, you know, it just got attacked. And I was like, are you BBMC? And the girl goes, even the EMS knows.
Oh.
I was like, well, you're just like the 5th ones I've picked up today, so.
It's kind of why I want to start doing the volunteer EMS stuff now that they have the SOPs out or whatever. Because you get to meet so many people doing that.
It'd be fun to do it again.
True.
For just part-timing stuff.
Yeah, and all you have to do is ice packs. You don't have to do any of like the crazy shit, and technically you're not allowed to. So
it's
That's
volunteer EMS.
sick.
Yeah.
And even if you have prior medical experience, so I'm like, bet I don't have to do jack shit.
Hell yeah. What is the difference between a regular volunteer and a trusted volunteer? Do they get to do more or something?
Trusted volunteers don't get fired at the end of their shift. And have to be government employees.
Well.
Oh, sick.
Hold on, let me open it up again.
Yeah, but I wonder if Vet's bad we're gonna be looked at.
Us and EMS are chill.
No felons, previous medical experience, current government employees, have to have been approved by Command Plus, no access to reports. You maintain a trusted volunteer employment status on the MDW.
It's basically
You
just
can
means you can
drive-
volunteer whenever you want.
Yeah. You can drive the Ambo solo
Nice.
or with other trusted volunteers with a valid license. You gotta repair it. And if you have a helicopter license, you can use the EMS helicopter when needed.
Oh shit.
And you don't have to be accompanied by an EMT plus or FTO plus. That's another bonus.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, buddy.
He's fine.
Is this your first time here?
He's fine.
This is the
So I was a mighty dramatic flop. I'm just.
San Andreas.
Oh, look, it's a salamander boy.
As I have.
And I do it
The only reason I'm not punching him is because we have the court case.
That's true.
And I don't want to make his nose bleed.
I mean, would be funny. Are you doing another bald cock post?
Yeah, I am. At bare boobs, my
Blake.
sibling, my heir, thine shall annex my glorious
That's so
throbbing
fucking funny.
justice, just as I have, even if the DOJ strike down thy vengeance, another shall take my place. I am unending. I am inevitable. I am bald cock.
You gotta be reaching character limit.
Is there one?
No, I still got another 40, no, 35.
Oh, there is a
45,
character
yeah,
limit.
45. Yeah, 255. I need a pitch. I needed to do videos. I didn't do my videos today.
Oh, you can do them when you get back.
Yeah.
God. And they've even done a few posts today.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. I told them to do it.
I remember, yes.
Yeah.
What's so funny is I was telling her all about bald cock and she was like, "Oh, wow. Oh, okay." I'm like, okay.
But I think people see bare boobs and for some reason go, "Oh my god, it's another cringe serial killer."
They
I'm like,
do.
their name is
Bare
Bare Boobs. And it's a picture of a woman wearing a bear mask. Like, Do you need more of like? Come on.
I had to
No,
ask
she's
if his
not wearing a
cult
bear
follower was
mask.
also
She's
a
wearing the
sex
chicken
cult.
mask.
Yeah, I've decided it inevitably. It kind of inherently has to be a sex cult because it's a cult dedicated to bear cock.
It said
Oh, sorry,
praise
bald
be,
cock.
so I'm curious if it's Thomas.
It's not Thomas.
It's not Thomas?
No, it's not Indigo. I don't think it's anybody from my club. I have no idea who it is.
Oh my god.
Is it Marcy?
No.
I could see her doing something like that.
She totally would, but no, I don't think it's. I have no idea who it is.
It's so fun when we actually don't know who it is.
I'm also very disappointed in many members of my own club who didn't realize it was me.
That's so
Like,
funny.
they liked my post where I yelled. I don't have the energy to actually yell it today, so I get in full immersion.
Oh, my immersion.
Gonna make a burner account, Darkness. Post pictures of homes, selfies of me in mask, and hurt hamsters because I scary and learned that shows psychopathy in literal fucking children. The nice town of hardworking, great people like Polito, where PD responses 3 days. And then I made a burner account at Darkness at very cringe. And people went, oh my god, this person's legit. Including multiple people from my club who had liked my post saying I was going to do that. What else has been going on in the vet world?
A lot of pretty standard stuff, honestly.
Okay, no more scenes from the void or whatever.
I mean, there were 2, but they were basically back to back, and there hasn't been anything since. So.
I'm taking credit. My cyberbullying working.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It is all an account of you.
Yep, definitely, 100%. I gotta take credit for something.
Yep. You fixed it and saved the day. Look at you, the anti-hero.
Wow.
Someone's got to do it.
Yep.
No one could be a hero because you can't fucking shoot somebody who isn't around.
Oh, Anna, can I have a pilot license for vet stuff?
Huh?
I totally want a pilot license for vet stuff.
Why do you... We don't do anything that you need a pilot's license for.
What if I need to find an animal in the woods?
Clark.
What if Clark is out of town like he's about to be for a yapping
Just
convention?
get a pilot's license. You don't need to have one for work.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. I already know how to fly. They offered me a job as instructor. They know I know how to fly. So I asked them, what do I have to do? Because I don't want to spend $70,000 for you to go, well, you already know how to fly, but thanks for the money. Here's your license. And they said, I asked them nearly 3 months ago, in fact. I was like, hey, so do you have any plans for people who you know already know how to fly? Like if I had to pay, I don't know, even 20 grand to tell you that I know how to fly, which is still stupid, but if I could do that, is that something that I could do? Like, I mean, you also already know. And Felipe goes, we're working on a plan for that. I'll get back to you in a couple days. 2 months later, I reach out to Natasha. Same question, also telling her I asked 2 months prior. And she goes, I'll push her to give me an answer. It's been a month since that. So I'm just...
It'd be really nice, because I don't want to have to spend $70,000 just to learn something I already know how to do.
Yeah, I already know how to do it. They know I already know how to do it.
You know, I don't normally encourage this, but maybe send in a Buzz Bros post.
Honestly, that's kind of tempting. No, that's actually legitimately kind of tempting. Actually, maybe we'll get them on their fucking asses.
I need more animal drama to send in.
More animal drama? Okay. Oh, Pyro got a new job today. She was one of the police for the high society.
Oh, so she's double dipping.
She was, yes. But the society did collapse within 2 hours.
Pyro caused society to collapse.
It was all Pyro's fault. Hi, my love.
Hi, where you at?
La Fuenta.
Okay. I was gonna ask if you'd gone into the courthouse yet and
Yeah, once
they were searching people or whatever, so.
No, are there people there already?
No, I'm not there.
I
I'm
don't
like
know what
literally
the number
like
is, but I would totally send
just
them
about
shit.
to reach the Del Piero area, so.
That
But
shows
I
how
was
much
like,
I've
if they've
been paying
already
attention
like
to it.
checking people, I was gonna just leave shit in my car, but you know.
No, I'm definitely leaving stuff in my car because I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but also I just don't want to fucking worry about it. You want a new bandana, buddy? Okay, let's go.
Okay. I was just calling to get a heads up if that was the case, so.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
Okay.
I would like to hope that it is, you know?
Yeah.
I'll see you
Okay.
back.
Alright. Yes, ma'am.
Right,
I love you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let me change. Okay. Alright, what you want, bub? Oh, your fancy red one. You look so dashing. You ready to go? Oh, yes. There we go. Get that nice and secure on there. All right. Look out, fancy man coming through. We have our fancy boy bandana. Look at him. He only wears that bandana when it's fancy boy time. Right,
Do
sir?
I go put on one as well?
Do you want? Oh, I just love heels in general. Do you want to be a fancy boy in a bandana?
I can go put on a fancy boy bandana. What is the fancy boy bandanas?
The fancy boy bandanas are probably over where V is. Oh, V is not over. No, she is. They're in the locker rooms over here.
In here?
Other room.
Oh.
Yeah, unless you want to stare him in the eye while you change.
I mean, I could do. I've done worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, fancy mans.
There we go. I'm now fancy man's.
Fancy.
We're matching.
What do you think, Flint?
Glenn loves it.
I think that's approval.
For a second there, I thought V joined the loss.
Why?
No reason.
Oh, okay. Fear and
Fear
loathing
and
in Los
loathing in
Santos.
Santos.
Ah, please expect to be frisked. There it is. Please also expect to be shot by all in attendance if you enter the courtroom brandishing a weapon. That's... But wait, how are they going to be shot by all in attendance if...
shot if they're gonna get frisked?
That's what I was about to say that.
Man, I wish
What
this
the
shirt worked with
hell?
a skirt.
That's not how that worked. Okay,
So disappointed.
What the fuck, Winston?
I think I made my point much
Joy
easier.
for that one.
I love the shot by all in attendance, but it's kind of negated by the fact that everyone's gonna be frisked. So unless they're letting people keep their weapons after being frisked, I don't know how it's gonna work out, dog.
And most of the people with a legal weapon license are not the type of people who would shoot a random person, shoot other people.
I don't know. This one's not really a person, more of a fucking monster. But
She tweeted out cowards earlier, and I thought that was so funny.
So they would just let it happen. That lends more of a point.
Yeah, because Joy said in our government chat, I'll impose you're allowed to shoot anyone that comes into the room with a weapon drawn without asking for permission first rule. Because we were trying to get ERP put up, but there's not enough cops around.
yeah, I'm not really surprised, honestly, because I can imagine a lot of people are going to want to put it down.
Well, I was already gonna leave my gun in my car because I had a feeling this would happen. So
Yeah, I put all my stuff in my motel room.
I don't have room to do that.
Am I able to also leave mine in your car, Kiki?
Yeah, it can't be lockpicked. You're fine.
Okay.
That was one of the benefits of the scout.
Space?
What?
The benefits of the scout is space?
No, the fact that it can't be lockpicked.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're going into the mountains for a week again?
Yeah, I'm gonna go speak with Boris.
Right. Okay.
Give him a hug from me.
Yeah, we'll do.
How are you feeling?
My throat doesn't hurt as much.
Well, that's good. You probably haven't been yelling as much today.
I haven't yelled at all today.
That's great. Proud of you.
That's a lie. I yelled a little bit earlier.
Oh. Was it anger or just yelling?
Emphasis.
Emphasis. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Indigo said she was night blind, and that's why she crashed and ejected 3 people, resulting in Malcolm needing to go to hospital. So I was like, oh, that sounds plausible, except the fact that you're also blind during the day and you crashed into a wall with lights on it.
Oh my god.
Maybe what she needed to do was turn the radio down and she'd see better.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Although that makes sense to me, weirdly.
It's something that people actually do.
Yeah,
I know
it's
I've done it.
Overstimulation.
Mm. Imagine if you did a trust exercise, like one person drives and is like blindfolded and has to be guided by someone else who can see.
In my club, that sounds like a disaster.
I think that'd be funny.
It would be funny,
Where did you
but
come from?
would
He just ran
totally use
across.
it to troll each other.
The tree.
Perfect.
Oh, hi, Sean.
I think you should do it.
Hello.
Oh, you should do it? Yeah, we'll figure that out one day.
Yeah, it'd be a fun little trust exercise.
Okay, bye-bye.
Also, test the people who are not very good at giving directions.
Ooh, you got a red handkerchief or bandana.
Oh yes, it is fancy bandana day.
Got it. Okay.
Hmm. We're going to court, so we have to be fancy boy. I think
Okay, well, now I feel naked.
Why do you feel naked?
Why?
I need my stethoscope.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were about to comment about the fact that you and Anna are wearing the same skirt.
No, that's
No,
just
it's
because we
different.
have good taste. Yeah, I have the belted one, so.
It's true, it's true. I was about to comment that we're just waiting for Jeffy at this point.
I'm just fucking around. You guys go do whatever you want.
Oh.
I'll catch up.
Oh, okay.
So I've been able to change my shirt and my hair several times.
Ah, Turtles Daily.
Wait,
Fuck yeah.
where the hell is?
It's National Turtle Day.
I have been following Turtles Daily since their first post. Their last
Okay, I'm
post was a
getting
day
sleepy.
ago, and it's a turtle, and it says hashtag fuck Matt Breeze.
Oh, is that why Matt Breeze twinsted this morning rent free?
Maybe.
Because
Yeah.
I almost replied,
Buzz
"You're not
Bros
rent
posted
free."
on
Would oh, is it Buzz Bros? Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna say it's not really rent free when you keep charging us for speeding 1 mile per hour of the speed limit. Like,
I love
there's
you.
certainly payment going. Love you too. Yeah, I need to sleep
Yeah,
because
go get
I
some
need
rest.
to
We'll
Get
see you
some
when you
rest.
come back
gain
from the.
altitude on a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You have fun with that.
mountain in the sky.
Please be
Anyway,
safe.
good night.
Love you.
Yeah,
Good
I'll
night.
see you in a week.
See you in a week.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we can.
Oh,
Oh,
crap.
wait, Veronica's doing
Guess I need
something.
to go.
What is he yelling?
Nice.
Yeah, the emissary is gonna have a food truck at the courthouse. So.
Do we need to push it away? Like, I assume.
They just did an announcement called Fear and Loathing.
Yeah, they're frisking.
That they're
Yeah.
gonna frisk.
Oh, is it ERP?
Just frisking.
Mm-mm.
Please expect to be frisked before entering the City
Ish.
Hall building. Please also expect to be shot by all in attendance if you enter the courtroom brandishing a weapon.
Oh. Okay.
To which I said, if you take our weapons away, how are we going to do that? Riddle me this. Alright, Sydney's waiting for me so she can put her stuff in my car. So I would like to start heading down.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay.
How many cars are we taking?
I have mine. I assume Anna's got hers.
Take mine.
So that's 4 people, dog. So I think we only really had 2 cars.
Okay.
We.
All
And I
right, well,
assume that now that you're here, Flint's gonna stay at your side.
more than likely, yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know.
I fed him some meat with some apples and carrots in it.
Okay, good.
He chomped that shit right down.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Alright, we should probably start making our way down.
Making my way down.
Yeah.
I already told them that we're gonna be taking up the right side, lower, like, prosecution kind of
Oh, are we gonna be down?
sitting
side?
area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that side with against the wall.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll out.
I'm probably gonna park at Blackbird. Oh, unless I can. This might be too late to park behind them. Because
I wouldn't do that.
What?
I wouldn't park behind the courthouse.
All right, then I will park at Blackbird.
Yeah, locals are gonna fucking slam.
Yeah.
And are you taking the terminus?
I'm leaving now. I'm coming.
No, you're good. I was just letting you know that we're gonna park at Blackbird.
Okay, so like normal shit. Okay.
Yeah. And we are all gonna be sitting. You know that little boxed off area against the wall?
On the lower level, I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's where the vets are gonna be sitting.
Okay, can I sit with y'all or no?
Maybe.
Nah, it's fine. I'll just sit somewhere else. It's no big deal.
You
I'm not
sure?
worried about it. Yeah. It's okay. It's all good.
If you can.
All right. I'm not worried about it. I'm almost there.
Okay. Well, I will see you in a minute. Then I love you.
Okay, I love you too. Bye.
There's not very many seats there, so unless she sat on the floor with us. Could just sit on Kiki's lap, yes. Okay.
I'm gonna put my stuff right at the bottom of your trunk here. It's like the gun and ammo that I shouldn't bring in, right?
Yeah.
Binoculars should be fine.
Anything that's weaponry. I think I'm good on everything else. And I'm on radio, Sean.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Radio check.
Then do.
God.
What?
Fucking up.
What the fuck? EMS did it too.
Alright, I can't say that. I can't say that.
Bitch. Oh, she's still not. And there.
The ride along I did the other day with Gemma, Piper, and Q was so fun.
Was that honey?
Did I have stuff on her?
No, she put it in
I'm
her.
good.
car-
I'm good. I'm good.
She is
And
okay.
yours
Okay,
don't
just
have
making sure.
anything?
Making sure somebody didn't have her by the elbow and then she had shit on her.
We're good?
Should I put
no,
this
I'm good.
flare
I'm good.
away?
Thank you.
Maybe.
Just a little bit.
Why do you have a flare?
Jeff gave it to me this morning.
What in the hell are y'all doing?
Okay,
No, I think Alliance is a nice man. I know.
we were up at
Okay, the fact you
Hookie's-
gotta pause. Okay.
up at Hookie's because Wade was like getting into some fucking motorcycles and shit. And he pulls out his harpoon and I said, wait, I
But
want that.
we'll-
Give me
we'll
that shit
eventually be
right now. He
getting
goes,
the
nah,
government
I'll
radio,
give you
so-
something else. And then gives me the fucking flare.
I love that it was, I'll give you something else, and he didn't make it like a my dick joke or something.
Oh, he did.
Oh, okay.
He definitely
Did
did.
he say, I'll give you something else? You feel me, Sean?
No, he said, I'll give you something else later, but in the meantime, here's this.
Jesus Christ.
Radios last a hella long
I
time.
happily
They
took.
do.
Hey,
I
yo.
bet you did. They last a hella long time, but their distance is ass.
But like,
And the fact that
Tell
like,
them to
He
have
also tried to
Flint
take
roll
Wade's arm
over,
last night.
whoever that is, 'cause
oh, Flint
looks
needs to
bad.
roll over.
He looks really bad. Like, I didn't realize it was
Very
Flint.
good.
I thought it looked looked like they were dragging a balloon around.
That's
There he
so
goes.
good.
I grab food before I go in.
I just ate my food, so I might grab more food.
May wanna grab
Yeah,
more
I'm gonna
food
grab
there.
like 3.
Get stuck in there.
We got an emotional support pumpkin.
Oh, frick. That's what I forgot. Mask. Oh, well.
Oh, fuck. I used to have a mask. I no longer have a mask.
I should have put my helmet on.
Regret.
Wait,
Oh. I have my glasses. It's fine.
It's fine.
fine.
I have to take off my shirt and cord. I will.
Jesus. The thing is, you're not going to take off just your shirt. You're going to take off your whole dress.
You
Yep.
are.
Well, you know, it's fine.
I heard a oh.
Don't take off the dress, please.
It's not
You're public.
It's not illegal.
I mean,
True,
it's
public
just like
decency
wearing a
is
bikini,
not.
please.
The courtroom. Who are you, Quimbley?
Oh my god.
One day.
One day.
That's what she did when she was protesting the DOJ.
Yeah. I used to tell her all the time, I want to be like you when I grow up.
Oh Jesus.
Can't take my top off anymore because it gets a little weird.
It does.
I wouldn't suggest that.
It's like when Winston takes his shirt off, it gets a little weird.
I wouldn't suggest that one.
Oh
The only
god.
thing I'm missing is
funny.
the pasta larceny bake, and I gotta run back up to Toledo for our apples.
Okay.
But I'll get y'all taken care of and then run back up there.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead first.
Could I get a case of pork and a snicker and doodle, and then 2 emissary brews, please?
Joy said it's already filling up
Or he
inside.
wants.
And then I'll have just 2 food, 2 drinks, and dealer's choice.
Two
Just
food,
the
2 drinks,
quinoa.
and dealer's choice.
I'm honestly
And
just gonna
choose
do
what
2
those
and 2,
2
whatever.
foods and 2 drinks are.
Okay. Charge it to 15851. I gotta go check on that.
She said 15851.
Mm-hmm.
The charge is like 6099, it's fine.
6099.
6099 is me.
I'll just take 4 or just 2 and 2 of whatever, Ivy.
Okay, the only thing I don't have is the vegan option right now.
That's fine.
Oh, Anna. Sorry.
Well, Anna's
I
over
need
there,
to
so
run
she's
up
not trying
and
to
get
get
our
food.
apples. That's the one piece of produce I forgot, okay?
Oh my god, she'd be Lana.
Do you have enough pocket space for all of this food, or you need
Hi,
help on
Marcy.
Probably need her to come
Apples,
back.
Ivy.
that? I did not get the apples yet.
Okay, I'll go get the apples.
Thank
Hey,
you. Here is hers.
she can feed the vegans.
Or actually, let me hold on to this, and I will get you yours.
Oh,
What?
I'm gonna go head in.
Okay.
All right.
I feel like some of us are going to be sitting on the ground.
Yeah, whatever. Can Sydney sit with us?
Ones in the skirts are sitting in chairs.
Yes.
I'll sit on the ground.
I don't care if I'm in a chair on the floor.
Where's he going?
Is Gemma nearby?
You okay, tell us.
Yeah, Gemma said she'd be late, but she'd be here, so.
Oh,
I can't carry all the food on I've got enough
Did
pocket
F
space.
this.
Yeah, right? He got all fancied up and now he's wandering off?
No, what the fuck?
Here's yours, Ranger.
And I know what?
Ooh, nice.
You got a little mix of everything.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Such a roll.
I will hold on to her food till she comes back.
Okay. Thank you, though.
Can I actually make it a 4 and 4 Ivy rather than a 2 and 2? Of
Say that
just
one more
any-
time, Kiki.
Can I get a 4 and 4 of just anything?
Yep.
Bet.
They'll come back.
It'll be 13935.
How many food and drinks she had like still left for her now?
She had 2 and 2 left.
Oh, yeah, I should be able to carry that actually. No.
Alright, give me 1 second and I'll get that on the tray for.
All good.
There's on the tray for you, huh?
Good one.
You too.
Thank you for this, Ivy.
Of course. Court needs to eat too.
Yeah.
I also knew this was going to be a very big case, and I know
Yeah.
a lot of people's stomach growl during court cases.
It's kind of like a
There we go.
Got that. Already.
Oh, it has begun.
I've already heard.
Already what?
Apparently there are a lot of I heard a stomach growl. Apparently there are a lot of people where we're supposed to be sitting.
Oh. Does that mean y'all get the petty box?
Well, we were gonna be sitting in the little box against the wall on prosecution side.
Oh. Interesting. I also have a feeling a lot of the city's gonna be down here for this. And I got 2 root cause sodas coming up.
Okay.
Is anyone else expecting the cringe brother to show up?
I don't know.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Just so he can live in the chaos a little bit for a moment.
Well.
The glory, I should say.
I'm sure they'll be
There you go.
skulking about somewhere.
You're welcome.
Hi, Sunny boy. I'm gonna give this to you and head inside. Little mix of all.
Feed you.
You staying out here? You go inside.
Go inside. Hey, what dog is that? That's Sunny.
It's Sunny. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize it.
Yeah.
Baller. Hello.
Hi.
Just gonna need to quickly frisk you guys, make
Mhm.
sure no weapons are being brought
Yeah.
in, alright?
Yep, understand.
Alright, you consent? Alright.
Yep.
You are good to go in.
You are also good to go in. Have
Thank
a
you so
good
much.
day.
Hmm. What is on the screen?
Question.
No question. What's the name of the movie? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Oh, is that what that is?
Oh, really?
Everyone's still getting their food.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. It has come to my attention that there will likely be a very small delay in the proceedings, as apparently the transport for the defendant has been delayed for reasons which I shall not go into, but she will be
Jesus
here
fucking Christ.
soon. TM.
I'm guessing a headache.
This is very triggering, Your Honor.
You're triggering me, Franklin.
How did,
Everything's gonna be okay.
I've just been over here quiet.
Exactly.
What's wrong, Franklin? Are you a little on edge?
My hands are sweating. I've got a nervous bladder. Holding my breath, but I'll be fine.
Your knees are weak. Your arms are heavy.
Mom spaghetti?
Nothing about me is heavy, Your Honor. Except my disposition.
There she is.
You know, we have some hand towels in the lobby if you need to, you know, like wipe down your hands.
I'm gonna keep wiping them on my pants.
You want to do a pre-trial hug it out, Franklin? You can wipe it on my jacket.
I'm okay, Bird.
You're here? You're right here?
I'm right. I am right here. Yes.
Come on, dude. Give
Like
me a
with
hug. Give
gym
me a hug.
equipment, I hope you're gonna wipe down the lectern afterwards.
All right. There you go.
Yeah,
there
it's
you
a bunch
are.
of FIB
Yeah,
and
just
some
wipe them off
judges.
there. It's gonna be all right, man. Be fine.
Gross.
But yeah, it's been
Like, do
delayed.
you mind moving down just a little bit?
Oh yeah, I was just waiting for everybody else.
I was asking.
Oh, yeah.
Spike.
Oh yeah, Spike.
Yeah, do you mind just moving down a little bit? Thank you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
God.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
God.
I mean, I guess that works.
Spike.
Shit. Infiltrated.
So I guess one more.
God damn it! I hate.
Franklin, are all of your witnesses here? Do you see everyone in attendance that hasn't already been deposed?
I see Wesley. I see Ashley. I see Anna. I'm looking. Patrick, you in here?
Oh, thank God.
Patrick might be getting food. I saw them in line for the food truck.
Yeah, perfect. Daisy, you back there?
Daisy's over there.
Daisy.
He's here.
I believe so. That's all my witnesses.
Is Patrick here?
Yeah, Patrick's apparently outside getting food.
Okay. All right. And how about you, Mr. Bud and Miss Thorns? Do you see Alex Rigby or Kira Noda?
I know Alex is here. You're here? I can't see. They're both here, Your Honor.
All right, then we're just waiting on the defendant.
Hi.
Oh.
And okay.
Let me just stand up, Sydney.
Perfect.
So I was told by Sean that there was going to be a bunch of dogs here. It's like support animals for people, but I don't see any dogs here. Where are all the dogs?
Sunny's outside.
Sunny's
the food truck.
outside.
Oh, Sunny, okay.
Yeah, Sunny's outside.
Pyro went off with the EMS for their search and rescue thing.
Feel a type of way about making a bunch of dogs bear witness to.
I mean,
all
there's
the
no
animal stuff
making them be here. They want to be here.
Hey, that's their
Did any of them have the capacity to understand why they were
I'll
here?
head outside.
All they
The dogs,
understand
they're just
is
happy to be
people are
here.
upset. We want to comfort them.
Has anybody seen Gus?
Today, only in pictures.
He was here. He might have gone to bed. Let me track him.
Anything about something real quick?
Yeah, he's outside somewhere.
Over here.
Give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Now's our shot. We go take that fucking box from them.
I mean, I'm down.
Is that the Van Dorst who recused herself from the panel and is now here on the panel? Okay, so here's the conundrum, is you already recused yourself from the panel, but you have not formally entered back onto the panel. If you want to, or if you want to be on the panel, then, well, you got until Fear gets here to formally enter yourself back on the panel. It's up to you.
Hey guys, guess what? I'm back.
Oh my god, she's back.
Oh, who could have seen this coming?
Who would have
thought? I thought I wouldn't be able to make it, but I'm here, guys.
Well, we appreciate you, and I hope you're not
Cheers,
missing
we got a
sleep.
two-person panel now.
Oh, don't worry. I am
Dorst
absolutely
always
missing
listens.
sleep.
That's literally her fucking entire being is missing sleep.
I have been up since 6 a.m. and it is currently 1 a.m.
Hold on a minute. Sharp, if you're already here, why don't you just be the third panelist?
Ooh.
Let me come talk to you real quick.
Roland Shaw. Oh, dang.
You got prior knowledge of this case or something? Alright, look at that, everyone. We've got a third panelist. We just tapped Roland Sharp, and now he's in. This is Roland Sharp's first felony A case, I think, as a judge.
It would be, yes.
Yeah. Look at you stepping into the wide world of being a judge on complex cases like this one.
We all gotta learn somehow. Let's do it.
Yeah, you're not really just getting thrown into the deep end. This is more like Van Dorst and I have rented a fishing trolley and gone out into international waters, and we're just hucking you in there.
Coming back with a great wine.
I put on the dock, it's not sufficient.
Put that on the docket too there, Shop. So there's a record.
Stacked panel, if you ask me.
God bless, not really shop to take good notes.
I'm surrounded by vets. Hey guys.
You sure are.
I feel intimidated.
I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, with this many witnesses, this is gonna be probably the best time to learn how to take really good notes, because Franklin's a fast talker, Bird's a fast talker.
Not the only thing I do fast, Your Honor.
What?
You freak.
Gus! Gus just gagged at that. Poor baby.
I don't know if you should
Oh,
be.
honey.
See, it's
You should be
okay.
talking about
Baby
how-
boy.
Yeah.
This.
We kept his footing. Look at that. Still
motion
taking
for
books to the face,
mistrial.
aren't you?
Hey, Gus Gus.
Gussie.
You baby.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I hear you've been going hiking, sweet boy.
Lost so much weight, I've heard.
So proud of you. You're the bestest.
Ow. Oh, here's Sunny.
What the fuck?
Who's that?
I think I heard a Sunny.
Rambo? Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing? Yeah, me neither. Let's see what we can pull. You know Rambo? Oh, no shit. See, tell him, she's afraid of, something bad happening. I said, nothing ever really happens bad in this courtroom, as far as I know. I don't think anything bad ever happened.
Horrible camera angle, but whatever.
Anyways, nothing really, the cops got this. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine.
Hi, Connor, what's up?
Oh, sorry, I forgot you were at the court case. I was just wondering, do you know if Pitcher sells any bags?
Bags?
Yeah.
We do, yes.
Do you have any just gay bags?
We only have, like the progress flag, lesbian, bi. We have, like, the flag bags.
Oh yeah, no, the progress one. Is there any chance I could purchase one of those from you maybe tomorrow? Because I'm sure you're at this court case.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. I let you go. Sorry, I kind of forgot what time it was.
Nah, you're good. She only just got here, so you're good.
Well, hopefully she gets the whole library of law thrown at her.
Hopefully
Fucker.
she gets what she deserves.
Oh, couldn't happen to a nicer person, eh?
Yeah. Alright, see you later then.
Right, I'll let you go.
Alright, bye.
Bye now.
What is Miro wearing?
Where is she?
To the left.
Oh.
No, that's actually kind of con.
Right?
That's actually just cute.
Very cute.
Send it. No, I don't have any dietary restrictions.
Take the diet.
Didn't say die. The only reason I don't really like doing that is because the shit like this happens. It gets very. So I'd rather just not. It's fine. I'll just turn the camera every now and then. I should have taken one of the front seats, but I couldn't at the time. Where's Sydney? Sydney's up there. No, that's Gemma. You can't see her because of the overlay. I see Gemma, Piper, Allie. Where's Sydney? Oh, there's Sydney. Okay. happened to V? A mountain lion. We have not even started yet. Who is already fucking hungry?
My bad. I'm waiting for my boyfriend to bring me food.
Hungry. Veronica, beef, are you hungry?
No, it was Laszlo.
But she's got food coming, so.
Yeah. Gussie boy.
I have a 2 and 2, so I'm good for.
Yeah, I also got a 2 and 2, and I ate before we got here, so. Yeah.
So maybe 3.
Oh, look how cute he is.
Discuss.
He's just our chunky little guy.
I know, sweet baby boy.
There it goes.
What's up? What's the matter?
Don't like that fucking mask.
It's Mara.
Why?
They're taking it back from the Void Palette guy.
You know, there's a time and a place.
All right, is everyone here who needs to be here?
Everybody on the state side is present, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, do you have your defendant and your 2 witnesses?
I love how empty
I'm
the
pretty sure we
defense
do.
side is.
Yes. Yes.
I'm curious about the one person that's sitting over there. Are they only sitting over there
then.
because there's no room anywhere else?
If everyone is present, I will call the matter of the state v. Fear Phosphophylite to order. Will the councilors representing your various parties please announce your appearances for the record?
Franklin Starr for the state.
James Bird for the defense.
Julia Thorns for the defense.
All right. So to fill everyone in who is not an attorney, so far we have deposed 5 of the state's witnesses prior to trial, and we will be hearing testimony from the remaining 5 witnesses for the state, as well as the 2 witnesses
Oh, thank God.
for defense. Now, oh God, this is going to be a really lengthy arraignment. Okay. There's not really any way to split this up, so... Okay. Miss Phospholite, you stand accused of the following charges. I'm going to read them off, I guess, per person. And
Your
then
Honor?
What?
If I may, we actually have a motion to amend those charges pre-trial, if that would
You've
be
got a
okay.
motion to amend more?
Yeah, when you hear the motion, you'll understand.
Okay.
In the Hills Butcher incident report, the master report, on the Micah Rain attack 52221, there is a report attached of her medical report. Micah Rain SW, medically induced coma, number 52215. As of 19 hours ago, and due to our inability to motion prior to 24 hours of the case, there was a medical update which we feel meets the prong of minor mayhem. Considering that, and considering the 2 additional charges of minor mayhem that the defendant is facing for Doris Daisy Drew as well as Sadi Kai, we, the state, are motioning to amend to change the 3 counts of minor mayhem to 1 count of major mayhem. We feel that this is similar in nature to a victim dying before court and a charge being upgraded from an attempted murder to a murder.
So essentially, your argument is, well, I've got 2 mayhem minors charged already. Based on a change of circumstances in the medical condition of a third individual, you think it believes, or you think it rises to the level of minor mayhem. 3 minor mayhems together make a major. Is that what's going on here?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense have anything to say about that?
In the 11th hour, Your Honor. 19 hours ago, evidence was supposed to be cut off, submitted, what, about 48 hours ago, as you explained to me?
If the panel needs a further rebuttal to that, we, the state, have one.
I don't think I really need a rebuttal to this one. Basically, your argument is that 19 hours ago, there was a change in circumstances as to Miss Rain's medical condition, which you couldn't have known about beforehand. And you're arguing essentially that exception to admit or to amend the charges. I mean, the medical report's already admitted, but that's where you're going, Franklin?
Yeah, that would have been my rebuttal, that the medical report is already within evidence and that it simply was updated as per the checkup that was made from Micah Rain 19 hours prior. This was not an attempt for us at 11th hour.
Confer. Give me a moment.
But Norma Bones is dead. Chat opinion. If I were to get another commission done of a character that I play, should it be a person? Like I have a few people. I have some that don't have art yet at all. Or should I get peony? Oh no, we mean Norma Bones. During the nursing home event, there was a Norma Bones who Winston murdered, and it was very funny. Depends on who is doing it. Regime. Well, I was thinking a D&D character. Peony. Oh, God. Okay. I will ask Regime to draw Peony because you guys have seen how she does animals. Or a dead Alice. She's not dead!
All right, so after conferring with the panel. Okay, so we've got something in Los Santos called the delayed death exception. I don't know exactly if we've ever written it down because it's never actually come up in practice, but it's always something that we've intended to follow. And basically that means if you're like mortally wounded and we're not sure if you're going to make it, and then in the pendency of the litigation, you die. If you've already been charged with attempted murder for that crime, it allows the state to also charge you with murder. Here's the thing though. There's no such thing as an almost death exception or a part of death exception. Like there's no lesser version of that. There's also honestly kind of a question of, with the harsh severity and mountain of charges to which Miss Phospholite is already being charged with, there's a question of whether it is going to end up actually making a substantial difference in either the incarceration or sentence of Miss Phospholite. So what we're going to do is, we're not going to hear it today. If it ends up coming to pass that, you know, she beats all 7 murder charges and 1 or more of the mayhem charges, then we can set a separate hearing on it, and defense will have had enough time to, you know, look at the report and, you know, prepare adequately for their defense of, you know, the mayhem major charge. Because at the end of the day, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Franklin, but that is kind of the definition of a trial by surprise. I know it's outside of your control, but there's other mechanisms to deal with it other than just rushing it out, you know, in this case. Even if it may not be the most judicially efficient way of handling it, in order to preserve the due process rights of the defendant, handling that in a separate hearing and or trial later down the road, if it ends up even mattering, is the more correct call. Does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, Your Honor.
All right. Any other pretrial motions?
Further pretrial motions from the state.
No further pretrial motions from the defense, Your Honor.
What do you mean further? You didn't even make one.
No, at all.
All right. Okay, let's get on to this extremely lengthy arraignment then. Okay, Miss Phospholite, for the killing of Stacy Recht, you are being charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of robbery. To the count of murder, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And to the count of robbery, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Sorry, was that guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay.
It's going to be the same for everything.
Okay, so you're just doing a blanket plea of not guilty to all of the charges to which you are being accused of?
I suspect we're going to be here for a while, so let's do that.
Blanket plea.
All right, blanket plea, not guilty to everything. Gotcha. You know, it's a little more dramatic to do it one by one, but God, there are just so many charges. So...
enough drama.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be enough drama on the court case as it is. All right. Opening arguments, opening statements. I'm assuming both parties wish to make them. You got them prepared, ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll start with the state. Tell us why we are all here today.
Your Honors, esteemed members of the Los Santos City Courthouse, I would like to preface this opening with a warning to any and all who are present here today. The crimes and incidents which we will be discussing in this courtroom are some of the most vicious and heinous acts which have ever been committed within the city's boundaries. Any who are faint of heart or cannot handle themes of mutilation, self-harm, or animal torture should remove themselves from this courtroom at this time. On March 17th, 2025, the bodies of our local wildlife began to appear around our forests and state parks, which showed signs of extreme mutilation and torture. Deer, whose entrails had been decorated around the scenes with clear intent. Cougars, who had been gutted and their unborn cubs hung as if they were art pieces for display. It wouldn't be until March 29th, 2025, that the first murder victim, Stacy Recht, would appear. The scene of Stacy's murder would share many themes and commonalities to these horrific acts against animals and would lay out the beginning of a series of murders throughout the Vinewood Hills. 7 victims would die by the hands of the murderer known as the Hills Butcher. Each death becoming more violent, methodical, and abstract with each killing. The victims, all members of our city who loved, lost, and contributed to our little community in their own ways, would be carved like animals and displayed as if the killer wished for us to look upon their work in reverence. Stacy Recht, first victim, who had barely had an opportunity to find her place in our world, was taken, killed, without a sign that she even struggled. Her heart was carved from her chest, replaced with that of an animal's. Antlers were nailed to her head, and her face was stitched into a sad smile. Jilly Markovic, a beloved EMS, would be next. Again, she was taken, killed without a struggle, and carved, her heart stolen from her. Her face was stitched in the same sad smile. Kai Otani, a self-proclaimed explorer, would be taken from us just 2 weeks into his adventure here. His body would be found displayed like that of the American Gothic painting, a pitchfork sewn into his hands with Jilly Markovic's heart pierced atop it. Amber Harper, who had just been hired at Bloom and Harvest, excited to make her first delivery of flowers, only to find that it was the killer she would be walking into the hands of. Robert Scott, a proud American and the only victim who was able to fight back. And for his attempts, his limbs would all be removed and his face would be smashed in. Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway, who would die together, strung up by their feet and gutted in a display meant to reflect the painting The Corpses of the DeWitts by Jean Debain. It wouldn't be until the 19th of April that the first indication of who this monster in the shadow was. A trash can containing the stolen possessions of Jilly Markovic was decorated with the blood of defendant Fear. Soon after, Fear would post her own selfie to Amber Harper's Twinsta account. After receiving a phone call from Elias Winchester to inform her of this fact, Fear would be conveniently kidnapped during this phone call by the person who she claims is the real Hills Butcher, her brother, Orion Phosphophylite. This will be the crux of the argument that the defendant and their counsel will be using to shift the blame for these horrific acts. However, we the state are confident that we will be able to prove once and for all that Fear is the one solely responsible for the planning, the execution, the staging, and the mutilation of all of these victims and animals, as well as the victims who have survived her attempts on their lives. Thank you for your time and due consideration in these matters here today, and we look forward to putting this to rest, along with the souls of those whom we have lost.
You ready, Your Honor?
Yep, go ahead.
Gentlemen of the court, San Andreas, and all those that witness this, here we have a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions, a real-life horror story. Story where many people were brutally attacked and killed. Story that detectives worked very hard on, as seen by the sheer mountain of paperwork all the legal counsels have had to wade through. Despite all that work, easy option out. They found a person they could just throw this at, to send them to an executioner tied up in a bow. The victim of the story and pointed their accusatory ire at her forming a bogeyman to sate the public's fears despite the continued deaths. That's why we're here today, because of vagaries and speculations being used to accuse the traumatized and brutalized victim of a killer who still walks freely, possibly even killing as we speak. I wish to be here today, dealing with such grave circumstances. But by the rule of the law of this just society we call home, we must be, to ensure that the innocent are not harmed by the erroneous failure of the detectives who were just too eager to put a neat little seal on this tale that will haunt all of us that have been unfortunate enough to be involved with the grim, ongoing story of the Hills Butchers. The scene here today must be taken with the utmost severity, but not only the judiciary, but the citizens who bear witness. Not about just the victims who died. Stacey Recht, Amber Harper, Jilly Markovich, Paul Jones, Kayotani, Lucy Calloway, and Robert Scott. Those who survived. Daisy Drews, Sati Kai, Micah Rain, and the defendant herself, Fear. The one surviving victim whose life is on the line in this courtroom today. Who was not only a victim, but an individual who actively tried to help the police in catching those responsible. Quiet, artistic soul, who despite the trials and tribulations of life, even tried to make the world a better place as part of the district attorney's office. But despite the horrors all present here today will have to be exposed, we must remember, if we are not careful with what occurs over the next few hours, in mind the core of everything today, the life and freedom of a victim of monsters, end up collectively lowering ourselves to the level of the individuals who are no doubt watching and hoping we finish off one more of their victims for them, completing their nefarious schemes.
Go ahead and call your first witness, State.
The state calls Dora Stacy Drew to the stand.
Doris, please approach the stand. For everybody in the day shop.
Can do. All right. You can go ahead and raise your left hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give before the court today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you Danielle?
I do.
State, your witness is sworn in.
Ms. Drew, we appreciate you taking your time to be here today to speak on behalf of yourself and the other victims. Could you state your full name and occupation for the record?
My name is Doris Drews. My preferred name is Daisy. I have several jobs. I work as a manager for the Scrap and Fix, and the Painted Moon, owner of Forever Two
Speak into the
Wheels.
microphone.
I-
There's a microphone in front of you. Speak into it.
Yeah, go ahead and reach over and just push that little on button for us, will you?
Is that better? On and off again.
Can the counselors hear clearly?
I'm having no issues, Your Honor.
No issues here for me, Your Honor.
All right.
I might just be deaf.
Please continue, Miss Daisy.
Those are my main jobs that I work.
Miss Daisy, are you aware of the incident in which you were attacked on May 2nd around 9 p.m. Eastern? Do you know why you were attacked?
Weeks prior, my fiance had received threats from number saying that they were going to make art of me and give me a beautiful death.
And for the record, who is your fiance?
My fiance is Bree McNabb.
Can you give a description of your assailant?
It was dark and they were wearing all black clothing, a black mask. They, from what I could see, they did have a feminine figure.
At any point in time, were they driving a vehicle?
Yes, when they drove up to house, they were in what I think was a blue-colored Mesa type vehicle.
Can you tell us about the injuries that you sustained as a result of this attack?
Stabbed in the abdomen. Alright. Hit my kidney. I was then had the word haunt carved into my face and then again into my chest.
And how has this affected your life going forward?
I feel comfortable in my own skin. I don't show my face to people. I'm waiting for the test results for the reduced function in my kidneys.
Did the assailant say anything to you during this attack?
They said a few things. Mostly spoke to my fiance over the phone.
Are you aware of whether or not your fiance had any communication with Defendant Fear prior to this attack?
I believe a couple of text exchanges that happened prior after Fear made the threats to harm me and her.
You're stating that it was Fear who made these threats?
The text messages that made the threats came from Fear's phone.
Thank you, Miss Daisy. No further questions.
Okay, before we go on to cross, I need a clarification on 2 questions because I was unable to hear the answer. First was the description that you gave of your assailant. Can you please that?
So it was dark, so it was difficult for me to see, but they were wearing all dark clothing. Face was covered with a mask, but from what I could tell, they did have a feminine figure.
All right. And the second answer that I didn't get was the question of whether your assailant said anything to you.
There were a few words exchanged. I don't remember them specifically, but most of what was said was over the phone to my fiance.
Okay, that's the clarification that I needed. Does anyone else on the panel need any clarification, or we good to go to cross? All right, cross-examination it is. Take it away, defense.
I'm taking that seat on Veronica's other side.
Daisy?
Where's my... I'm taking this seat.
Can you tell us the date of which your attack occurred?
I believe it was on the 2nd.
Oh no, you're fine, V. I'm taking the one in the end here. I just didn't like being in the corner like that.
Is that the same date that the text messages
There we go,
were
much
sent
better.
to your fiance or partner?
Alright, back to this.
No, these text messages were sent to my fiance, I believe, 1 to 2 weeks beforehand.
Are you aware that Fia was kidnapped at the period
Objection
of this
scope,
date?
Your Honor.
Rebuttal?
Sure.
The scope is within the date of the text messages being sent from the defendant's phone. This is well within the scope to ask this question.
Rebuttal if necessary, Your Honor.
Let me discuss this one with the panel. All right, after conferring with the panel, we have decided that this question is outside of scope. Nothing said on the direct line of questioning had to do with basically Fear's status at the time. Understand where defense is coming at from this one, but establishing this fact by just questioning a witness, especially when it states witnesses, probably isn't the way you get this on the record.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll get it on there. Appreciate it.
Okay, Daisy. Person that approached you, did they give you a name?
So while speaking to my fiance on the phone, they did use the name.
That name was?
It gave the name Ash.
You're familiar with?
At the time when I was assaulted, it was not a name I was familiar with.
You described your attacker as female figured. In this courtroom that would match the description of female figured?
Several people that would match the description of female figured.
Would that include myself?
Include yourself.
Justice Van Dorst as well?
I'd say so.
A witness so
You have no other description than a female figured person. Would it be reasonable to say that you have no idea who attacked you?
I feel that threats coming from a particular person's phone could indicate that they had attacked me.
Objection. Didn't answer the question.
Well, Your Honor.
Sure, what's your rebuttal?
The counselor insinuated that my client had no idea who attacked her or asked her if it would be reasonable to suggest that she had no idea. And my client responded with an answer to suggest that she did have an idea and why she had that idea. I think this was a perfectly valid answer, and the counselor just simply does not like it.
Hey, objection, speculation on us not liking it.
Okay. Let's not object to rebuttals. That's not how this works. I'll go ahead and take this one. I'm going to overrule this one. She did respond to the question because the substance of the question essentially was, so you don't have any, reasonable identification of this person. And then the answer to that question was another fact that could be used in order to discern the identity of the person, which is also in substance basically answering your question with a no.
Allow me 1 second to confer with Coke. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. DuPont, do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
We have no redirect, Your Honor.
All right, then, Miss Daisy, you may step down.
Sorry.
Do you have any other witnesses for me, Mr. DuPont?
Yes, quite a few. We call Ashley Smith to the stand.
All right, Officer Smith.
All right, Ashley, go ahead and raise your left hand for me. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you aim house?
I swear. Your Honors, before we get started, can I consult personal notes on some of these questions? This is the events going over a month.
you want to look at your personal notes on
Just my own
the
personal
case
notes. Yeah.
prior to questioning?
If there's anything like specific, like dates, times, things like that, details that aren't easily rememberable.
Okay, so you're basically asking to be able to refresh your memory if you can't recall something? I don't know. What do my panelists think about that one? All right, so after conferring with the panel has decided that if there's any specific things like dates and times and whatnot, we know a witness on the stand is probably going to be a bit unreliable in that regard, and that their recorded recollection, as given in reports and other statements therein, are probably going to be a lot more accurate. This is all to say, don't sweat the details. Actually, a divergence as to how most people do it. You see, the way it works mostly in court is if the witness cannot remember something, but they have a transcribed recollection of it, they are allowed to refresh their memory with the transcribed recollection. And that's how that's supposed to work. But we'll proceed with what the panel
somebody killed
has
that guy.
decided.
I don't know who killed. I think it was V, like the guy who was
Go ahead and
selling
start
weed.
questioning, Franklin.
I think he was the guy that
Just to
killed that
remind
poor
everyone,
guy.
Make sure to keep your mouth open nice and wide before you speak. As well, leave a little bit of time for the other counsel to be able to object before answering questions. Miss Smith, could you give your full name and your occupation for the record?
Ashley Smith. I am a senior officer with DPPD and a senior detective with CID.
Ms. Smith, could you explain the extent of your involvement within this investigation?
I've been one of the main investigators on this case, working with Wesley Pines and Alice Meyer. I've helped coordinate and gather information, responded to multiple scenes, interrogated suspects.
Are you aware of the murder of Stacy Recht, which took place on March 29th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how the police were informed of this murder?
Yeah, there was a text message in 911, something about her heart was beating too loud. It was a very erratic typing pattern. It was very unique. And there was a GPS location screenshot sent after that initial text.
Do you know which phone this 911 text informing the police of where Stacy Recht's body originated from?
Yeah, Stacy Recht's phone was the one that was used to call in her.
God, hearing people actually say the name out loud, I never got it. I didn't realize that the name was a pun.
From her person?
Was missing. Her driver's license was also missing.
Could you repeat that, Miss Ashley, and give a little pause before you speak?
Sorry. Her phone and driver's license were also missing.
Was Stacy's phone ever found?
Yes, it was found on the next victim in this series, Julie Markovic.
Was there any activity from Stacy's phone after her death aside from this text to 911?
Stacy Recht?
Texts were sent to some of her contacts saying, I'm sorry, there was an additional 911 a few days later about she's afraid, the person, it wasn't her, obviously, saying they're afraid they'll do it again. pain in their head was overwhelming, and then there was also some Twinstas posted, or at least one Twinsta posted, of her corpse with the phrase "didn't deserve to die."
At any point in time, had the victim's public MDW profile been changed in relation to the murder?
Yes, her MDW photo was changed to a photo of her dead body on scene.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fears MDW made the changes.
And can you describe the condition of Stacy Reck's body upon its discovery?
It was mutilated. Her lips were stitched. There was a crown of antlers on her head. Her chest had been smashed open. She was holding her own heart in her hands.
Was Stacy Reck's body left near anything specific?
Near a bloody pool.
The blood from this pool, did this come back to anybody specific?
I'm honestly unsure about that one.
Was Stacy Reck GSR tested? Could you repeat that answer and make sure to leave your mouth nice and wide open?
Sorry, yes, she was GSR tested.
And what were the results of that GSR test?
They were negative.
Was there any evidence in connection to the death of Stacy Reck which was not found on the scene?
Yeah, there was a knife, a hammer, an axe, and some
I have no
gloves
idea
with
if
her
she was
blood on
hurt
it. They were
after
all
she
found
returned from being
in a trash can
kidnapped.
in the cemetery where
She just
Fear
was
was
suddenly
working at the
back.
time.
Were these the only things found in that cemetery trash can?
There was also a no. It was the same one that was left at a later point for Pines in a dead drop from quote unquote Sam, talking about snaring, skinning, and killing wolves. It's in evidence, but I could read it for you if you really want me to.
No, thank you, Miss Smith. Was there anything on the scene of Stacy's murder to indicate that there were other individuals aside from Stacy herself on scene?
There was just a bloody trail and the bloody pool water.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the scene of Jilly Markovic. Miss Smith, are you aware of the murder of Jilly Markovic, which occurred April 4th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern? Once again for us, Miss Smith.
Sorry, yes, I'm aware. I'll try to remember to pause.
Are you aware of how police were informed of this murder?
911 text from Jilly Markovic's phone.
This 911 text, did it share similarities to the one which was received in accordance with Stacy Reck's murder?
Yeah, there was the same kind of repetitive language, very distinct and similar typing style.
Do you know which phone this text message to 911 belonged to?
To Jilly Markovic.
And what was the condition of Jilly Markovic's body upon its discovery?
I was mutilated. Her face was sewn up into a sad smile. There were coyote heads mounted to her arms with rebar. Her heart was suspended in the middle of her chest. No, sorry, not her heart. An animal heart was suspended in the middle of her chest with fish hooks. Her heart was missing. Her chest had been crushed. It was. Oh, and there were sewing needles under her nails.
You mentioned that her chest had been cut open and an animal heart was suspended with fish hooks. Do you know where her heart is?
Well, her heart is currently in evidence cold storage, but it was found on the scene of Kayotani's murder on a pitchfork.
And Jilly's body, was it located near anything specific?
Her pool, that pool was also red with blood.
Was there anything of note left on Jilly's person?
Stacy Reck's phone was left on Jilly's person.
Was there anything that was missing from Jilly's person?
driver's license, phone, MDW, radio, medic belt with God knows how many syringes in it.
Was there any activity on Jilly's personal phone other than this text message to 911?
There were immediately after her death, there were some text group chats she was part of. I think there were also some Twinsta sent from that phone, and there were texts sent to a burner owned by a police officer, as well as texts to friends of Jilly's.
Text messages sent to contacts and friends. What was the tone or substance of these texts?
Is basically, I'm sorry, she didn't have to die, she shouldn't have died, just kind of language like that.
And for the Twinsta, what was the tone and substance of those?
One of the Twinstas was the same lines like, I didn't deserve to die. And the other one was like, please stop me, please, can you stop me, kind of language.
Now, you stated that this phone was used to contact the burner of an officer. Can you state what officer this burner belonged to?
Pines.
You said Wesley Pines?
Yes.
Do you know what conversations were had between this burner and Officer Wesley Pines?
There were quite a few conversations. It started off with they were talking about potentially going hunting or hiking. Sorry, going hiking together, spending time in the wilderness, talking about where they both lived, which this phone answered North Carolina is where she was from. This phone called itself Sam. This phone also at multiple points was that's all from this specific phone.
Miss Ashley, you said at multiple points this phone, but then the microphone cut out. Could you repeat that?
That's because I wasn't 100% what was used on specifically this phone. But I know that this was the one where they started talking about hiking and all that.
Now, you stated the individual using this phone to text Wesley's burner stated they were from North Carolina. Are you aware of where defendant Fear is from?
Carolina.
You said North Carolina?
Yeah.
At any point in time, had the victim's NDW profile been changed in relation to this murder?
Yes, it was changed to, you know those, you can't download a car ads? It was changed to text that looked a lot like one of those that said something about, like, she was a helper, but she didn't help enough.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fear's MDW changed his profile picture.
Was Jilly's missing property ever recovered?
Yes. Jilly's property, her ID was found in a trash can in the cemetery that had Fear's gun and Fear's ID in it. There was also her MDW and her radio were found in a different trash can that had 2 hunting dogs in a note saying something like, will you find all 6 over and over again? That trash can also had some blood on it.
The blood, did that come back to anybody specific?
I came back to Fear Phosphophylate.
And do you know the specific date and preferably time that this trash can outside of Infinity Apartment and the property within, as well as the blood, was found?
I don't know the time off the top of my head, but I know it was on the 19th.
Now,
specifically, sorry.
That's okay. There were animal parts used in accordance with Stacy Rex murder.
Yeah.
Were there animal parts used in Jilly's murder?
Yeah, there were some coyote heads on the scene.
Describe the use of those coyote heads.
So there was some rebar that was impaled through her arms, and there were coyote heads there, and there was also a heart from an animal. I think it was a rabbit, but I would have to check. That was suspended by fish hooks in the middle of her chest. It kind of looked like one of those, the Sacred Heart statues. It kind of looked like that. Just a floating heart in the middle of a chest.
And was there anything on scene of Jilly's murder to indicate there were other individuals aside from Jilly on that scene?
Yeah, there were footprints and outlines of a cooler box.
These footprints, could you describe them?
Sorry, hold on. Outlines of what?
Cooler box, like a cooler, like a.
Okay. All right, please continue.
I'll just repeat for the sake of the record and our judges. Could you describe these footprints for the court?
They were high heels, like pieces, like the foot part and then the heel part.
How is it that you know that these were high heels?
Footprints were in two pieces.
Now, was there any evidence in connection to the death of Jilly Markovic, which was not found on scene, other than those that you've already mentioned?
I think her DNA was on the weapons that were found in the cemetery on a prior date from the IDs. So there were weapons found in the cemetery that came back to Jilly, back to Kai, and back to Stacy. And there were also gloves and I think a note in that trash can as well. The weapon is an axe, a knife, and a hammer.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the murder of Kai Otani. Miss Ashley, are you aware of the murder of Kai Otani, which occurred on April 12th, 2025 at approximately midnight Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of Kai Otani's murder?
There was a 911 text from Coyote's phone. It was like something about will die, ill, my head is hurting, like something like that.
Did this share any similarities to the previous text 911 received in relations to these murders?
It was the same kind of repetitive language, random capitalization, erratic tone.
And the phone which sent this 911 text, are you aware of who it belonged to?
It's Kai's phone.
Was there any other activity from Kai Otani's phone after his death aside from this text to 911?
There were postmortem texts to an officer's to Wesley Pines' burner, and there was also a twinsta of his body, and it was like, "I didn't deserve to die," I think was the caption.
And at any point, similar to the previous victims, had his MDW profile been changed in relation to this murder?
Yeah, it was changed the same "you wouldn't steal a car" font, being like, calms my urges, the beats less, and something like that.
Do you know how these changes were made?
Fears MDW made these changes.
What was the condition of Kai Otani's body upon its discovery?
Heavily mutilated, partially dismembered. He'd been axed in the back and the brain. His face was stitched up. He had a pitchfork in his hand that had Jillian Markovic's heart on it. And animal parts were strewn about.
Can you describe the condition of Jilly Markovic's heart?
It was cold. It was condensating, like it had been kept in a freezer or a fridge.
Was there anything of note left on Kai Otani's person?
Jillian Markovic's phone was left on his person.
Was there anything missing from Kai Otani's person?
His phone and his driver's license were missing.
Can you describe which are on?
Sorry?
I'm just withdrawing the question. I'm moving on to the next one. Was there any evidence on Kayotani's murder scene to suggest another individual had been on that scene other than Kayotani?
His organs were left in a pool next to his body. There were some shoe prints. I don't know specifically what type. I think these were a little hard to read. And there was also a blood trail.
Now, you mentioned that animal parts were used in Kayotani's murder. Can you describe their use here on the scene?
Yes, there were 3 deer heads in each of the cardinal directions. There was also the upper half of a deer staring at him. And with that and the pitchfork, it was pretty clear they were trying to imitate American Gothic, you know, with like the farmer and his wife and the pitchfork and all that.
And was there any evidence in connection to the death of Kayotani found after his murder scene had been investigated?
Yeah, 2 different occasions on the cemetery, once on 419, once on 420. We found on the first occasion gloves, an axe, hammer, knife. The same one that had Jilly's blood on them had his blood on them. And the second time, his ID was found with Fear's ID, Jilly's ID, and Amber's ID, as well as Fear's gun.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We're going to move on to Amber Harper now. Are you aware of the murder of Amber Harper, which occurred on April 16th, 2025 at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of Amber Harper's murder?
There was a text from her phone, something about she brought pretty flowers and a pinned location.
Was there any other activity from Amber Harper's phone after her death, aside from the 911 informing you of the location of her body?
There were texts to the people in the Bloom and Harvest group chat. Something like, I'm sorry she has it. I just, the same things we'd seen before. There were Twinstas, and there was also a text to the same burner that Pines owned. Multiple texts to the same burner that Pines owned. Additionally, her phone was used to send a photo of Fear, like a selfie of Fear, along with the caption, "What sins am I trying to wash away?" And also the words John DeBean, and some stuff about like a pregnant cat that's really just gross, and they could read it themselves.
Question.
Hmm?
Can you repeat what you said? They sent a selfie of Fear. What sins am I trying to wash away? And what was the second thing that they sent?
There was John DeBean, the John DeBean. It's a Dutch name.
Gotcha.
There was
Thank
also
you.
like
That's what I
some
missed.
stuff about pregnant cat. I don't know it verbatim, and it was honestly very gross.
And similar to the other victims, had her MDW profile been changed at any point in relation to this murder?
It was changed to a photo of her dead body, mutilated.
Do you know where this photo originated from?
I don't know where the photo originated from. It might have been on her phone because it was the background of her phone.
And do you know how these MDW changes were made?
Fear's MDW.
Was there anything of note on Amber Harper's body?
Tony's phone was found on her body.
And was there anything missing from Amber's body?
Her phone, and I think her driver's license as well.
Now, can you walk us through the condition of Amber Harper's body upon its discovery?
It was heavily mutilated. Either a wolf or a coyote, I'm not really sure which, had been put in place of her head. Her stomach was protruding and she'd been turned into a Matryoshka doll. Basically, there was a series of animals, and each one was slightly smaller. And inside each slightly smaller animal was the next animal, like the old lady who swallowed a fly. It was a lot.
This surgery, shall we call it, were there any signs of the condition or ability of the person who performed this on Amber Harper's body?
It was pretty skillful. Like, it wasn't somebody who's never been around human anatomy. Like, they definitely had a grasp of what they were doing.
Was Amber's body located around anything specific?
It was near a pool.
Was there anything on the scene of Amber's death that indicated there was another individual besides herself?
There was an EMS syringe. There was some fake orange hair that matched a wig that we found later. That wig was in an updo style. There were her organs were in a pool. There were footprints on scene, and there were also cooler impressions.
Now, the animal parts which were found on the scene, can you describe the condition of these animal parts?
So the headless bodies were inside of her body, and then the heads were kind of like laid out in a trail almost leading to her.
The heads which were laid out in a trail, was there anything of note of these heads?
I think they were preserved and slightly cold.
And was there anything on the scene which could indicate how those animal parts had been stored?
There was a cooler mark.
And was there any evidence in connection to the death of Amber Harper found at this cemetery in which other victims' DNA was found?
So her ID was found along with Fear's ID, Fear's gun, Jilly's ID, and Kai's ID.
Thank you. We will move on to Robert Scott. Miss Smith, are you aware of the murder of Robert Scott, which occurred April 20th at approximately 1 a.m. Eastern? Was that a yes?
Sorry, that was a yes.
Are you aware of how police were informed of this murder?
We got a text from Robert Scott's phone. It was like, "Will you find her?"
Did this share any similarities with the previous text 911 had received?
The victim's phone, and it also had the same kind of repetitive language and kind of like the pounding motif, I think, was used, and that has been used in a few previous communications.
And was there any additional activity from Robert's phone after his death aside from this 911 text?
Texts were made to Pines' burner, and there was also a Twinsta, something why he didn't deserve to die, I think.
These texts from this phone to Pines' burner, did this person identify themselves as Sam?
Yeah, so the thing about when they sent these texts, every time they picked up a new victim's phone, they would just kind of continue the conversation like it had never left off. Like, they weren't really acknowledging, oh, hey, well, once or twice Pence would be like, is this a new number? But, like, they weren't really acknowledging that it was a new number. They were just continuing the conversation on this newest phone. But they called themselves Sam on this phone, I believe.
Did they address the murders in this text message exchange at any point on any of these phones?
Yeah, once or twice they directed Wesley to the location where they'd left a body vaguely. They also occasionally asked him if he knew about a murder that they hadn't directly told him about, or knew like the location of a murder they hadn't directly told him about, because they were testing him to see if he was a cop. Like, there was a lot of conversation about like how killing humans and animals helped alleviate the beat, but animals weren't as good as humans.
Now, similar to the previous victims, had Robert's MDW profile been changed in relation to the murders at any point in time?
Don't think Roberts was changed.
And what was the condition of Robert's body upon its discovery?
It was brutalized. Like, the other ones were mutilated, but there was like some kind of, almost artistic sense to the mutilation. This was just pure rage. He'd obviously fought back. Wood from the pool deck was found under his fingernails. There were bruises on his arm. His limbs were severed and He was pretty much mush. Like we had to scoop him into the body bag.
And was Robert's body located near anything specific?
I was right near a pool.
Was there anything of note found on Robert's body?
His body had Amber Harper's phone. It also had a note about fear. Fear is learning fear and a whole bunch of other stuff.
This note, do you know what it is in relation to?
Sorry, fear is learning fear is a phrase that was used throughout the time fear was allegedly missing. Basically they would say fear is learning fear. They texted that from, like, she texted that from her phone during this period. It was in relation to her.
Now, the murder of Robert, did this occur before or after Miss Fear was allegedly kidnapped?
This was Robert's kidnapping was after Fear was kidnapped. Sorry, Robert's murder was after, I think.
Was there anything missing from Robert's body?
His phone was missing, and so was his ID.
And was there any evidence to indicate there had been anyone on scene other than Robert?
There were some footprints with a long stride, bloody, and then there was a bloody pool nearby, and like the pool blood.
And was any evidence recovered in relation to Robert's murder other than the scene of the murder itself?
We found his phone later on Lucy Calloway, and we found his ID papers in Fear's wallet.
Oh, you brought up Fear having been allegedly kidnapped, so I would like to touch on that. Are you aware of report number 50716 in which a phone call by Elias Winchester was made to defendant Fear? Could you repeat that for me, Miss Smith?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you know why Elias Winchester called Fear?
Called her because a selfie of her was posted from Amber Harper's phone, and Amber Harper at that time was known to be a murder victim.
And just to clarify, is this before Fear was allegedly kidnapped?
This was posted before Fear was kidnapped, and it had a caption that seemed to be referencing an earlier post that Fear had made on Twinsta.
Do you know the substance of this earlier Twinsta that Fear had made?
It said rain to wash me away, and then I think it was like an hour, couple hours. I'm not exactly sure on the time frame. It's in evidence. Later,
Did they
there
accidentally
was the selfie,
post from the
that had
wrong
not previously
phone?
been posted. That said,
That's so
rain to
funny.
wash. Sorry, what sins am I trying to wash away?
Were there any more Twinstas in relation to this selfie uploaded on Amber Harper's phone?
Shortly after that selfie was posted from Amber Harper's phone, Fear's phone posted a Twinsta saying, "And burn me away."
Pausing for fire hydrant. Did Fear state whether or not she made the post from her own account, which were in relation to the selfie?
Fear claimed that she did not make those posts. She said she had no knowledge of that selfie ever being taken, and that she had not made the Twinsta posts.
And did you ever subpoena the contents of Fear's phone? Was that a yes, Miss Smith?
Yes, sorry, that was a yes.
Were there any indications from this subpoena of the contents of her phone that the selfie originated from Fear's own phone?
There was no evidence in her gallery of this photo being taken.
And are you aware of what happened to Fear while Elias was on the phone with her?
Oh, While he was on the phone with her, Fear said, it was weird, so it stuck with me. She said, they're telling me to put the phone down now. There had been no previous indication of distress. There had been no previous indication that anyone else was with her. He just started telling her, hey, I'm going to come to you and make sure you're okay. And then suddenly from her, it was, they're telling me to put the phone down now.
Was there any additional activity from Amber Harper's phone after Fear claimed to have been kidnapped?
Yes, there was more texts to the burner that Wesley had, and there was also a GPS location in Vinewood at like a construction house, a house under construction that's up near the hospital.
And to clarify, the MDW changes of the first 4 victims, did these occur before or after Fear's alleged kidnapping?
Those occurred after.
Was anything of note found at the GPS location which was received from Amber's phone?
Fear's blood was on the scene. It was kind of like strewn about the place.
And for additional clarity, did this alleged kidnapping take place before or after the trash can, which contained Jilly Markovic's property and Fear's DNA was found?
This took place after that was found.
Is there any evidence in connection to Fear's kidnapping found at the cemetery?
ID was found and her phone was found. This was from the ping from Amber Harper's phone. The house ping might have been from Fear's. It was one or the other.
Now, have
I
you
said
received...
it's a lot of information.
That's okay. Have you received any indication or statement as far as who kidnapped Fear?
Fear claims that she was kidnapped by her brother, Oren Phosphophile. I even had her spell it out for me. There is no record whatsoever of this individual having existed at any point in the state under that name or under any spelling variations of that name with or without the accented letters.
Are you aware of any other interactions between Fear and her alleged brother before or after this kidnapping?
So after this kidnapping, there were some text messages allegedly back and forth between him and Fear, including one where Fear used the wrong phone and texted the message it was supposed to be from the alleged brother's phone using her phone. And then they quickly switched burners.
Yeah, I would object to that being speculation.
I can rebut.
Go ahead.
We quite literally have in evidence, which I was about to ask you to bring up onto the monitor, an image in the main bit called Text Exchange Between Fear and Brother, in which this is very much the case. I feel that this is speculative at this point because we have evidence of this. And if you would not mind popping that up there on that beautiful poster, thank you.
This one?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can someone read out what it says? For me, please. I can't see it.
Okay, so the objection on the floor is speculation. Speculation specifically is an objection to a question that asks a witness to speculate. In this case, no question was posed to the officer that required the officer to speculate. It sounds like the officer, based on their investigation or whatever has turned up, that it is the officer's opinion that it was made from Fear's phone. So this wouldn't be speculation. this is incorrect, defense is more than welcome to cross-examine the officer as to this assertion, but this wouldn't be a speculation objection. So overruled.
Miss Smith, could you kindly read out those text messages for the court?
Yeah, so this burner phone texted Fear over soon. Fear replied, please stop. And then Fear replied, will stop soon, almost over. You art will live, will be gone soon. And then a little bit later, the burner phone said, you will be caught. I will be, sorry, this one is really hard to read. I will be free and gone.
Now,
See in the subpoena there that that third text message is originating from Fear's phone.
the text message in which you are implying was a mistake by Fear. Does this share a commonality with any other text messages within this investigation?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting from burner phones to Fear about how this person was going to frame her for all these murders, and then he was going to disappear from the state forever, and he would be gone, and she would be paying for it. And this was very much along those lines. It was also along the lines of a conversation that was continued on a different burner phone, I think about half an hour later.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Okay.
To move on to the murder of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway. Are you aware of the murder of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway, which took place April 25th, 2025 at approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern? Was that a yes, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, yes.
Very briefly, I'm going to ask for a quick pause.
Dumb bitch.
All right, turned out to be nothing. When a police captain calls you, you know, sometimes it might be important or related to something going on, and then sometimes it's just, oh, I didn't realize that you were in a giant murder trial. But this case, nothing happened. Please continue.
Classic Ferraro. Oh, Miss Smith, are you aware of how police were informed of the murder of Paul and Lucy?
There was a text from Fear's phone. It was like, will you find them? And then there was a bunch of different locations shared from the phone.
You said it was from Fear's phone. Was this her state-given phone number?
Yes, her personal government registered phone.
Can you describe the condition of Paul and Lucy's body on the scene?
Showing up and gutted, emulating John DeBane's painting The Corpses of the Delbit Brother. They were also both decapitated, and their organs were removed. Paul's organs were in the pool. Lucy's organs, except for her, there's no delicate way to say this, female sex organs were in the pool as well, I believe. Organs were missing, sex organs.
Were their heads ever recovered?
Lucy's head was recovered at La Fuena Blanca. It was thrown through the window.
And how about Paul's head?
I'm unsure if that was recovered.
You said they were hung up. How were they hung up?
They were hung up like upside down with handmade rope.
Were their bodies left by anything specific?
They were by a pool, and they were also by 17 Matryoshka dolls that were filled with animal hearts and potentially eyeballs. I'm not really sure if those were painted on or animal. It wasn't clear.
Was there anything missing on Paul or Lucy's body?
Lucy's phone was missing. I think her ID was missing as well, and I think Paul's driver's license might have been missing.
And was there anything of note found on Paul or Lucy's body?
Yes, Robert Scott's phone was found on Lucy's body.
Now, the animal parts which you have stated were used in this scene, can you describe the condition of these animal parts?
They were slightly chilled, like they'd been transported in a cooler box.
And was there anything on scene to indicate how these animal parts might have been stored?
There were bloody outlines of cooler box, like I think there were multiple at various locations on the scene.
Was there anything on scene to indicate another person other than Paul or Lucy being on that scene?
There was yellow hair. There was blood, which matched to Fear's DNA. There was also 2 sets of footprints, but they had like the same stride pattern, even though they were slightly different sizes.
This yellow hair, did you confirm whether or not this DNA went to anybody specific?
I believe it was tested. To the best of my knowledge, it was tested and belonged to Fear.
And to clarify, you said that Fear's blood was also on scene? Any point did Fear indicate to you as to how her hair and blood were on the scene?
Yes. When we interrogated Fear, she stated that her brother forced her to help mutilate Paul and Lucy. She also stated that she was forced to kill Paul, and that she had been on the scene of this and also presumably Robert Scott's murder, as she said that she was very rarely apart from her brother during the time she was allegedly kidnapped.
To the best of your knowledge, has Fear ever expressed an interest in the arts?
Yes. She talked about when she was in school, she was the more artistic one, and she was always very interested in art and things like that. She also mentioned to Mecca Rain at one point that she was interested in art.
Did she ever mention to you any interest in hunting?
Yes. In addition to her many publicly available Twinsta posts about hunting, she told us that she grew up hunting. She was taught to make snares by her father, that she spends quite a bit of time out in nature doing that. Right.
You're okay. Now, we've spoken a bit about Fear's home life and her originating from North Carolina. And this interrogation that you speak of, did Fear ever speak about her involvement in any careers?
When she was back home, she used to be a mortician. It was a family owned business on the Black River. She said that she worked there. At first, when she was younger, it was in more administrative capacity. But then, as she grew older, they made her work more and more hands on in the mortuary itself. She stated that they used to stitch eyelids and also expressions into people's faces at this mortuary. She also stated that she has done reconstruction work to a degree, or at least assisted with reconstruction work, and that her skill level was such that with just a little bit more training, she could basically run her own mortuary.
Smith, we're going to move on to the incident in which Fear was located after her alleged kidnapping. Smith, are you aware of the incident in which Fear was found on April 26, 2025 at approximately 8:30 p.m. Eastern? Could you repeat that for us?
Yes, I am aware.
Where was Fear located?
She was found in the same kind of in construction site that her blood had been found in previously.
Was there any evidence on the scene which could be connected to the previous murders?
Yeah, there was a knife, a hammer, and an axe, which had blood coming back to Paul Jones, Lucy Calloway, And there was Fear's DNA. I'm not sure if it was her blood DNA or other DNA. There were doxycycline syringes, which are medical supplies. There was Lucy Calloway's mobile phone. Robert Scott's ID papers were in her wallet. Lucy Calloway's ID papers and driving license, as well as Paul Jones's driving license, were found on the scene near her body.
You spoke about the use of victims' phones to contact loved ones, 911, and to make Twinstas. Were there any fingerprints on Lucy Calloway's phone?
Lucy Calloway's phone was wiped clean.
Now, Fear, having alleged to be one of the victims and having her own phone used, were there any fingerprints on Fear's phone?
Yes, there were fingerprints on Fear's phone. They only came back to Fear.
Had her phone not been wiped clean?
It was not wiped clean, no.
Was there any other evidence on scene which had been tampered or cleaned?
There was a broken syringe. Nothing else really seemed cleaned. Like, there were bloody weapons just kind of laying there.
Now, the weapons which were found on scene, could you specify if any DNA was found, whose DNA?
Yes, DNA on the weapons came back to Paul Jones, Lucy Calloway, and Fear Phospholate.
Did Fear have anything of note on her person?
Robert Scott's ID was in her wallet. Not sure what else she had in her direct possession, but it will be documented. Weapons were on her person as well. They were either on her person or directly near her, one of the two.
And Fear, could you describe the condition she was found in?
She had some shallow cuts. They were later determined to be self-inflicted. Some of them had been sewn back up in a way that suggested she had done the sewing herself. But she was unconscious at the time that we found her.
Was she restrained?
I don't believe so.
The location in which she was found, to the best of your knowledge, did the police have to force entry?
No, it was an open construction site.
Was Fear ever transported after having been found?
We took the EMT and we documented her hair color and her shoes there.
And upon waking up in the hospital, was Fear ever questioned or interrogated?
Yes, we had a interrogation with her the night she woke up at Sandy, the sheriff's department.
Anything of particular note within this interrogation that you have not yet mentioned here?
I'm sure there was a lot. So in this interrogation in specific, she told us a story about a kitten, and she claimed that like she had taken the blame for this kitten mutilation, and then later Buzzbros got an article saying the opposite, like that her brother had always been blamed, and I don't know, it was odd.
Oh my God,
Now,
Gus is so
you described them, the animals which had animals inside of them. Could you remind me of how you described them?
It was like a Matryoshka doll, but in texts, they were described by Fear as she was pregnant with animals.
This theme of pregnancy, did this come up at all in the interrogation when she was questioned?
Yeah, her sister had been pregnant and had died, been murdered. Second interrogation, Fear told me that she didn't ask for permission to get pregnant. That her sister didn't ask for permission to get pregnant.
Do you know the circumstances of the death of your sister?
She was murdered. She was found mutilated in the family mortuary.
Do you have any indication as to who murdered her sister?
We don't have solid evidence, but all signs seem to point to Fear being the one that did that, including the fact that she mentioned a trip back home around the time that that murder occurred.
Thank you, Miss Smith. I am now going to move on to the attack on Micah Rain. Are you aware of the attack on Micah Rain, which occurred on May 3rd, 2025?
I'm aware.
And what was the extent of your involvement in this incident?
I was in the room with Wesley when he got a phone call, and Micah Rain was on speaker on the phone call, as well as an individual claiming to be Sam. I responded to the actual Sisyphus Theater as well.
And for clarification, this person who identified themselves as Sam, had they had any contact with officers in any other regard?
It was the same person that had been using burners pretty much throughout this case. I'd also had a previous phone call with them on a different phone. I do not remember. I think it was on Fear's phone. Yes, Fear called me from her phone using the same voice changer as and the same exact pattern of speech as was done in this locker room conversation. Very distinct pattern of speech and a very distinct voice changer.
And were there any other instances of individuals using voice changers contacting the police?
Yeah, victims and the police. They called Wesley, they called Bree, called somebody else, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Like, been documented who. Oh, yes. They also called Etta Hawthorne from 2 different burner phones, asking her the same question, had her hearts. The first time they asked her, it was just general taunting. They asked Kiki Pendragon the same question from the same burner. And then the second time was when Brutus was being mutilated. Brutus the dog, they called Etta, and they were asking her the same question again, heads or hearts.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. No further questions for this witness.
All right. Does the defense have a cross-examination for Officer Smith?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Where's that goddamn podium? Right. All right. Got it. Thank you. Is the microphone working? Am I talking into that?
Yep, we can hear you.
Thank you. Officer Smith, do you recall the date that Fear photosynthesis? I apologize. I have audio, like Braille text-to-speech here. I'm gonna get my client's name wrong a bunch. The date that Fear went missing to the date that Fear was found?
She went missing on the 20th. I know we found her about a week later, but I do not know the exact date.
The Stacy Recht incident where messages were going to them from Fear's phone. It's not occurred during the time period that Fear was missing and kidnapped?
Sorry.
Doris Daisy Drews.
Can you just repeat that question with the right victim's name, please?
So, Doris Daisy Drews. She'd explained, and as you saw in your investigation, messages came from Fear's phone to her fiance. Did these messages come through during the period of time that Fear has been missing and kidnapped?
I'm going to object at this point to scope. At no point did the state bring up the incident involving Doris Daisy Drew.
Buttle? The time that Fear had been missing, it was brought up multiple times during their line of questioning, especially with the phone use and Fear's text messages. So this is kind of imperative information to have on the record that these texts were coming while they were missing and could have been incapacitated, kidnapped. It is not clear what happened during that time.
Let me consult with the panel. All right. The panel, or rather my co-panelists, are split on whether this is within or without scope. On the one hand, yeah, we haven't heard any testimony from Officer Smith about Miss Drew. However, we did hear lots of testimony about Fear being kidnapped. Were this a mainland courtroom, I believe a scope objection would probably be sustained on this one, specifically because whilst the context of Fear's kidnapping would be within the scope of argument here, just merely running headfirst and asking, well, was Drew texted while she was kidnapped? Probably not going to fly. Probably would need to set up some additional foundation leading into it. In this particular case, so that I'm not here for 5 years, I'm just going to let this one slide. I could force you to ask, 2 or 3 foundational questions to build up to and kind of, open up the scope into asking about all that, but I don't want to be here for 5 years. Officer Smith doesn't want to be here for 5
Faraday.
years. At some point, Franklin would have to go and buy cat food for Gus.
How dare
You know, let's not
How
belabor the point here. So I'm gonna go ahead and
dare
overrule
you?
the scope
How
objection.
dare you?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay.
Officer Smith, would you like me to
It's
re-ask
out
the
of my
question?
system.
Please.
So, according to your investigation, during the time period that Fear was declared missing, does not correlate with the time that messages were sent from Fear's phone in the Daisy Drews incident.
Let's rephrase that.
During the time period that Fear was missing, does this not fall in the timeline of where messages were sent directly from her phone to Daisy Drews, or Daisy Drews' fiance, whatever?
I don't believe Fear's phone was used to contact Daisy Drews' fiance.
In your investigation, the MO of the killer, they always will use the phone from the prior victim to either contact or put on the body of the next victim. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the timeline of
Most of the time. There were a few exceptions.
in the timeline of events, was Fear not taken prior to the Daisy Drews incident?
Fear was taken prior to that incident, yes.
Then Fear's phone being used to contact the victim would fall in the MO of the Hills Butcher, correct?
The phone that was used also fell in the MO of the Hills Butcher.
Now, in regards to what you were discussing in Jilly Markovitz's death scene, find nothing else on the scene of that crime that would point to any other individual being there at the time of that death.
Markovics?
I could trim it down for you if you like. Was there any blood of any other individual found on the scene of that crime?
Not sure. Scene of Jilly's crime? I don't know.
Your Honor, would this be a situation where we would allow to reference her notes or the MDW for this particular question?
Yes. Yes. You're gonna have to tell me what the report number is, though.
Report number is...
I'm gonna be so for real.
Oh, I gotta minimize.
I don't know if maybe it's because they do think she's guilty, so they're not putting work in, or if they're just in over their heads, or what.
49081.
Yes, that would be it.
Like.
Okay. And what are we referencing here?
There are 2 distinct blood samples found on the scene.
Oh, this
one,
is the Jilly
obviously
one.
from the victim, Jilly Markovich. And there's
he is not
a
about
second
to-
blood sample
He's not about to.
for a Sydney Martin.
Oh, that blood wasn't found on scene. That blood was found,
That's wild.
God, that's so fucking
okay,
funny.
so this was down on Great Ocean Highway. Hold. Blood was found up on, Pendragon. It was, I'd say, half a mile, maybe a little bit more from the scene. The only reason it was deemed even slightly relevant of inclusion was because that
Goddamn.
road had a little bit of an overlook, potentially.
That's so fucking
It was
funny.
not on the actual scene.
What was the decision to include it in the report for being on the scene?
It wasn't on the scene. It was found on Banham Canyon.
God,
it was
it's so
included only because Banham Canyon is one of the next nearest roads to Great Ocean. Not on the scene.
And why were you investigating, like, over by that road in regards to that scene?
because geographically it's above, and you could potentially look for cop lights and things like that on Great Ocean, but it wasn't really close enough to have an actual view of what was going on. Kind of casting a wide net.
In regards to Jilly's ID being found along with the other IDs, when was that found again?
So Jilly's ID was found, I think that was found on 420 in the trash can.
And does that correspond with the day that Fear also went missing?
Yes.
God, that was so
the day that
funny.
they went missing.
Every time I saw that Sydney's DNA
Regards to
was
all
in
of
that
the
report,
scenes
I
of the deceased
knew
individuals in this
they were
case,
gonna bring it up.
Were there any
I knew
signs
it.
of struggle?
Well, why? Who is this person, and why are they not involved at all?
Some of them,
Because it was
unclear due to the
hours
degree of
old,
mutilation.
bro.
There was clearly a sign of struggle in Robert Scott, but he was off pattern in a lot of other
It was
ways.
so
as
far
well.
away. It was so far away. She was there to pick up an MFD.
And with Robert Scott, do you recollect that there was a note found on the victim's body? What that note said?
Something like fear will learn fear and a bunch of other things along that line.
In your experience as an officer, do you typically find that criminals would leave notes with their own name on them behind at the scene?
City, yes. City, they twinsta 311 after they do this shit. So yeah, quite often criminals will link themselves to murders or other crimes intentionally. I mean, even just recently we had someone directly telling us that they did a murder. So yes, in this city.
Goddamn vlogs. Okay. Now, in regards to any of the scenes, was there ever an eyewitness who could place fear at the scene at any of these crimes?
Yeah.
What scene?
Sure, on scene.
Her own scene?
Yes.
I mean, in regards to the scenes of the death of any other individuals aside from Fear's own scene of being a victim.
I mean, Fear told us herself that she was at Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones's murder and that she murdered Paul Jones.
Were there ever any murder weapons discovered on Fear's possession?
There were 3 weapons with victim's blood found in her constructed possession in the same room of the house she was in.
Now, that is the case where you have documented that you believe all her wounds to be self-inflicted.
Yeah, that's what the medical report said.
But I'm listening to the audio of my questions here.
Oh, he recorded his questions. How nice.
The date of where the MDW messages were sent from Fear's MDW, was that during the time period that Fear had been missing?
When the profile pictures were changed?
Yes, for the victims.
That was during the time that Fear was allegedly kidnapped / missing.
In regards to the questioning of Micah Rain, was Micah questioned immediately after getting out of surgery?
Bitch, I will kick your chair.
No, because she was a nice
How dare you?
That was my
When,
appetite.
when Micah was questioned, they appear to have a fully clear and coherent memory of the events of her attack.
When I questioned Micah, she was clearly still very shooken up and traumatized by everything that had happened. A lot of details were fuzzy, as is common in cases of traumatic events. She had just got out of the hospital when I spoke to her.
propofol in your system affect your coherency when being questioned?
Doctor.
Now, in your interrogations with Fear, Fear had openly admitted to recently seeing her brother. Is that correct?
Yeah. She stated that she had been with her brother, who she conveniently could give us no identifying details or state ID or government name of.
So, if her brother was in state and he was under an alias, as you had reported, did you have a list of aliases that you would be checking for her brother?
There were no aliases that she could provide at the time that we asked. She did not know. She stated that she did not know any names that he was going by other than potentially Sam, and despite the fact that she also stated that she saw him talking to multiple people. She also gave us his name and the spelling of his name and the special character used in his name, and we were checking that, and there is no one by that name that was registered in the state of Los Santos as of 2 days ago. I have not checked today, but I'm pretty sure that would remain the same.
You've gotten a passport under any name, essentially, that you just didn't happen to have checked. Is that correct?
I have no idea how the passport system works. Ask a passport official.
During the interrogation, did you find Fear to be cooperative?
Oh no, she was clearly hiding things. Like, she was clearly, like, not telling us the full truth.
But she did tell you that she had been forced under duress to assist her brother in the Lucy Calloway murder. Is that correct?
She claimed that she had been with her brother for pretty much the whole time that she was gone, and that encompassed 3 different murders. She admitted under direct questioning to being involved with both Lucy Calloway and Paul Jones, also admitted to helping mutilate them and to murdering Paul Jones. So supposedly with her brother at the time that Micah Rain was attacked. So Daisy Drews was attacked, not Micah Rain. My mistake.
When questioning Micah Rain, she said that Micah Rain had cited she had heard multiple voices when she was being attacked.
So that would be because she was on speakerphone. So Fear and her Sam guys had put the phone on speakerphone and was talking to myself and Officer Pines over the speakerphone. I took some notes at the time, and things were said about like how the father had died of cancer, which is something that Fear's father died of, and how that's not a very artistic death.
During interrogation, do you recall what Fear's responses were to you inquiring if she committed the art scenes / murders?
She seemed to have a pretty visceral reaction to some of them, but not in like a aversion way, more in a... She started talking about how she had migraines and how her head pounded sometimes. She seemed a little bit fascinated by some of the victim photos we put up. Said that if she was murdering people, it would be very artistic. That wasn't the exact quote, but it was something like, she is more artistic than her brother ever was.
Recall her saying murder is not my forte?
I don't. There was a lot of conversation.
Information that Fear provided during her interrogations ever followed up on?
Yes, we tried to find this supposed brother figure. We found absolutely no evidence of him occurring. We did what we could to look into the North Carolina stuff, but that being so far out of the state and any statute of the state, there wasn't much follow-up that was available other than, like I said previously, she told us a story, and she told it twice, about how when she was 13 years old, She had a kitten, and her brother murdered and mutilated the kitten. A little bit later, there was an article that was sent to Buzz Bros from the same newspaper that sent us an article about her family being murdered and she being the last one left alive, that said that she had never been blamed for that kitten mutilation and that she had always been clear of guilt.
While discussing this with Fear in the interrogation room, did she ever show any signs of violent or aggravated reactions?
Yes.
Or did she remain calm?
She got very aggravated and very agitated at multiple times throughout the second interrogation. When we were being a little bit less cordial with her, she started slipping into the same pattern of speech that we have heard on the phone from Sam at multiple points. She also, like I said, told me in a very aggravated tone that her sister had not asked her permission to get pregnant.
I mean more in signs of
That's
like,
so
did she stay relatively still, calm the whole time, or did she get frustrated and move around and start lashing out?
She multiple times had to take a break during the second interrogation because her head was starting to hurt.
So would that be a no for agitated responses?
Call that agitated. Oh, she also got. Well, no, I don't actually want to talk about that in open court.
Good.
Never mind.
Moment to refer with my co-counsel, Your Honor.
Warrant. All right, Miss Thorns, do you have some questions for Officer Smith?
Officer Smith, are you a linguistics expert?
I am very experienced with linguistics when it comes to forensics.
You combine these expertise.
Sorry.
You
Make sure
come
to
by
keep
these
your mouth
expertise.
open, Miss Ophelia.
Sorry.
I come by these expertise because I
Yes.
have well over 7 years as a detective, including multiple serial killer cases.
So you have no qualifications in linguistics.
Of well over 7 years as a homicide detective with a specialty in serial killers.
Responsive. Do you have any linguistics qualifications?
Objection. We're badgering at this point. The witness has answered the question. Ophelia feels that she does not like the answer. It does not mean it's not an answer.
Answer the question.
Can plead the fifth.
I'm gonna overrule that objection. She has answered the question. Now, whether 7 years as a homicide is actually linguistic qualifications, that's for the court to decide. But as far as Officer Smith is concerned, she believes that 7 years as a homicide detective with a specialty in serial killers constitutes qualifications in linguistics. But again, ultimately, that's going to be a fact for me to decide. So we don't really need to belabor the point here.
You mentioned that we should ask a passport officer or official about passport law, how they work. Did you seek out a passport official to ask them whether someone could get a passport under an alias?
If you find me one, I'll ask him.
You seek one out.
I don't think the passport officials really check their texts or emails or Twinstas very often. It's not readily available for that kind of inquiry.
Oh, you didn't reach out. What to say?
I'm going to, again, object to badgering. The answers the witness has given have obviously implied that she did not reach out to whomever a passport expert may be in the city.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain that one. It's pretty self-evident the answer to that question is no.
You've mentioned you had interviews and interrogations with Fear. Have interviews or interrogations with other individuals?
In general,
More specific. Did you have interviews or interrogations in police with other individuals?
can you repeat that? You kind of missed a word there.
Did you have interrogations with other individuals?
Created a lot of people.
Name some of those people.
I'm going to object at relevance to save the court's time here. I believe what Ms. Smith is getting at here is that this question is not specific as to the murder, but it's just asking in a general sense if she has ever interrogated anybody. We ask that the counselor rephrase to be more specific.
Yeah, I'm not entirely... I see where you're coming at with this one. I do think you need to be a little more specific with this question. Like, are you referring to...
Be more specific.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you interview or interrogate anyone else you may have believed to have been a suspect?
Suspect is a strong word. We did interrogate 2 persons of interest.
Those interrogations in evidence on the docket?
I believe one of them is. The other one, there were some corruption issues with the
I know it's 10
reporting.
o'clock, but defense is putting me to sleep. I might actually grab an energy drink.
If there's some of that missing, are there other reports missing from the docket?
No.
Sure of that?
We did everything that we could within the window that we had to provide as much information as physically possible in this case.
I will pass over to my co-counsel now.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna get an energy drink. Jesus. I'm trying so hard not to yawn, but it's like so difficult.
Bird,
Yeah.
I think you're struggling talking. Tap that mic a few times. There you go. You got it.
I'm dying.
You lost the use of your eyes, Bird. Don't lose your mouth too. You need that to be an attorney.
Oh my god.
That he's blind?
Sort of. You sort of need that to be an attorney. You could use like hand signs or something.
Oh my
Is that any
god.
better?
Yep.
Yeah, eyes not working good, voice not working good. Sorry. So in your 7 years expertise with serial killers and your experience with their linguistics, would it not be uncommon for a family member or a close friend or someone associated with them to try to speak back with them in a way that would resonate with them, in a lingo that they would understand when pleading with them?
Oh, that's not really common. It's often, if you imitate somebody else's pattern of speech, especially when they have a deranged or unusual pattern of speech, it's usually seen as mocking rather than sympathetic.
Well, could it not also be considered mirroring for somebody as a way to resonate with them?
Usually, like, especially in the case of something in text, that mirroring is very, very uncommon. It would be more common kind of like a verbal environment than a text-based environment.
I think that's all you've been up there long enough. That is all I really have for you, Officer
Oh
Smith.
my God.
Thank you for your time. I
Here
greatly
we go.
appreciate it.
I know it's 10 o'clock, but
We're done
Jesus
with our
Christ.
questioning with this officer.
All right, Franklin, do you have a redirect based on that
so
cross?
long
or
with her.
A single redirect, Your Honor.
A single redirect.
Miss Smith, you brought up
Ugh.
in your testimony against Bird and Ophelia that Fear claimed she had migraines with an interrogation. Is there any evidence in this investigation which would indicate the murder suspect having a similar issue?
I can't see. Yeah, they also talked about their head pounding, beating. The only way to stop that being murder. A lot of things about my head hurts or head hurt make it stop. That was a very common motif
right.
throughout this investigation.
I remember now.
Thank you.
Someone
No
mentioning
further
that the
questions.
VOD expired. Isn't this like not even the first trial where that's happened? Oh.
And defense, do you have a recross based on that singular question?
Something,
no, Your Honor.
and now I forget. Oh,
All right, then, Officer Smith, you may finally step down.
trying to get a better view of the picture.
Probably
but
the
it
longest
seems to
questioning
be
we've had of a
looking.
singular witness. That was almost an hour.
That's a new record, yeah.
Oh my God.
You're welcome. Speaking of that, Your Honor, can I ask for like maybe a 5 to 10 minute recess for anybody who might need to use the bathroom, get food, etc.?
Sure, let's all take.
God, I'd love to stretch my legs.
High five.
Let's take a nice solid 5, and we'll reconvene at
As much as I would love to switch
30.
Wait, Franklin, may I say hello to the Gus?
But it'll be fine.
Mood, Gemma, mood.
Hello.
You're not next. You're gonna
Go
be
up
after
and buy some
Wesley
more
and
food. Do you need some?
I love you.
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, I'll be back way before that.
Yeah.
Wait for Franklin to see if he wanted
Okay,
to
I'm just gonna go
You are such
hide
a
in the
good
hallway
boy.
upstairs.
They're wearing the frisbee hat, so maybe.
As aggressive with them as I was, I see a weakness and I have to strike.
I'm not worried about your direct questioning.
You were vicious up there.
You kind of
You're asking
savage.
stupid questions.
I love you.
Yeah, helped them a couple times just because you're like, that's so dumb.
Sweet
It's kind of like.
He's a good boy.
nervous. I figured you have them.
The start change, like. Over on her side.
Yeah, good boy.
That's insane. That is.
Oh, now I have to get up or I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I don't cut the people on the balcony because balcony is just where you hit a good spot. But
Little adventures.
Say something to me, Wesley.
what was that?
You were saying something before we talked about
I'm
Ashley,
good.
Karen, James apart.
Oh yeah, I'm just nervous, but like I'm not worried
Keep
about
it
your
up.
direct
Yeah.
questions. I'm worried about their cross.
He's doing
like,
so
how I'm
good.
gonna-
All his little
I got you on
hikes.
trust. I'm not worried about it.
His diet.
Um,
He's doing amazing. You're doing such a good
it's gonna be
job.
okay. I've just never been a
You're
witness
such a good
before, so I'm
baby.
getting my work. I'm nervous a little bit. So.
Would either of you like to
Bubby.
take him out for a little walkie?
Yeah, sure.
Thank
You
you.
wanna go for a walk outside, baby boy?
Do we know if Pines is okay?
Yeah, we'll come right back. We'll get some fresh air.
That's right. Get there.
Hello, Kira.
You still haven't
Oh,
had a
pardon.
session at all.
No, of course I'm not.
Oh my god.
I should go, boy. Look, Gus, the
And-
sun.
Aw. I guess you don't jam in the summer games. I don't know what to tell you.
Hot soup issue 3 on sale now. Hot soup for sale.
Wanna run in the grass? Yeah.
The magazine.
Already have one, but thank you.
Oh, you have the same color as my hair.
Oh,
It's crazy.
yeah. This is Gus. Such a good boy.
Man, don't kill that cat.
What? Wanna go say hi to everybody at the food truck?
Hello. Hello, kitty.
We're a little shy over here, though, so we gotta be careful. What are you doing, Cleo?
Oh, hi, Cleo.
Is that you, Kiki?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, one sec. Does that help? Gus, you want some fish? I asked your dad. He said it's okay. Yeah. I'll get you some fish.
Why is there an elf with a bat?
Why is there an elf with a bat?
Driving.
Say hi for you.
Gus is a very good boy. He's very gentle, Miss Cleo.
Oh, hello.
If the fence puts me to sleep, I'll like. Well, apparently they're already resuming. I'm gonna get you your fish first.
quick.
Don't worry. Oh, you don't have any? Oh no. What do you have?
We have case love pork and the sausage roll.
We can do the sausage roll instead. Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't want to get called to do other shit when I'm watching a
Does anyone else need food while I'm getting food for Gus?
There you go, it's on the tray.
I could probably use like a combo.
Do you need
Yeah,
a
I'll
menu?
take combos on.
Sure thing. Anything specific? Or just
I
whatever?
just get 2 things to eat and drink. Whatever's easy,
No
baby.
problem.
Uh-oh.
She's running.
The truck is trying to kill you.
I'm gonna go
The hatch is lowered over your head.
Oh no.
Oh no. Braids will protect me.
Ah, yes.
Braids will
The rotisserie chicken will protect her.
Yeah.
What's your state ID?
4147.
Yeah, sweet boy.
Oh, such a strong burn.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Facing in this one. Are y'all scared of each other?
Huh?
And once I'm done, I'll come give you some pets too, Mr.
In front of me, and I ain't trying to be very close to a cop like that.
I'll probably just bring it inside for him
Sandwich,
to eat.
like an Oreo.
Oh no. Oh no.
You feel
What's
squeezed
up?
in the middle, sir?
You want to carry the sausage
Going
inside
for
and then
box,
we can
going
eat
for
when we get in there? Good boy.
Okay.
Do it.
Good.
Don't do it.
I do appreciate you keeping the extra space, though.
Oh yeah. That's the respect thing, you know.
I got your last drink brewing right now.
Gosh.
You want to go say hi to Kira?
Hi, Gussie.
There you
Oh,
go.
Gussie
it's all
man.
on the tray.
Thank you so much.
Angel.
Hi. Did they feed you today? They're not making you
Oh, I'm getting him food
starve.
right now.
Yeah, you're getting food today, of course.
Hi, Ivy. So can I
You
get
caught anyone in the
a
second breakfast?
sausage for Mr. Gus? And then can I get a 3 and 3 of just whatever?
Okay.
Hi,
no
my love.
problem.
I believe you.
Do you want to take orders and I make Ivy?
Totally. Never get
Or
second
you
breakfast.
you can charge if you want.
You sure I don't want to take over for you?
No, no, you're fine. You can charge. Charge her for a Barrio jig.
Yeah.
Gus?
Yeah, I got a 3 and 3.
Is a Gussie.
I swear the animals get treated better than everybody else.
It's because they're just little guys.
Really nice to my canines.
Was it a 3 and 3, Ivy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How much is the 3 and 3?
It's.
Seeing
And I'm sorry.
I
Oh my God, I'm
attorney,
blanking
that's
on his
fucking
name.
crazy.
Which one of the canines is the one that's like the
180.
super dark German shepherd? Is it not a shepherd?
There's 2 of them.
Who?
The really black.
It's like
What's
completely,
your
yeah.
state ID
yeah.
again?
It is
Uh,
13935.
So we have 2 of them. They're actually sisters. It's Kojak and
Gus eats for free.
Might have been Pyro. I don't know which one was with Stevens yesterday. Which one was with you guys yesterday?
We had Kojak.
Oh, okay. Kojak being super verbal
Food's
yesterday
on the
about wanting a
tray.
chicken patty.
Yeah, that's just husky things.
And I've got brews going for you guys, and then
Thank
the
you.
root cause is just the water.
They're starting again.
I
Alright,
can.
just
I think out
getting
of
our
all of
food
them so
there.
far, Loki's probably my favorite. That boy is a unit.
You ever have him in your He's not supposed to be a unit. He's a Doberman. He's just really fat.
Oh, he's not fat.
He's
He's
really-
very muscular. He's
Oh,
I
muscle
mean,
Kiki.
There
well,
is
I mean,
no
some of
muscle
it, some
that
of it
is
is fat,
fat.
but a lot of it is muscle.
I don't know.
Somewhere in
I
there.
think he's just fat.
Hey,
Why is there an
Yeah,
elbow
look
in
at
that?
I just have
Put
a
it
bat.
away.
I'm not gonna hurt it. Why did everyone think I'm gonna hurt people?
Oh, I didn't ask you
Making
to
sure
hurt
that you're
it.
not
That's
beating
why
anybody
you
with
had
a bat over there.
You're blowing things
What
out of
did I tell you?
proportion. I don't like that trash can.
What?
Okay.
Oh,
But what did I
man.
tell you outside the city hall? Just put it away, please.
Is
Stop
that the
pulling it
fashion
out.
hat?
baby.
Oh, good.
Yeah, your drink's
He's
almost
got you,
done,
buddy.
Gussie.
Here you go.
Listen,
Gonna hold on to that.
I just didn't like the look of the trash
Boy.
can.
And then we
I
can
don't
eat it
think
when
you
we
can't
get
be doing
inside.
stuff like that.
Why not?
There we
Because
go.
it's brandishing a
Everything else is
non-firearm.
on the tray.
And that's bad.
It's a baseball bat.
Thank you.
You
Appreciate
gotta go
it.
score a
I know.
touchdown.
But
Alright,
you're
well, here's
using
some
it in a
pets.
threatening manner.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh,
Here,
what's
I need you
I'm
charging
gonna
all
score
I don't want you to
home
go to
run.
jail again.
I don't like going to jail.
All right, Gus, let's go back to Daddy.
Bye, Gus. Thank you for the yarn.
Oh, I'm so sorry, kitty cat.
All right, we're coming back in. Well, you couldn't tell by the way he walks.
Gussie?
Yeah, it's Gus.
Hello, Gus. Hope no one's been feeding you anything.
Oh, I got permission to get him some food.
Good, good. Well, okay. Good, good. Well, enjoy your food, man.
Yeah.
And too many shoelaces.
Hello, do we need frisking again or are we good?
Hello. Yeah.
Kitty.
Gotta be safe.
Alright.
He looks like he was cuddling.
Gus, I got a frisk you.
Oh my goodness, just don't take his sausage.
Gus.
Thank you so much. You should be good to go.
I have to frisk you, Gus. Come on. Oh my god. All these fish. Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
What?
He's a captain.
That's
like
too
fish.
much fish.
No.
It's too much fish. Come on.
That's not nearly enough fish, I'm sure.
That's
Fish are
too
really
much
good
fish
for his coat.
one cat. It's like twice his weight.
I don't think it's possibly twice
Oh.
his weight. Oh. You got this.
Animals, which were stuffed into a Siberian section style incision that was in the abdomen area.
Animals inside of animals. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I observed the autopsy that was conducted by Mercy Schilling at Eclipse Medical. We kind of termed the death the Russian nesting doll murder. Numerous headless bodies kind of stuffed into each other, then was put into that cut that I mentioned in the abdomen.
Do you need food?
Now, in regards to Miss Harper's murder scene, were there any
Right,
other
I see.
animals found that stood out to you?
Yeah, there was quite a few of the clove-toe poisonous frogs that were kind of stabbed into the horns that were made a crown around the wolf head that was sewed onto Miss Harper's neck. Well as there was a trail of animal heads that basically from the driveway in the road back to where we found Miss Harper. That included, I believe it was a rabbit, it was one of the coyotes, and a double-crested cormorant.
Now, could you describe for the courts the status of these various animals when in consideration of their endangerment?
That question?
Absolutely. Could you describe to the courts the status of these animals when in consideration of their level of endangerment?
Yeah, so in my animal mutilation timeline, the full endangered species list, where I actually highlighted all 10 endangered species out of that wide list that were found. Outlined in that report, everything was in chronological order for animal-related charges, and that included numerous animals like the poisonous frog, the cormorant, the the brown-backed coyote, and the gray wolves.
God, he's so aggressively Boston.
Can you walk us through some of the scenes
Every time he
in
says
which
Happa.
you found animals harmed or otherwise mutilated outside of the murder scenes?
Objection, vagueness. Can we be more specific and not be here for 5 years?
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Or
I don't know if counselor is asking me to bring up specific scenes. I'm just looking for a general summation of any scene. Don't believe it's vague. I'm asking for something pretty specific here in regards to the animal mutilations.
I disagree. I think this is vague, and I'm going to sustain that objection.
Right, I can reword. Mr. Pines. Is there any particular scene in which animals were mutilated that stood out to you?
Yeah, there was a handful. There was one incident where we found skinned and headless animals hanging from rafters at the largest building at the old nudist camp. Outlined in that report as well of how we found everything from blood at a wolf's den all the way up to there. In addition, there was just numerous times where I found traps in front of wolves' dens and the like.
Approximately, and to the best of your knowledge, how many different scenes of animal mutilation were there?
So I believe in that timeline, there is 72 reports, or animal control reports that were kind of or lab reports that were companion, close to 50, and that is an approximate.
Did any of these scenes of animal mutilation share any themes with the murders of the victims?
Yes, there was a lot of headless parts that would then, or like organs missing, like hearts that we'd find from animals. You'd come across bunnies and or rabbits and mountain lions, coyotes, wolves, even, and that their hearts would then be found on different scenes.
And Mr. Pines, are there any specific things that you feel connect fear to the killing and mutilations of these animals?
Yes. As it was mentioned with Officer Smith, that I had contact with named Sam, which is the alias that Fia was going off of. And communicated with me. I went by the aliases Will to try to gain their trust. Throughout that, they included to me that they killed Stacy, that they killed Jilly, and also about wolf snares that were at Mount Gordo. I actually went up there one night during a operation, and then was directed by that individual via the burner phone to go to the spot where Jilly was murdered and look into a mailbox and get a laminated guide of how to make those traps. I had to say, I don't know where Jilly was murdered because I was trying to not let it be known that I was a law enforcement officer, and then was directed there.
Would anyone have had knowledge of the location of Jilly's murder who wasn't directly involved with this investigation?
No, they would not. That was not public information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pines. I appreciate it. I'm going to move on from this rather upsetting portion of questioning for the time being. I would like to now turn to Sadi Kai's attack. Mr. Pines, are you aware of the attack and kidnapping of former District Attorney Sadi Kai, which occurred May 1st and extended to May 3rd?
Yes, I was present for that statewide manhunt for her rescue on May 3rd.
Are you aware of how the police were informed of Sadi Kai's kidnapping and location?
Chief Detective Veronica Wilson was contacted by Sam in regards to Miss Kai being taken.
And what was the condition of Sadi Kai upon her being found?
She was chained to the floor. Her mouth was sewn shut. And I believe when they took her to the hospital that it was found that her Achilles were also slashed as well.
Did Sadi Kai inform you or any other officers of where she was when she was originally taken?
Yeah, in a conversation that she had with myself and Chief Detective Wilson, she said that she was taken from the porch of her primary her personal residence in Sandy Shores.
Do you have any indication as to any individuals who may have been inhabiting that area of the DA's office owned by Sadi Kai?
When we had interrogated Miss Phosphorate the first time, myself and Ashley Smith brought fear to the district attorney's office, like their satellite office that is in Sandy Shores, which is like 3 houses down from Miss Kai's personal residence. And we watched her use her key that she was given for her employment to get into the building.
Was there any evidence within the building to suggest that Fear had indeed been sleeping there?
We when we did search the office, I should say, it looked like somebody had been sleeping there, and there was also bands of blonde hair that were on a chair at the back part of the office. On that chair where it looked like somebody was sleeping.
Speculation.
A rebuttal, Your Honor?
Sure.
He is testifying to direct evidence. This is not speculation.
Buttle.
Yep.
They're saying that this is evidence of Fear's hair having been planted there. This hair was never tested. It's just a yellow hair that could have been for any number of individuals who had gone in and out of former DA Sadi Kai's office, as it was used as an office space, and they did meet with individuals there.
Rebuttal, Your Honor?
Don't need a rebuttal. Okay. The speculation objection is to a question that a counselor asks of a witness that asks a witness to speculate as to something that they would have no knowledge of. It is not an objection to a witness's statement. If you wish to counteract a witness's statement, you do that on cross-examination. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please continue.
Mr. Pines, did Sadi ever provide you with a description of her assailant? By you, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Did Sadi ever provide you or any officers with a description of her assailant?
She said that they had the very similar shoes or the same shoes as Fear. And then later, she actually did say in a conversation after that that it was Fear and did have a animal skull mask.
Did Sadi indicate whether or not she had a conversation with this individual?
Oh. Actually, I scratched that. Yes, they did have a conversation. Asked to use Asadi's access as the district attorney to delete reports, delete subpoenas, delete or change profile pictures.
And did Sadi Kai grant this access to the individual she identified as Fear?
No, she did not. He had told Fear no on numerous occasions from Sadi's statements.
Do you know what happened after she refused to give Fear this access?
She, Sadi was attacked, was asked if, I don't know the specifics, but was basically asked about the mouth or the foot. Claims that she said mouth, but her both mouth was sewn shut and her Achilles were sliced.
Was there any evidence found in relation to this scene outside of the scene itself?
Can you repeat that one more time? Sorry, it's really hard to hear.
You're okay. Was there any evidence found in relation to this scene outside of the scene itself?
Are you asking from when she was found?
So, the scene in which Sadi was found.
Okay.
Where was there any further evidence found in relation to her kidnapping aside from that scene in which she was found?
I was texted a clue from the suspect, to which the text, I believe it said clothing store quick as a rabbit, but rabbit was spelled incorrectly, and I do remember that. I told that over radio. Detective Meyer did go with Ashley Lockhart to go check up on multiple stores, in which they did find one that had a knife in the store.
Was there any DNA on this knife?
Yeah, so the knife was a bloody knife, and it came back once tested in the crime lab as a DNA match for Miss Kai.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. We are going to move on to the Daisy Drew attack. Are you aware of the attack on Doris Daisy Drew, in which it occurred May 2nd, 2025 at approximately 9 p.m. Eastern?
So I actually responded to that scene and helped document evidence.
Do you have any indication as to why this attack occurred?
I believe when we're looking through both on Twinsta and in our subpoenas, that we found that Miss McNabb and Fear had been with each other, and at one point, Fear had even referred to Daisy as that redheaded bitch. And like I said, that's discoverable.
Jesus.
Did Daisy give a description of the individual who attacked her to you or other officers?
It was a female in all dark clothing and had a mask on.
Do you know if Daisy was transported at all from where she was discovered?
I believe she was the last seen actually leaving this very courtroom, and then was found at El Barro Heights area. Transported from there to from here to there.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. I will now move on to the scene in which Micah Rain was attacked. Are you aware of the attack on Micah Rain, which occurred May 3rd, 2025 at approximately 10 p.m. Eastern?
Aware.
Do you know where Micah Rain was preceding the attack on her life?
She was working at the Vanilla Unicorn.
And are you aware of whether or not Fear was ever spotted at the Vanilla Unicorn while Micah Rain was working that night?
She was spotted by a few individuals, including Decker Gon, Ron Ripley, and herself. Talked to or seen Fair.
Is there any evidence that you have which could corroborate the claim that Fear was at the Vanilla Unicorn other than these eyewitnesses?
Eve, in the subpoena, there is a transaction for around that time that she was seen at Corn. And I do also know that they were noticed her with no mask and no face, but that she did look slightly different than her Twinsa profile.
Your Honors, could you put the image which is in the main docket, Vanilla Unicorn 70s Night Fear transaction, up on the monitor?
Slow down. Say that one more time.
Vanilla Unicorn 70s Night. Picture on screen.
Alright.
Main screen, turn on. Get signal.
It's on.
Mr. Pines, is this the transaction you were speaking of?
That is correct. That is the transaction.
And the bank account number, which is highlighted in green there, is that the one that belongs to Fear Phosphophylite?
Yes, it is.
Now, moving on to the attack. How were police notified that this attack on Micah Rain had occurred?
So there was an injured person call in the El Burro Heights area, and then I know that LSSD Lieutenant William Cole and Deputy, Oakley Knox responded to, and then myself and a few others did find out that seeing the Twinsta post of Daisy looking injured and bloody on Twinsta.
And what was your involvement as far as Micah Rain's attack?
Sorry. Repeat that question.
Absolutely. What was the extent of your involvement as far as the Micah Rain attack?
Rain attack. So I think I answered the previous question. I was confused, a bit nervous up here. I was answering that about a different attack. Sorry for the record on that one. For Micah Rain, she was on a phone call with her. I had got a phone call. Answered that with Detective Smith there with me. And it was Fear or Sam using the voice changer.
Were there any other individuals who witnessed this phone call that you had?
There was another woman on the line with the suspect, and then, like I said, Detective Smith was on the phone with me.
Do you have any indication as to who this other woman was on the phone call?
So I had asked Sam directly. They wouldn't tell me. They did say that something about dying in an autistic way, which kind of was like in line with like the comments of like death is beautiful that they've said to me beforehand. There was also a mention of cancer. I replied back, "Oh, so like your father, who died of cancer," as I was brought up in an interrogation. You can also see Detective Smith's full statement in the investigative report for the brief synopsis of that conversation.
Now, these comments about the dying in an artistic way and cancer, were these made by Sam or the other woman on the phone call? Could you repeat that for me, Mr. Pines?
Sam?
And the other woman on this phone call, did they say anything?
On asking what their name was, they were threatened that if they did, they were going to get hurt. Eventually, identified herself over radio. Basically, I was getting taunted for a while, and then identified herself. The call immediately ended after that.
Where did you find Micah Rain?
Sophist Theater.
And was there any evidence on scene where Micah was found which might indicate who had done this?
At the theater itself, not to my knowledge. I don't recall anything.
Was there anything on Micah's person which would indicate who had done this?
I guess so that she had multiple stab wounds. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. I am going to now move on to the mutilation of Brutus Maximus. Are you aware of the incident involving Brutus Maximus, the dog, in which he was found mutilated on May 4th, 2025?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you have any indication as to who mutilated Brutus?
Yeah, I believe it was Fia.
Are you aware of how Fear came into custody of Brutus?
Told by, I believe, a call from Sean Dean. I was given Miss McNabb's number, which then I called and confirmed with her.
And what did Miss McNabb say?
Seen Brutus get into a vehicle with with Fia, near the Ramathon on the Salt Flats.
Were there any other eyewitnesses to corroborate McNabb's statement
There
that
are no animals in here.
Brutus
but I can
got
do
into a
I can do
vehicle
a
with
pickup
Fear?
line.
Yeah, Dakota Vantino Black, I believe is how you pronounce that. That was also with Bree at the time.
This vehicle that was identified, is there a description that was given?
I was told it was similar to a habanero. Which I do know that came back in bank records that Fear had rented one at that around that time from the Ramathon rentals on the Salt Flats.
Are you aware of any evidence which was found on the scene of where Brutus was located, which would indicate that Fear committed these crimes?
The eyewitness testimony that we are in the statements that we had gotten, there was blood found on scene that matched Fear when it was tested at the MDW database.
Can you describe for us where this blood was found in relation to where Brutus's body lied?
I was found in the campsite, kind of near the base of Mount Gordo, where his leg was chopped off and he was really mutilated and attacked.
Thank you, Mr. Pines. No further questions for this witness.
All right. Does the defense have a cross-examination of... So are you Deputy Pines or are you Ranger Pines?
Pines. Senior Ranger Pines.
Pines.
Senior Ranger Pine. Yes, we have questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Here. Can everyone hear me all right? Doing good? Am I connected to the mic?
Sound good to me, Bird.
Thank you, Franklin. Load up my audio file here for Pines. I'm doing that. How you doing today, Pines?
I'm doing all right. Could be better. Could not have to be dealing with all these animal mutilations.
Are you liking living in my house?
I do stay there time to time, yes, sir. My fiance lives with you.
You're a Boston native, is that right?
Correct.
Random icebreaker question, unaffiliated. What camp are you in? Is Karen Reed innocent or guilty?
Not guilty.
Ooh, so you're of the camp of negligence, police cover up, and corruption. I like that, Pines. I like that a lot. All right. Now, you were the main investigator on this case. Is that correct?
One of them, correct? Yes.
Well, exactly when your investigation began.
I
Fuck!
started
So many of the ones I want to
investigating,
use have been
animal-related
used.
crimes. I believe it was Valentine's Day, but this case specifically was a couple weeks later. I don't have a specific date for you.
Were there a lot of animal mutilations around that time in February?
Like I select one or two. One where I had charged an individual that's unrelated to this case with animal cruelty major.
You had a number of leads that you followed in this time, no?
Mostly just hunting related incidents.
Like a description of the offender of the animal crimes at this time that you were operating off of?
Be non-responsive, but can you elaborate?
At this point in time, were you just out there sort of looking to catch somebody in the act, or did you have any sort of leads or a description or a profile that you were working off of to find a suspect?
Mostly just piecemealing, finding things on patrol, through my basic enforcement. That we come across, you know, an animal here and there that maybe just didn't look totally without foul play, substantial.
Now, at what point did you begin to link the animal mutilations to the alleged Hills Butcher murders?
With the homicide of Stacy Recht, and then finding the mutilated, no, sorry, not the mutilated, the severed deer head down the road in San Crudo Grand Valley. I believe that's where I started to be like, that's really interesting. It's very close. It's very similar with the sawed off antlers. I also seen a couple of other things with deers in the days kind of leading up to that, in the Chiliad wilderness. Kind of was like at that point, put something together of maybe I should make a little document about all of this and look into it further.
Something is in the general area, you could technically consider that as evidence of a crime that happened in close proximity to it. Is that what you're saying?
With how close and within it being within 12 hours of finding the deceased body of Stacy Recht, I was sure in my investigative skills that it was related. You don't normally come across antlers of a severed deer head that are sawed off that I had just seen 12 hours earlier at the homicide scene.
Would you know why it would be different when in regards to blood or DNA of an individual found within a street of a murder scene?
A bit confused by your question.
Yeah, I'm gonna object to big.
I can specify more. So, using what you had just explained for how you were connecting these animal mutilation scenes to the Hills Butcher scene, as we had been talking about.
I love
in
that they've
regards
just
to the
started
scene
making
for
fun
Jillian
of her
Markovich.
fucking name.
There was blood found within a street of that murder scene, correct?
Ooh, my knowledge, especially when you were questioning Detective Smith, I was not actually present at the homicide for Jilly.
Let me see here. Did you have a number of different suspects on this case, or did you just focus in on fear?
I'm going to object to scope here. I'm also going to ask at the conclusion of this objection if we can have like a 3-minute recess.
You have a rebuttal.
The recess? No, if he needs 3 minutes.
No,
Wait,
to
have
the
I?
objection.
It cut off a little bit, so I didn't hear what his objection was actually on this. Sorry.
Fuck!
Franklin,
Scope.
repeat.
It's too late. I've already sent it.
It's your
Objection was
favorite
scope.
Oh my
mouthwash.
God.
Scope.
Oh my god.
The Detective Pines is the lead investigator on this whole case. These scenes were brought up and mentioned in his questioning by Franklin. All this falls under scope in this case here, Your Honor, from the animal mutilation scenes to the murder scenes. This has all been discussed to death.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree and overrule this objection. Let's take 3 minutes. Let's all convene at 16.
Oh, I'm gonna stay here for once.
You need food or anything?
You got.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I can.
Thank you.
I'm so upset we're missing bingo night for this.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. What the fuck?
Thank you.
Franklin, do not apologize for someone else being a psychotic murderer.
Tell me what you were gonna tell me before, but then I got interrupted by some weird stuff out front.
Oh, Jesus.
Going on the hallway.
I think that's what. Another free?
Whoop, sorry. Franklin be like, scope. That's so good. Pines is Peter Griffin. Oh my god. As a born Rhode Island Islander, I take offense. Pines is Bostonian. He is a masshole. We are not the same.
What the hell, Roland? You're enjoying this. You're enjoying your
Oh
first
god. Oh man.
You have no idea how unlocked I am right now. I have written down half of what has been said.
I keep forgetting I put a dongle on my phone, so now I have the whole Boulevard app. Oh my god. Where is... there she is across the way. Who else do we have? Gemma, Choi, Piper. Okay. Who the fuck is that? Was that Chad? Team Rocket. Defense attorney's Joy is Pedro because he is an everything. I googled prospector judge and found that old guy for sharp. Van Dorst is Tonka tow truck. Franklin is a dog. Pines is Peter Griffin because the accent. Fear is fear, and the SpongeBob crowd is crowd. Amazing.
All right, we good, Your Honors.
Team Rocket because they're destined to fail. Get fucked, Bodon. You reading your cold pick? I don't even know where the fuck he is. Some of these cats just go places, and I don't know where they end up sometimes. Okay.
Yes. Although I would deposit a, you know, never mind. You already rolled.
Deposit? Franklin, you're in a courthouse, not a bank.
Posit. I just get the words mixed up because I'm dumb. The scope objection was originally to bringing up the other witnesses, or not witnesses, suspects. That was never questioned, but you ruled. I get the point you're making. It's about the investigation as a whole. We can continue.
All right. So, Wesley, do you remember the question they were asked?
no shot. I would need that repeated, please.
The substance of the question was, did you have any other suspects you were looking into over the course of your investigation into all these animal things generally?
Eaten people of interest, people who we thought might be related, yes.
Are we ready to continue?
Go ahead.
So following up on that, did you interview any of these other possible suspects?
I did not hear that after that.
Okay.
Can you repeat that?
Did you interview any of these other possible suspects?
Yes.
Can you name those other possible suspects?
I'm going to object to this. I don't really know what the objection here is, Your Honor, so I'm hoping you throw a bone. Some of these individuals have already had their lives put at risk. We have specifically asked to hob seal evidence that includes these individuals for that specific reason. And we would ask that if the counselors wish to explore this, they simply leave it to you to go through those sealed reports. Rather than dead naming them here.
But Franklin, my dear boy, what happens at trial to a sealed witness or a sealed report?
Okay, Your Honor.
No. Answer the question. What happens?
They're unsealed.
Yep.
Orf, orf.
So who are some of these other suspects you were looking into?
The two defendants that the defense has called today.
Not defendants.
No, just yeah, you're the defendant, Bird. It's the two witnesses that you called.
You meant I was just making sure to clarify for the record.
Understood.
So within the evidence you have provided to the docket, the interviews of Fear, but not the interviews of Alex and Ash. Why is that?
All right, can you re-say that again?
I'll shorten it. The interview/interrogations you did with Alex and Ash, why are they not in the evidence for this docket?
No, at least one is in evidence. I believe that, like it was also said by Detective Smith, that one of them had a issue, like a technical issue, provided. To the best of my knowledge.
Wait, hold on. Give us a second. I might just say from the bench, I don't really care about them asking the witness. If they've got issue with like Brady production, they should just like pull a sidebar and say, hey, we got
Wait, if they have issue with reading what? Comprehension?
this is just a waste of time. I mean, like, do they have a legitimate concern with like Brady, like evidence not being submitted? I get that, but like the witness. And why ask the witness and not the prosecutor? Like, I asked the detective that's on the case. It's up to the prosecutor to submit evidence. Yeah, hey, it's me. This is me objecting from the bench to particularly ask you, defense, what are you getting at here? Are you trying to basically question the credibility of the investigation that the CID and DPS have basically done, or are you actually are you actually like flagging up a serious, hey, that like a serious Brady concern? There's evidence that's material, exculpatory that's not been provided. Like,
In
so
order
which
to
is it?
translate for Van Dorst here, are you asking these questions because you are trying to allege a Brady violation on the part of the prosecution, or are you trying to sow doubt into the investigation and or show that there are other persons that could have been involved? Because if you're trying to raise a Brady issue, that's something that you wouldn't really question a witness for. That's something that we hash out in like a sidebar. But if you're trying to, cast doubt because, look, there's these other people who could have potentially done it or something, then yeah, that's questioning. Van Dorst is just concerned that you may be trying to raise a Brady challenge by questioning a witness, and that's not really productive.
It's just doing our job
No,
to show doubt,
yeah,
Your Honor.
we-
Not a
we
Brady
are-
violation.
No, we're bringing up the credibility of the investigation and the actions of the detectives in that investigation.
Gotcha. Okay, then appropriate questions. Please continue.
Moving on to something else. In your testimony earlier, that Sati Kai, in her statement, said that Fia was wearing an animal mask. I would like to direct your attention to the recorded statements of Sati Kai, where she says no such thing. You often get reports. Do you often misunderstand reports?
There were over 170 reports in this case. Tried to make myself knowledgeable on almost everything in this case, but nobody's perfect, including myself. So if I made a mistake, misinterpreted something from the report, it was not due in a malicious manner.
Okay, so you made a mistake reading this report. Continuing with the statements of Miss Kai, who was unfortunately not here to, further iterate on them. She does state 3 names and a possible 4th name that was not documented: Sam, Alex, Fear, and another name. How much further did you go to investigate the names other than Fear she gave?
The names that you mentioned, can you clarify that for me so I can properly
Sam, Alex, and, as was stated, another name.
Alex is sitting right behind Bird that you as a witness. So obviously we looked into that. We believed was Fia. The indication of, yes, we looked into things further. We obviously have as well.
Okay. Now going to the situation with is it Brutus the dog?
Yes.
The witnesses that told you about Brutus getting in the car with Fear, are you aware of them having any form of gang affiliation?
Objection relevance.
What the fuck does that have to do with it?
Did she just ask if the dog had gang affiliation?
What's her rebuttal?
It's bringing in to question the motives of the witnesses giving the statements that they did.
A re-rebuttal if needed, Your Honors.
Sure, let's hear a re-rebuttal on this one.
There has been nothing put forward by our side or theirs or anything available within this docket or evidence to suggest that there is any motive by 2 witnesses who were at a public event and saw Fear abduct Brutus to suggest that there is any relevance to their affiliation with gangs or anybody else or otherwise.
Rebuttal to that.
Let's do one more, why not?
things, including their affiliation and the actions that we're going to go into, was in fact brought up and stated in the final interrogation with Fear. In the evidence.
Hmm. I'm going to go ahead and overrule this objection. This is one where... Were we in a court elsewhere, using someone's, you know, criminal history and or gang affiliation to impeach their credibility for truthfulness is a fairly common thing. That kind of gets into the weeds of trial practice and procedure, though, so I think a simplistic way of emulating that is just to allow questions of this nature.
Do you want me to go ahead and answer, or do you want to repeat the question?
If you can remember the question, feel that answer, or I can re-ask it.
At the time...
Objection scope. Nothing involving the personal lives of the two witnesses of Brutus Maximus's abduction was ever brought into question. Second interrogation was never brought into question. The fact that they may or may not be gang affiliated was never brought into question. This is not within the scope of the questions I asked Wesley Pines.
Roland, go. They mentioned both of them already, how they were present, they were witnesses. They're trying to offer an alternative explanation. It's within scope. I mean, obviously, it's the same thing as last time, right? They've already, like, they've made a casual connection, but they haven't really built it up. I guess over in the mainline, like you said, would get sustained, but I guess over here it's very much a... Yeah, I mean, they made the casual connection. They can ask the question. Oh, back to you again.
All right, we've got a split panel. One saying yay, one saying nay. I'm going to overrule this objection on scope. And the reason why I'm going to overrule this objection on scope is because it was asked on direct questioning how Pines was aware that Brutus was kidnapped by Fear. And the answer given was because he got a call from Sean Dean and was given Bree McNabb's number, and then was called by Bree McNabb and spoke to her about it. And then the immediate subsequent question was, were there any other eyewitnesses that you were aware of? To which the answer was Dakota Valentino Black. So both of these individuals have been established on direct questioning as being the eyewitnesses that saw Fear get Brutus and get him into the car. So it is a fair question for defense to then undermine the credibility of those eyewitness identifications through attacking their character, trustworthiness, recollection, whatever it may be. You can't ask questions about who an eyewitness was and then deny defense the ability to ask questions to undermine that. So overruled. Go on ahead, defense.
Do you need me to re-ask this, Ranger?
Yes, please.
Okay. The witnesses that told you about Brutus getting in the car with Fear, are you aware of them having any gang affiliations?
At the time that I was informed of this incident, so that night, no, I had no. Basically, didn't. To be honest with you, I basically did not know who Miss McNabb was at all.
Made aware of any gang affiliations since?
Yes.
And that affiliation is?
The Death Omens MC.
Relevance, objection.
Rebuttal? This is building foundation of argument of the credibility and motives of the witnesses.
Rebuttal, Your Honor.
Sure.
She's established what she was trying to establish. They're gang affiliated. What gang that they're affiliated with is not relevant, pertinent to this case, or should be added onto record.
Let me ask you this, defense. Is this the last question in your line, or are you going somewhere else with this?
Going slightly somewhere else with this.
Okay. If you're going somewhere else with it, I'll allow it to continue, but I'm going to cut it off if it seems like it's spinning your wheels.
No, that's fine.
Ask the question.
What gang are they affiliated with?
They're a part of the Death Owens Motorcycle Club, which is a club.
Aware of any incidences of altercations between the Death Omens and Fear?
I think my witness is having
Less
trouble
fines.
understanding that question, so we're just gonna object to vague.
Oh God. Well, dogs are vague.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule that. It's not vague. It's a fairly direct question. I mean, look, if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, I guess I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay.
To my knowledge.
Let me refresh your memory back to the interview, the final interview. Fear gave her side of the story of that situation. Do you recall that story?
No, I don't recall. Can you please enlighten me?
I would object to the witness allowing the counselor to give statements and testify.
That's
So we're gonna put the answer to that question as no. Please continue defense.
Yeah, in fact, you said you don't remember the interview. That's fine. Are you aware of an incident where Fear was attacked and hospitalized in prison?
Going to use not gang related because it's an
Objection,
MC. Corey,
scope.
you should too. Oh Christ. Oh my God.
Building from the previous
I feel like I need to.
question.
I feel like I need to be playing this whenever defense is on.
Expand upon it. Link the two.
Rebuttal if needed, Your Honor.
On this one,
Oh my God.
we are now post arrest of Fear
Oh my God.
with this
So
question,
fucking
and there
funny.
has not been a single question on direct dealing with the circumstances behind the arrest of Fear or what happened afterwards. You're gonna have to give me a lot more to survive a scope
Jesus.
objection on this one.
I can make that question more blatant. Direct.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you aware of the Death Omens attacking Fear in the prison and putting her in the hospital?
I'm going to object once again to scope.
Yeah, see, here's the problem with the scope of that question. All of the direct questioning of Pines related solely to the investigation leading up to the arrest of Fear. You're trying to ask now a question based on what happened after Fear was already incarcerated. That's not really within the scope of the direct questioning.
Oh, God.
So I'm going to have to sustain that objection on scope.
Waiting for my time
Based
press because you have free
on-
coffee?
Testimony given
my
in
goodness.
the interviews about a confrontation between Fear and the Death Omens. Would it be fair to say that Death Omens may have an ulterior motive
Objection
to target
to
Fear?
scope. Objection to speculation.
Rebuttal. This is within scope because we brought up the incident in question in the evidence.
Oh my
This isn't
God.
speculation. This is asking his professional opinion on whether someone that's had an altercation with someone previously would have an ulterior motive for claiming someone did something.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm gonna overrule the scope objection. My panelist has a question. One moment. All right, so my co-panelist raises a good point. I'm actually going to sustain this objection on speculation, and the reason why I'm going to sustain it is because the witness here has already admitted that he doesn't remember that part of the interview at all. So if he doesn't remember that interview at all, then logically speaking, he wouldn't really be able to say whether the Death Omens may or may not have an ulterior motive because he didn't even remember that part of the interview. So he would necessarily have to speculate on that. And as I had said before, the speculation objection is for a question when you're calling upon the witness to speculate as to something that they don't have firsthand personal knowledge of. He's already denied he doesn't have firsthand personal knowledge of whatever altercation was going on with Fear and the Death Omens. So I'm going to sustain this one on speculation.
Fair enough. And I'm now going to tag in my co-counsel.
All right, Pons, I don't want to keep you up there much longer. I'm just going to try and get through the rest of these questions I have here for you, okay?
It sounds good.
Up my audio file. Within the evidence here, are you familiar with report number 52004, where Beef Malarkey had spoken to Ash Nuta?
Take a look at that report.
I'm gonna object to scope.
Not objection, rebuttal.
Sure.
Yeah, I've got.
He has testified that he did in fact view and or interrogate Ash and Alex here.
Rebut to this, Your Honor?
Sure.
They're specifically talking about a conversation involving, I believe, unless I'm misinterpreting James's question here, Beef Malarkey and Wesley. I don't believe that was ever brought up.
I am referencing it was conducted by Beef Malarkey, but it isn't the evidence here in the overall case.
Okay, so clarification from the court. The interview of Ash, which Pines referenced in his cross-examination as occurring, Beef was the interrogator during that? Is that what's going on here?
Oh, all we had submitted by the state for the evidence on it in regards to this was this one conversation. And I'm just looking to reference one thing about it, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the report?
52004.
Look at those for bullet. Judiciary.
Give me a second. Okay. Okay, so both Wesley and Ashley were, I mean, they're listed on the report, I guess, for notification purposes. And it was testified to that there was some kind of questioning of Ash. I think it's, I think it's within scope, but it doesn't appear that Wesley was actually involved in this at all. He was sort of notified of it. So, like, you're going to have to be very particular with your questioning here.
Your Honor, since if he is not familiar with it, I really don't want to draw it out. I'll withdraw my question.
Well, he didn't actually answer whether he was familiar with it or not. Is this a report that you've actually read?
Are you familiar with the Pines?
Sorry, no, I'm not. I'm not familiar with it. There was so many reports that I was tagged for notification purposes that this is not what I'm familiar with at all.
Every single one of them, like we did, Pines? Come on. All right, I'm going to withdraw that question. There was a lot of reports on here. At what point, what evidence had you collected that had put fear specifically and directly on your radar in this case?
I'd have to look back to my specific notes of what kind of fully led me to there. But she had been a person of interest for a while. In regards to some of her Twinsta posts, that kind of corresponded to some of the messages that had come through my burner phone with Sam. Knowledge that really only been known because of that.
Was Fear ever found to be in possession of any of these phones of numbers that were being communicated with by the killer?
Recall.
Was Fear ever to be found in direct possession of any weapons that were tied to any of murders or attacks of any of the individuals in this case today?
Direct possession, I don't believe so, but I know her found on scenes and such, including the Brutus situation, which I mentioned earlier.
Any witnesses that put fear directly at the scene of any of these murders or attacks, aside from the one based with Brutus the dog and her own attack?
Through the burner phone.
I apologize. I didn't quite understand what your response was there, Pines. Were there any eyewitnesses that put fear at the scene of any of these attacks, aside from her own attack that she was found at?
And the Brutus attack.
Brutus attack, thank you, Justice Joy.
She herself said that she was present and assisted in the murders of Paul Jones and Lucy Calloway. That is directly in the interrogations.
And did she explain that she was forced to participate in that scene for fear of her own life?
In that, yeah.
Any blood or DNA connected to Fear at any of these murder or attack scenes aside from her own?
I said the one for Brutus.
Activity ever considered to be an option in your investigation?
That. I fully hear your question, so can you please repeat that?
Remember to keep your mouth open, boys.
Was gang activity
Sean.
gang activity ever considered to be an option in your investigation?
No, it was not.
Did Fear provide to you directly any options or leads, or even express directly who the killer was?
I believe I previously said she tried to claim her brother was the one doing it.
And you did follow up on these leads, that's correct?
Yes, things were thoroughly investigated.
It's not also was Fear not also a suspected victim of the Hills Butcher themselves?
Briefly, but was also considered a suspect even she was recovered. She was placed in police custody even at that time.
Aside from the interrogations, did Fear ever call in to report any suspicious activity that was directly tied to this case?
Yeah, going back to the, I believe I'd have to look specifically, but it's either the first or the second, or roughly around there. And then my animal mutilations timeline, it's a situation where we actually encountered Fear near a scene. She called one in. We had also that day, then later on, had to educate her. We had a conversation to the pancake parlor regarding proper places to hunt.
That's all I have for my questions for you, Pines. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
One moment to confer. I really don't, unless there's anything that stood out to you that we need to pry into.
It would be reiterating my question. I'm afraid of what people would say.
Yeah, I don't. No redirect for this witness, Your Honor.
And Pines, you're done. Give me a step down.
Thank you very much.
Who's the next witness there, DuPont?
Oh, God. Oh, we're finally
The
done.
next witness for
Oh my God,
the
we're
state
finally moving on to
would
the next
be
one.
Dr. Patrick January.
Bless Pines.
Did you just close your eyes and spin in place and then say whoever it was that you saw first?
No, I didn't close my eyes.
What was with that little twirl then, huh?
Looking for somebody with red hair, and I started. Anyways.
Go ahead and swear him in.
Nope. Yep.
God damn.
Go ahead and raise the left hand for me.
It's so fucking funny.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Dayashi?
I do.
For a second, I thought they said Dione. I was like, wait, what the fuck? Oh, God.
Hi, Patrick. Could you state your full name and occupation in its entirety for the record?
I am Dr. Patrick January. I'm a trauma surgeon and forensic psychologist.
And before we begin, how much have you familiarized yourself with this case and with the reports within, including the medical and interrogations?
I'm
Hmm.
familiar with it.
God damn.
Okay. We are going to start at the beginning with the first murder victim, Stacy Recht. Can you describe the condition of Stacy Recht's body?
Every time they say that name, I fucking can't. Now that I just realized what it is. Oh no.
On scene or when it was brought in?
What the fuck just happened to Franklin?
Sorry, guys.
Franklin, are you okay?
You good, Ashley?
Gus, you okay? You need
Good,
help?
all good.
Oh, baby boy.
All right, I'm sorry, guys.
What just happened to him? Oh my god.
So the body was arranged in a statuesque manner, looking like it was offering a heart. This was done by stitching rebar rods to the arms to hold them in place.
God, that was so fucking funny.
The chest was completely cut open. The ribs were smashed apart. The heart was replaced, which later found to be a cougar's heart.
Oh god.
Like I said, there was rebar rods stitched to the arms to fix them in place. There was 4 antlers nailed into the skull, forming a crown. The face had a sad smile stitched into it, and a clean cut in the neck, which was what
Can we
was.
object to this?
What?
I don't mean any disrespect, but objection to the relevance on this. These things have already kind of been outlined. If we're just going to be reading from the report, do we really need to like ask detailed questions about all of the scenes if we're just going to reiterate information written down?
Happy to respond, Your Honor.
Sure. I'm also going to pretend that Bird objected to asked and answered rather than
relevance.
I did.
You said relevance.
No. Asked and answered.
Okay, there we go. All right, Franklin, what's your rebuttal?
This line of questioning has never been asked of this witness. This witness is an expert witness and has been established as an expert witness in the medical field. It is pertinent to this case to go over these details and ask the expert witness their opinion and their perspective. More than happy to break it up into the what about her face? What about her head? What about her arms? What about her torso? What about her hands? What about her feet? But for the sake of expediency, I would prefer to be able to just ask the condition of the body.
Okay, so for the condition of the body, like, are you is this a question basically just building foundation to go into something later? Is that what you're doing?
No, this is to, this is to establish quite literally the condition of the body, the scars, the damage, the decorations, in order to build foundation for the themes that are shared between all of the victims.
Okay, as long as you're using this to build some kind of foundation into later questioning, then I'll allow it. But if it's just to establish the condition of the body, you already did that with Officer Smith and the reports that were submitted as evidence. All right, go ahead and continue.
The knife wound to the neck was what was determined at the time to be the cause of death. A strangulation due to the knife wound.
Were there any apparent signs of a struggle?
There was not.
And was there anything specific about Stacy Recht's body that stood out to you that you had not mentioned so far?
No, I believe that's everything.
Moving on to Jilly Markovic, can you describe the condition of her body upon receiving her?
So her chest had been carved open with a blade. The heart was removed. The hands were sawed off. Needles were placed under the nails. There was rebar in her back. And again, an animal heart was replacing hers. Her mouth was, again, skillfully stitched to a sad smile.
What the fuck?
The chest was crushed,
Oh no.
and rebar was
Oh god.
stabbed into each of the deltoids with a coyote head mounted on each end.
And what was the cause of death for Julie Macrovic?
That would have been
That's your turret question
exsanguination
for
from
the
the
month?
severed aorta due to the stab wound to the back.
Christ.
Were there any apparent signs of a struggle?
There was not.
Let's keep
To Kayatani, can you tell me the condition of his body upon
looking to
receiving
make
him at the morgue?
There's not like
Objection.
Weirdo.
Going into the facts of the case and not expanding upon the expert witness as well as asked and answered.
Okay, my rebuttal is we've already crossed this bridge, Your Honor.
Can we keep it to the questions that that the expert witness is adding to rather than reiterating what we've already done?
This made me my finest moment.
Can I please rebut to
What
this?
the hell? How dare you?
A fairly important rebuttal.
You can rebut to it, but I was gonna rule on it.
Oh, okay.
Within my favor, because
Yeah, like, look, I'll allow Franklin to ask a singular question about what the condition of the body was, as long as the questions that stem from that are things like, you know, he's been asking, was there a sign of a struggle? What was the cause of death? Cause of death, that's not something that we've gotten into yet. So, as long as the subsequent questions following from the condition, like, that's fine.
I don't mean to seem repetitive in these questions. However, the condition to which Ashley Smith spoke to was the condition which the body was in on scene, not when the body was examined. This is going into a medical expert's examination of this body, and whether or not there may be things that were missed or details that were not observed simply from peripherally
pay
Smith's
attention.
perspective, we feel that this witness will be able to offer. So I ask again, once again, Dr. January, can you
Oh my
describe the
God.
condition of Kai Atani's body?
The
Chat.
body was.
We're probably gonna be
Well, there was
paying
an axe
so
wound
much
to the
attention.
head. A deep
We're
cut
probably
to
gonna
the
be
top
here
of the
longer
head.
than our usual time.
There
Which I kind of
was
expected. Squeak, why are you just staring at a wall?
cuts all over the torso.
Be good.
A large axe wound in the back. Right hand was stitched to a pitchfork. A human heart was found on the pitchfork. Approximately 24 hours, 2 weeks old, the heart was. Legs bisected from the body.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. Not
the
for a.
upper organs
I
were
didn't
intact.
think for a second we'd be getting the verdict tonight.
Intestines
There was
were
never.
damaged.
There was
when the body
never
was
a thought in
bisected.
my mind that we would be getting the verdict tonight.
Could you describe bisection for the layman?
Bisection.
Cut in half.
What was the cause of death for Kai Otani?
It was the axe wound to the brain.
Is there anything withdrawn? Were there signs of a struggle that were apparent with Kai Otani?
Nothing to cite.
The heart which was found on this pitchfork, do we know who this belonged to?
Let me check the lab list real quick. I don't believe so.
To Amber Harper. Can you describe
Yeah,
the
that
condition of
happens a
her
lot,
body
Frodo.
upon being received
And
at
now
the
that I'm
morgue?
reading your message, I am now yawning. Oh god damn it, I hate it.
Let's see. Was decapitated with a coyote head attached at the collarbone. A crown of thorns was on top of the coyote head.
Wait, what was the name of that book?
There was C-section style stitching to the stomach. Contents inside. Well, that actually doesn't matter. That doesn't have to do with the body. There's pricks to the right hand, similar in size to that
God,
of a
what was the
thorn
name
of
of
a
that book?
flower,
It was,
potentially a rose. All organs except the heart were removed.
It is the crown of thorns.
This includes, but is not limited to, the lungs, the large and small intestine, kidneys, gallbladder, bladder, liver, spleen, pancreas, uterus, tubes, and ovaries. The heart was untouched.
Is there a cause of death for Amber Harper?
Decapitation.
Are there any signs of a struggle?
There are not.
Moving on to Robert Scott. Can you describe the condition of his body upon being received at the morgue?
It needed to be reassembled when it got to the morgue. It came in a body bag.
Nice.
It was covered in
Talk
multiple
about
large
constantly messes up
lacerations
orders, I
that were
find.
most likely done by a hatchet or an axe. There's multiple blunt force trauma marks. This is violent and vicious in nature. The head was completely smashed in. Face was caved in. There's a single large laceration to the back of the head. The heart was missing. Bruising patterns along the arms. Pieces of wood underneath the fingernails. Lacerations on legs. The heart was missing. No other organs were missing.
Was there a cause of death for Robert?
It was massive exsanguination due to multiple lacerations to head and torso.
And were there signs of a struggle?
There was. The pieces of wood underneath the fingernails. There was black fiber found underneath the fingernails. There was bruising on the arms, which were likely caused by a struggle, but probably not restraints.
Describe the condition of Paul Jones's body.
Paul Jones was missing his head, severed at the neck. The chest was cut open. There's organs brought back from the scene that were not in the body at the time. The hands were missing, severed at the wrists. There was bruising and rope burns on the ankles. The heart was missing. It was not on scene, but all the other organs were on scene and they were recovered.
Was there a cause of death?
Exsanguination.
Signs of a struggle.
Yes.
Can you describe the condition of Lucy Calloway's body upon being received at the morgue?
Much like Paul, a missing head, decapitated at the neck. The chest was open. All the organs were brought back to Eclipse besides the heart. There was scraping to the back with dirt inside of the scrapes. The hands were missing. There was bruising on the arms, heavy bruising to the ankles, rope burn, lacerations to the thighs. Yeah.
Is there a cause of death?
Decapitation, excessive exsanguination.
Were there signs of a struggle?
Yes. The bruises on the arms and the dragging, or what seemed to be dragging scrapes with the dirt in it.
Now, before we move into the surviving victims, I want to touch back on Amber Harper. Are there any foreign objects or bodies found on Amber Harper's corpse?
Yes. There was everything found on the body was orange synthetic hair, a coyote was inside of her that contained a headless double crested cormorant, which contained a headless brush rabbit, which contained a headless tiger salamander, which contained a wingless butterfly.
All right. Now, moving on to Sadi Kai. Can you describe the condition of Sadi Kai upon her arrival at the hospital?
She had a severe stab wound to the stomach. Her Achilles tendon was completely severed on the right foot, and her mouth had been sewn shut.
Can you inform us of the extent of her injuries?
The patient where she was stabbed will most likely have permanent nerve damage. The Achilles tendon will make it so there'll be a long process of physical therapy before the patient may attempt to walk again.
Were there any signs of permanent damage?
Like I said, the Achilles tendon could be permanent. It all depends on how it heals and what physical therapy can help in the process. The nerve damage is, or will be permanent, yeah.
Can you describe the condition of Doris Daisy Drew upon her arrival at the hospital?
Okay, here it is. She had a stab wound to the abdomen and on her chest and face. The abdominal wound went deep enough to puncture her kidney. Haunt was carved into the chest. Haunt. And the same word was carved into her face, although this one was less deep and did not require stitches.
Were there any signs of permanent damage?
The scarring from the blade wounds will be permanent.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought they were gonna have him
Later
come up
on,
here
there was
and talk about the
test result done
psychological analysis he
through
did
the
on
labs on her kidney injury.
her. Like I thought they were gonna ask him about that report he did, where they were like, "Hey, so is this bitch crazy?" And he was like, "Yeah, she fucking nuts."
There's evidence of reduced
They
kidney
still might.
function.
That's true. They still might.
And there will be further diagnostic evaluations.
And finally, and lastly, can you describe the condition of Micah Rain upon arriving at the hospital?
God, they haven't even had Anna come up here, and we don't even know what they're gonna ask Anna. They didn't do any prep
She
with her.
had 6
damn.
stab wounds to the abdomen. Both her lungs were punctured by this, and her throat was slit. She had fluid in her lungs from the punctures. There was one of the stab wounds had made a small laceration to the kidney. She was not breathing on her own post-operation. She woke up 4-ish days later. Vitals were better. She was in a lot of pain from her torso. There was no infections. Her breathing was labored. It was healing at that point. She had a CT scan recently, and there's a high probability that the lung will not fully recover to the state it was prior to being pierced twice.
And
there's also a higher result or a higher increase of risk to the lung collapsing because of the injury sustained.
And for my final question, Dr. January, if there are any, did you see any themes or commonalities shared between the bodies?
Heavy use of animals and stitching of the mouth. Also taking victims' hearts and heads.
Dr. January, no further questions for this witness.
You have a cross defense.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Dr. January, you were brought into this case to be the forensic psychologist, is that correct?
Yes.
Tell me, in your practice, are forensic psychologists typically brought in to observe interrogations along with PD and prosecutors?
Yes.
Yes. Can you describe the primary role of a forensic psychologist in an investigation?
Before a suspect is caught is to make a psychological profile of who that suspect may be using evidence already found. After the suspect is caught, it is my job to find if they're fit to stand trial and whether or not they are able to be reintegrated into society.
So forensic psychologists are typically not supposed to assess until later down the line in the process, so as to help avoid a bias from the party employing their services?
I don't understand the question.
So my question is, you're saying that forensic psychologists are brought in to assess to see if they're fit to stand trial.
Yes.
You were brought in during the interrogation, and that is not common with forensic psychologists.
Objecting to counselor testifying there.
Yeah, that's not a question, bud. You need to ask a question.
It is very common.
Yeah,
At what date did you first assess
I
fear?
think they did too. Hold on.
Oh, that would have been
Let's see. Let me close all this shit.
May
Hold
4th.
on.
And at what date did you write the profile for the Hills Butcher?
That I'm unsure of because I had that off of the MDW as I did not want to put it into the basic psychiatry portion where all the psychs could see it. Unsure when I started that.
I forget which one it was. Is it this one?
I keep a watchful
No, it's phone
eye
records.
on Twinsta and try to
interrogation video and
parse
transcripts?
what's going on with certain individuals.
No.
If the court would allow, could Dr. January reference the MDW to see when he wrote his profile on
Oh wait,
the
it might be
Hills
this
Butcher?
one. Yes.
Sure, but from what Dr. January is saying, he started that off the MDW and then put it onto the MDW later. So the date at which it was entered into the MDW would be different than the date upon which that profile was started.
So when you were writing this profile, Dr. January, did you already have fear in your fear in mind as the suspect according to the investigation?
When I first started it, no.
Now, aside from
It
being
was some weeks later that I had fear as one of the people I thought it may be.
Now, aside from being the forensic psychologist, you're also the medical expert witness on this case, correct?
Correct.
Just for the record, how long have you been a medical practitioner?
Geez, coming up on 7 years? So 6 years.
Are you familiar with rocuronium bromide and its use?
It's a paralytic.
Oh my god.
Are you aware of how long rocuronium bromide typically stays in
I
a
don't blame
person's
him for
system?
fucking up saying that because I hate saying medication names.
That
I
depends
hate
on
saying
the
drug names.
individual.
Fuck that.
Does it depend on the dosage used?
Yes, it also heavily depends on that.
Was it documented or able to be documented the amount of the rocuronium bromide found inside fear?
I am unsure.
Would it be safe to say that rocuronium bromide would hinder a person's ability to function in terms of committing any of these acts?
If there was no other medication given after the rocuronium bromide, the person would have died.
What if the rocuronium bromide was paired with a number of knife wounds to their body, specifically 15?
With medication and trauma surgery intervention, they could live.
Say that they had this in their system, they have these injuries, they have not been taken to a hospital or seen by EMS yet. What is the likelihood that an individual under these circumstances would be able to climb through a construction site, cutting and stabbing themselves, and sprinkling incriminating evidence against themselves all around their unconscious body?
I'm gonna object so hard to this on speculation, calling for a conclusion that this witness is not an expert of. This is a doctor. I
Rebuttal.
might remind you.
This is the medical expert that he has motioned onto this case, and this is a medical related question.
Ooh, okay, so this question does call for speculation. However, bring experts onto the stand literally to ask them to speculate about stuff. That is the whole point in having an expert witness, is to ask them what ifs and hypothetical scenarios about what could have possibly happened or whatnot. That is the whole point to an expert witness. That's why they're there. It's overruled.
Depending on the dosage and severity of the stab wounds, well, even so, I'm going to say no, because they would be recurrent bromide paralyzes you. It stops your lungs from working. They would cease to breathe.
Dr. January, let me confer with my co-counsel to see if I have any further questions. For your patience, Dr. January, I just had one more question for you before my co-counsel asks you something quick. In your experience and your forensic psychologist expertise, when a friend, a family member, or maybe even a victim is trying to reason or speak with a serial killer that they are faced with, is it not a common tactic to mirror them, to get them to adhere to you and like you?
That's one of the responses.
I'm not dead. I'm here. I'm just listening.
Fight.
I'm also sending Regim
fawn is one of
references
them.
of peony right now.
And that
I'm
would be
here.
mirroring to
Why do you
get the
think I'm
person to
dead?
like you.
Thank you, Dr. January.
Why do you think I hate you?
I'll hand it over to my
I
co-counsel.
don't see anything directed at me other than Doge Chimmer Doi. I'm just looking over to my right, telling Regim about
A couple
peony
of quick
so she
ones
can
for
draw
you,
peony.
Doctor.
Ignored your question. Which
With the
question?
significant level of injury
The
that
boomer and the
was
lizard person are
Thea
talking about
suffered,
mail. Can we shoot them?
be a reasonable thing to
But
say
why?
that she could have
We
been
didn't shoot the
psychologically
Melmans.
traumatized by that ordeal?
Her basis, personally, I can't say, but as a general consensus, yes.
Someone who has been so recently psychologically traumatized, would reactions of panic, PTSD, distress be a potential response to being aggressively questioned in an interrogation?
Again, general consensus, yes.
Okay, I have no further questions. I'll pass to my co-counsel if they have any more. No further questions.
All right, Franklin, you got a redirect based on that cross exam?
So many redirects, Your Honor. Good Lord, we will never leave this place.
No. Let us go home.
Dr. January.
Yes.
Reflecting back on that question in which James had you speculate on whether or not a person would be able to do a bunch of physically demanding chores while dosed with recronium bromide, would an individual be able to do these physical feats before dosing themselves with recronium bromide?
Yes.
You're saying that dosing yourself with recronium bromide has no effect on the past, as if this is some Back to the Future-esque sitcom.
Yes.
Fantastic. Now, it was touched upon that you had created...
Objection. Back to the Future wasn't a sitcom, it was a movie.
Anyways, it had been touched on that you had made
Same.
some...
Bird is correct. It was a movie.
He's right. I was hoping you should say that. Sorry, go ahead, Franklin.
Okay. All right. Jesus Christ. it was referenced that you had made psychological evaluations based on the interrogation as well as the investigation itself. So I would like to touch on these. I'm going to bring up a psych profile using reports from the Hills Butcher case, number 52745, due to it being the less meaty of the two. Can you describe to the court your thought process when creating this psych profile?
At the time of starting to notice very odd posts on Twinsta, I followed the account and started to pay attention to the way that they type their Twinsta posts, the different pictures that they had put on there. There was there was a lot of similarities to where the pictures were taken on the hill, like what the account that I was following that matched up to areas that I noticed that Fear was posting while hunting. I had noticed that there was autopsies coming in where animals were involved, and that sparked the connection to actually start writing things down. And I just basically kept following that Twinsta account, looking at things that they were saying, how they were saying it, and the pictures that they were posting.
Now, can you speak to the behavioral patterns by which you observed during this investigation or these series of events?
There is a pattern of talking about loudness and noise and wanting it to stop from the Twinsta posts. That was also observed by me in the interrogation, the second interrogation, the one that I sat in on.
Oh shit.
There was a lot of there's a lot of dead animal posts that were leading up to the deaths of all these individuals, which then pretty much that Twinsta account went kind of barren, and the person was then using the phones of the victims. And the same type of text patterns, the same I want to make it stop.
Oh shit.
Things of that nature were appearing.
You have a section here which is entitled Psychological Traits. Could you speak to that?
So a lot of this was before I sat in and got more insight to the interrogation, what I saw there. I saw it more of a sadistic game, more so than what it seems to turn out to be, that is art in the eyes of the defendant. Definitely a desire to control narratives. There's many posts from the original burner account and the ones from the victims that were apologetic and almost, they're the suffering victim in all of this. The disregard for societal norms I noticed from a lot of animal killing, but a lot of very isolated pictures on that account out in the middle of nowhere where no one really is. The possible identity confusion again was pre me knowing what I knew after the interrogation, and I thought that the use of the victim's phones was basically maybe the perpetrator taking on the traits of that person. This was all things that I was collecting over time before I knew the whole picture and got more evidence.
Now, moving on to interrogation notes for fear phosphophylite 52353. You walk us through your thought process when creating these interrogation notes.
I basically just what I do is I sit and I just write notes while I listen. I had 4 full pages of notes that I compiled down into this easier to digest, but still quite long, bullet pointed report. So when I first started to observe fear in the interrogation room, very, well maintained, relaxed. I had not known that she had been brought in before. I thought this was the first interrogation, so I made note of that. She instantly was scanning the room as she walked in. She made sure to check every corner and I just tells her the spatial assessment of where and what was going on. She then made verbal references to the objects in the room, starting her situational awareness. And this is all things that I'm trying to note down, that whether or not she is fit to stand trial. There was art that was displayed for a while that fear was fixated on for a little while. Later on, rejecting it. And when she rejected it, she went so far as to physically step away from the screen that it was on. She definitely did not like the term butcher. Every time that came up, it got her more and more angry. When she was talking to the detectives about scenes, it almost seemed like a disgruntled artist telling off art critics more than someone trying to plead their innocence. There's some key quotes that I had remembered that I wanted to bring up. One of the notable quotes is, murdering people is not my forte, and I believe that is because fear doesn't see this as a murder. Fear sees this as a transformation into a living art piece.
Hello, Sharon. Welcome home. I hope you had a good day.
Another one that she brought up, or when her brother was brought up, she said, "I'm more creative than he ever was." Again, trying to argue to those art critics that she is a good artist. There was triggers that were referenced, which caused the same type of psychological response I saw in the text, the noises, and make it stop. The word butcher, I said, definitely provoked emotional destabilization, but also the subject's brother, and the word pregnancy also elicited high emotional responses. From the little time that I had, I noticed a high functioning control over verbal and nonverbal cues. There's definitely narcissistic tendencies. I put possible schizotypal because, again, I don't like to diagnose with such little time. Another quote that I would like to bring up is there's a picture of an animal put on the screen at one point, and with no emotion whatsoever, Fear looked at it and referred to it as a dead animal.
Oh.
She has a skewed worldview of what she is doing is meaningful art while rejecting the moral responsibility and embracing a creative self-identity.
You, Dr. January, and for my final question, after your evaluation of this interrogation and of Fear, do you believe that she is fit to stand trial?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness.
All right, last but not least, does the defense have a recross based on that line of redirect questioning?
We're good, Your Honor.
All right. Then, Dr. January, you may step down.
Let me put this down. Don't go
All
flying
right,
again.
State, bring on thy last witness.
We bring up the person who I'm very apologetic for holding hostage here for many, many hours, Dr. Anapita.
Oh my god, it's finally her time.
Make you do a formal apology if you put Anna Peta on the stand and then only ask her like 4 or 5 questions.
Wait, did she
Don't
look?
set me up for
She
failure,
fell
please.
asleep?
Come on up here, Miss Peta.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Wait, is she streaming and she fell asleep? Oh god.
Yeah,
Because I got a DM from someone
Oh,
else saying
can you go and
that
raise
she
your left hand
also
for me?
fell asleep. Oh god.
or right hand, whichever you prefer.
She hasn't moved her camera for like half an hour.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains of penalties of perjury, so help you out, Sean?
Yes. Oh my god. Why did she sound so upset to be swearing on Sean?
Yeah, okay, hold on a minute. Why do you sound so sad about that one?
TBH valid.
You know what? I agree with what Piper said. Valid. Let's move on.
All right, your witness defense. Wait, you're not defense, you're state.
Ah, the turns have tabled. Dr. Peta, can you give your full name and your occupation for the record?
My name is Anna Peta. I am the veterinary director for San Andreas Animal Care and Control.
And could you describe to us how long you have been a veterinarian?
It's my boss.
Oh God, quite a few years now.
Okay, Miss Peta, are you aware of the incident involving Brutus Maximus, the dog, in which he was found mutilated on May 4th, 2025?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe to us the extent of the injuries that Brutus received?
Brutus was brought in with
So much.
multiple injuries. First was a severed front left leg. There was also 2 injuries to both back legs where the tendons were severed. And then he also had a large gash in his stomach.
Oh god.
Hole in the stomach lining where his intestines
Ed is fucking dead. You know the worst part? I'm not
And
gonna be able
what
to
sort
pick
of
her
medical
up
interventions
from
needed to be made on behalf
from
of
where
Brutus?
she's sitting when this is all over if she doesn't wake the fuck up. Because
As far as the severed leg. Obviously, we couldn't do anything about that, so it's just a matter of making sure that there would be no infection that would occur while it was healing. As far as the tendons, they were both repaired. And then the stomach was repaired. The stomach wall was repaired. Luckily, there were no other injuries to the intestines. He's also been put on a high dosage of antibiotics and pain medication while he's recovering.
Was there any further treatment that was required after this first medical intervention?
Yes, like I said, he's going to be on a long-term schedule of prescription for antibiotics and pain medications. He's also going to be on a long-term physical therapy plan.
And what sort of assistance, if any, would Brutus require in order to live a semi-normal life?
I mean, he's going to have to learn how to walk again with one less leg now.
These injuries and this experience, could they have an effect on an animal's personality?
100%.
What sort of effect can they have?
There could be fear, aggression that could come out of it. We worked really hard to work on his behaviors that he's had in the past, and now this just might be a reset for that now.
Good job, dude.
And the other instances revolving this case in which animals were harmed, your professional perspective on these instances as a whole?
It's heartbreaking and also very disgusting that somebody would do something like that to animals that don't have a voice and can't necessarily defend themselves.
Thank you, Dr. Pita. We appreciate you for holding out for this long trial and speaking for us today. No further questions for this witness.
He did the thing.
Oh my god.
That's it.
I knew it. All right. Okay. All right. Listen.
I said it,
Apologize.
he did the thing.
Apologize.
I did.
I think he deserves a book for that.
I'm very sorry.
Careful of God.
It's not
Very
book
sorry.
worthy, but
It needs more.
I tried to hold the medical experts for later, but I should have called you up first. My apologies, sincerely.
okay. Defense, do you have a cross-examination for Dr. Pita?
No, we did not.
Okay. There you are, Pita. That's what you waited several hours for.
Wow.
Yep.
Thank you so much for being
Wait,
here.
does Wait, does defense not have questions for Anna?
I don't think so.
That's crazy. That's so fucking crazy.
Pat on the back to survive in 5 hours.
I believe that's all the state's witnesses. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we were
Correct, the
talking
state rests,
shit
Your
about
Honor.
her.
You don't rest.
We
because
were
you're gonna
about to have her
potentially
kicked because she
cross-examining,
fell
you know, the defense witnesses,
Okay,
but
well,
you know,
the state would like to rest, but I guess we'll be cross-examining.
you're done with your case in chief.
That's right.
Further witnesses to call at this time.
No, Your Honor.
We were sitting here like, bro, I made that post about Sean and the pancakes an hour ago.
What? I am sleep drunk, Your Honor. What do you want
No
from me?
further witnesses to call.
No further
Say
witnesses from the state.
There you go. All right.
Oh, hi, Anna.
Bird, you got some witnesses for me?
We do. Before we
Swear to God, if you bring these witnesses up and you also only ask like 8 questions.
Vera had some food brought to you, but you were staring at your phone so hard you didn't notice.
Devotion. It's been a long trial. It behooves everybody and the last 2 witnesses are able to.
There you go, buddy.
We do a continuance of this
thank
until
you.
tomorrow. If
What?
not, we can breeze through everything right now. It's
I
just
do
a
not work
suggestion.
on Saturdays. I do not work on the weekend. I'm up way past my bedtime already.
I would strongly prefer to not do a continuance. Even
Thank
the witnesses
God.
are saying no.
let's get through this here. Do you have some questions? We'll start calling them up.
Call your first witness there, bud.
God. Oh, I should
Alright.
eat.
Just a moment. First witness is going to be Alex Rigby.
God damn. Cool. Hi, Mr. Squeak.
Huh?
Oh, honey. Thank you.
I need 5 minutes.
Okay, Van Doris wants 5 minutes. DePont wants 5 minutes.
We agree with a tight 5.
Fuck it. We'll do
Tight
it.
five,
we'll
tight
do
five.
Give him a type 5.
We'll do a
Goodbye.
tight 5. Everybody be back here at 55.
I was gonna lay down here. Pop.
Will you handle it, OG? Okay, calm down now.
My guess is that this is probably going to be one of those.
Oh, for sure.
You okay, Franklin?
He's gonna. Oh my god.
Oh no. Are you taking the breather?
Yeah.
Just to make you feel any better, I think you're doing really good.
Thank you, Beef. That does mean a lot coming from you.
It's gonna be fine. It's not a courtroom yet, so that's fine.
Because you got black hair right now. Got that when you talk.
Oh, holy headaches, Batman. Oh, God. Okay, I'm good. Oh, I thought I was going to the nether right there.
I wonder what she was hearing.
Sorry if y'all have been asked already.
Okay, so. Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, we just got food. At least I did. I also have an extra drink for some reason. Oh my god. Someone over by Fear is fucking dead, bro. They're dead. She killed them from her fucking wheelchair, mate. Why is there a Teletubby?
For a second.
Is that a Teletubby?
Oh, what? Where?
The fucking red thing over there.
Oh my god.
Oh god. Honestly, Brutus and I are matching now, and that kind of goes hard. I was her boss, and now that's mine. Okay. Hmm? Let's see. I want to take a picture of Gemma taking a picture. Actually, no, I'm going to send that to her. Thoughts? Where is that person? Where are they? Ah, okay. I was not paying attention to her. Oh, that's where she is. Light blue hair, orange yellow coat, front row. Oh. Oh. See her behind Sean. That's Maisie.
Thank you.
No. The hell? All right, we'll begin as soon as Van
It's
Dorst
Welshing.
gets over her panic attack from microdosing on some experimental Dutch THC.
What?
Those crazy Dutch. Oh, she's back.
Fucking high right now. Let's move on.
Good. How's the Dutch delight trip?
Son of a bitch! I hate whenever
I
it
am
does
not
this.
high. I wish I was. God.
Yeah, for me the problem was that it was
That's what a
like
high person would say.
stop
okay.
with the cop.
Defense. Oh wait, she hasn't even been sworn in.
Yeah,
Sure.
I am unfortunately completely sober.
All right, go ahead and raise your hand of choice for me.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to provide today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the
Oh, good
pains
for
and
them.
penalties of perjury, so help you? Attack on copy.
I do, yeah.
Defense, your witness has been sworn in.
Thank you. Miss Rigby, thank you for your patience with this trial today. Just have a couple of questions for you. One, have you ever met the defendant via photo frame? Sorry, that's my AI shit. False polite.
What?
Her name is hard to read in Braille.
Can I talk now?
Absolutely.
Imagine
Sorry,
a lawyer getting your
I have
name
not
wrong.
no.
Have you ever met any of the officers involved with this case here today?
The two over there, I have. Wait, what was the question again? Okay.
No, have you ever met any of the officers involved with this case here today?
I'm actually dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Which one? Or which ones?
Oh my god.
Wesley and Ashley when they interrogated me.
Faux frame trial is finally on defense.
You said the name Will. Are you referring to Pines?
Yes, it's something I haven't broken yet. It's
God.
Yeah.
Can you explain your relationship with Will/Pines?
That's so funny.
I met him while I was trying
I know
to
I spelled
find a
Braille
correct
wrong.
place to grieve a friend of mine I lost. And I saw he was in hiking gear and he was hiking near Mount Gordo, and I thought,
Oh my
ever since I
god.
lost my friend, I would like to reconnect with nature and stuff like that. I'd like to go hiking and
This
stuff.
is
So
Alex
I gave him my
Rigby, right?
contact details, and we spoke for a little bit before I left, and he gave me his number as Will, and that's all he really gave me.
She was the one that was at La Fuente that one day.
It's still in my phone. The first ever message he sent me was Will hiking buddy.
Oh my god.
Oh.
And it turns out that wasn't true, so.
How long did your relationship with Will carry on before you realized he was misrepresenting himself?
About a week. 6-7 days.
You described the moment that you discovered that he was an undercover officer.
I was in interrogation. And I didn't realize it was him at first for like the
Oh
first,
shit.
like, 20 minutes, I think.
Everyone knows
It's really
Olive
not long, I don't
Cofield is mad
fully
annoying,
remember,
but did you know she's the
they
most
gave
fireable
me my
employee in the whole
phone
damn
back,
state?
and
Girl couldn't hold a job
they
if it
asked me
came
to
with
read
glue.
out Will's
Worse track record than
phone
Katie
number.
Muller St. Clair, and that's saying
And
something.
as I was reading it, I looked at the profile picture you usually have in your contacts, and it was a man in a green shirt that looked like a green uniform, like kind of like what he's wearing now, but it had like stripes on the side, I think.
Literally.
And that's kind of like when I realized that Will was the person interrogating me across the table was Wesley, so.
Detective Pines, master of disguise. Let it be noted. Did Detective Will Pines advise you what you were being questioned for that day?
It was put into
In his executive level
arrested
of
on
one
a
of them.
warrant I knew I didn't have 40 minutes before. I was actually I was.
Honey,
setting up
wake
an
up,
RV
Buzz Bros
van
is no longer
near
talking
Stab
about
City, up near
relationship
the
drama.
trails, and I was on my own, so I was trying to call a taxi and run back to Stab City when Will pulled up next to me in the beanie, scruffy beard, the hiking pack on his back.
New
And
lieutenant who
he still
this,
said,
no
"Oh,
longer
it's me,
lieutenant."
Will," when we were driving because he recognized my voice, and we got pulled over one time and he was given a field sobriety test, and then we got pulled over 30 seconds later, and I offered to drive, and I showed I don't remember who it was. I showed someone my license and they walked away to go run it, and they came back and they said I had a warrant. I knew I didn't because I'm paranoid like that. And so they handcuffed me, they drove me to Sandy police station, and yeah.
Wait.
They left me in a cell for half an hour while I was freaking out, not knowing what was happening.
Did they eventually explain what you were being brought in to be questioned on?
A lawyer explained that to me. He said, not being charged, but arrested or detained.
Detained.
For 3 times homicide or 4 times homicide, and that's when I really started to freak out.
Understandable.
I was just setting up my RV so me and my partner could go there the next day.
I'm confused how
Now,
this is supposed
did
to.
the police ever eventually elaborate as to why they were questioning you on these very severe crimes?
They said I was in the area where they were supposed to find this person. And since it was in the dark and I was running away, I guess they kind of thought...
I'm actually confused.
I looked a bit suspicious. I mean, I don't know their full mindset of why they picked me up, but...
Did you ever witness anything in relation to the attacks that we're all here for today?
I had no idea there was even a like anything happening until they put me into the interrogation and saying 4 times homicide, blah blah blah, and I was like, what do you mean that's happening? Because I didn't see that stuff on Twinstar. I don't check it that much.
In your hikes with Will or on your own, did you
on my
see?
own.
Did you see anything in regards to like any animal mutilations? Did you come upon any scenes like that?
Yes. I reported them.
Good. All right,
I
that
actually
was my
still
next
have the-
question. Now, have you ever been contacted by anyone who may be related to these attacks that have been outlined here today?
I think so, yes. Yeah.
Continue.
I was just gonna say I put like the dates and stuff on my phone. I've got photos of when it happened and text messages and when the calls happened and stuff. And I reported those as well.
I'm
But
actually
I never
confused.
got reached out to again. I had to reach out to them to talk about it, so they're not reading it from words on a tablet.
Did this individual or individuals ever identify themselves by name or a moniker to you?
No, but they knew
Nor.
my name. They had something distorting their voice, but it sounded a lot like a man. Sounded a lot like a man that had something distorting their voice, and he just kept saying, Sam, he kept saying Samio or something like that.
Samio.
And he said, you fit the perfect description because I have a scar on the right side of my face. I have dark hair and green eyes. That's basically what they said, and that I was going to be the scapegoat. That really freaked me out. And they said
Absolutely.
that no one was going to believe me.
When was the last time that you received any contact from this individual or individuals?
It was just the one time. It was just like within an hour, and they never contacted me again.
Did you ever report that to the police?
Yes, I thought it was someone just fucking with me because they might have found out I was.
Yeah, this kind of
interrogating,
is like.
just wanted to scare me.
This is
and
more like.
I was at the animal.
They asked
sanctuary.
earlier.
I don't know what's
Did PD question other
called,
people?
I was showing.
And here is someone
around
that
there,
PD
and I got
questioned
into my car and I was
and
going
decided
to go to
no,
a
they
police
have.
station, and I drove about 200 meters, and then there were some troopers there already talking to someone, getting some stuff sorted for their dogs, I think. So I just pulled over and told them, and they did a report and everything.
A dumb American.
while
How
the
much is
report-
200 meters? Roughly?
Like,
I'm actually confused.
oh shit.
You tell us that in Pantos.
No,
We measure it. What? I don't understand them. It's not important.
say maybe from, okay, maybe not 200 meters. I'm thinking about maybe like, maybe 80 meters.
Oh, like a mile? Were you ever questioned by police following that initial interrogation?
Was I, what, sorry?
Sorry, were you ever interrogated or questioned by the police about this case again, following the initial investigation? Interrogation, rather.
I was contacted by Wesley.
I just
that
don't
they wanted
understand.
to talk, but I refused to go to a station after what happened last time. I wanted them to talk to me on my terms in a place that I felt safe. In a possible room where they could just keep me there.
Thank you, Alex. Let me just.
And they, yeah, spoke off the record and stuff.
Right, thank you. Let me just confer with my co-counsel real quick.
I'm actually confused. Like, what? I don't... What was the point of bringing up this person? Yeah.
All right, thank you, Alex, for your cooperation. It's all the questions we have for you at the moment, okay? You're going to get cross-examined by the state now.
You gonna cross for this witness, Franklin?
Nah.
It was distorted.
Oh,
All right. Well, then you're good to step down.
With a high-pitched...
All right, defense, give us your last... Well, I guess not your last witness, your potential last witness. I don't know if you want to put your client on the stand, but you do got another witness to call.
Suspects, but also fuck you for
Yes,
looking into the
we'd like to call Kira Ash Nuta to the
You
stand.
sound like a man. Just saying.
On a pair.
Sit, stand, how you please. And go raise your left hand for me, or right hand, whichever you choose. All right. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you will provide before the court today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you, Occam Saber?
Okay.
All right.
They're literally...
I believe witness is sworn in.
calling up yet another person who's...
Thank
Does back
you,
here have
Judge
any
Seth.
idea what she's saying?
Your Honor, if she is signing, would you mind translating for us?
I apologize. I forgot. She requires translation services.
Oh my god.
That would have been wonderful to know,
Wow.
like, 3
Sound
days ago.
translate, sure.
Does anyone know sign
I
language?
can help, Joy.
All right.
See, I do know sign language, but that's useless right now.
Yeah, you're kind of blind, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Oh my
Kinda.
god.
Well, you're the same guy who said 100 meters was a mile.
Yeah, of course.
And I guess it really is for blind people, huh? I don't know how far it is.
Meters?
All right.
What?
You want to swear in the interpreter?
Okay, I didn't know if we
Want
need
to
to or
swear in
not.
an
Yep.
interpreter?
I'm lost.
I'm good.
All right.
That later.
Do you swear and affirm that the hand motions you will provide before the court today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of perjury, so help you mercy me?
Yes.
She's not doing hand motions.
I'm not gonna be doing the
Oh.
sign language. I'm translating the sign
That you're
language, but
oh, I'm sorry.
I
Okay,
still.
let me show you.
Yeah.
Okay, let me show you how to swear in an interpreter.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. All right. Miss Pendragon, do you solemnly swear and affirm that you will faithfully translate the American Sign Language into English and English into American Sign Language to the best of your ability?
I do, yes.
All right. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think you really need...
No, I don't need to do
I mean,
it back. She's not.
yeah,
deaf.
she's not deaf. You don't have to... Well, you know, that's just how they always swear in interpreters. All right, let's get the show on the road.
All right. All right, Ash. With a good majority of this case being discussed here today being about art. Aren't you yourself a connoisseur of the arts?
Is she here? She's saying, generally speaking, yes.
Do you fancy yourself an artist?
Not traditionally. As a doctor, I took pride in prosthetics work.
Oh, you were a doctor. Did you hold any other professions beside from doctor?
Spent multiple years as a prosthetist and then moved on to detective work.
Serial killers?
What?
You might have to repeat that one, James.
She nodded
sorry.
rather than. So yes.
Have you ever seen a situation to the degree of this one in your time as a detective?
This intense close, but not to the same frequency.
Have you ever met the defendant, Fear, that's on trial yesterday?
Don't want to call her Fear photo frame? Not once outside of now in the courtroom.
Have you ever met any of the officers involved with the case here today?
Most of the officers involved with the case against the Hills Butcher.
Could you name what officers you met with?
Pines, Smith, Meyer, Lockhart, Wilson, Malarkey, and Stone.
Were you ever questioned in anything related to this case?
Yes, but she wasn't aware of the circumstances at the time. She is now aware that there were multiple interrogations were in relation to the attacks.
How many interrogations did you take part in relation to the attacks, you personally?
Around 5 or 6 hours total, with the longest session being about 2.5 hours. Oh, sorry, no, 5 or 6 times, with one of the sessions being about 2.5 hours.
Did they ever elaborate why you were being questioned in regards to these attacks?
I misread that. It was limited to being told it was an active investigation.
To your knowledge, did you ever witness
I appreciate her doing
anything
that.
in relation to the attacks that we're here today for?
No.
Were you ever present on scene or anywhere near any of the attacks that took place in relation to this case that we're here for today?
No.
Were you ever contacted by anyone who may be related to these attacks outlined today?
Contacted by someone who went by the name of Sam via text message.
When was the last time that you can recollect that you had received any contact from this individual or individuals?
May 2nd.
And one final question for you, Ash. How is it that you came to the state of having your mouth sewn shut?
May 4th. Or at the very least, it might have been May 3rd. One of the report, her brother stitched her mouth shut when she was young.
And the scar on your hand, how did you come to have that scar?
She's asking which one.
I believe it's documented on your right hand. Could be wrong about that. It could be the left. Again, blind.
I woke up next to my dead brother with it carved into my hand.
That's a horrific thing to wake up to. Has this been a difficult trauma that you've had to deal with in your life?
How is that relevant?
Maybe go on okay, having witnessed such a gruesome thing?
Is he trying to say that she is the Hell's Butcher? How is that relevant? It is, in fact, scarring, to say the least.
I won't delve into that any further on you, Ash. That's not the point of this, but quick final question for you. What shoe size do you wear?
A size 11 in U.S. women's sizes.
Let me just confer with my co-counsel before I finish up with you here, Ash. I appreciate your time. All right, that's all the questions we have for you at this time, Ash. Thank you for your cooperation.
I'm gonna.
All right, State, do you have a cross?
One moment, Your Honor. Hello, Miss Ash. Just a
Morning.
quick question. Good morning. Oh God. Yeah. Good morning.
It is 1 a.m.
God.
Just a quick question for you, Miss Ash. Do you recall the date that you arrived in our city?
Objection, relevance.
I could say the same for half of what you asked her.
Do I even need a rebut to
Scope.
that, Your Honor?
She is answering.
Save the answer. Save it.
Yeah, I'll save it, but she is answering it.
Yeah, give me a rebuttal on this one.
Which one, the relevance or the scope?
Give me the one on relevance first.
The relevance of this is, despite the fact that it's confusing whether or not they are trying to establish this is another witness who they are both angry the cops didn't question more and also pissed off that they questioned these witnesses, and whether or not they're trying to throw their witness under the bus as possibly being the murderer. These murders took place in March. Established the date in which she arrived in the city to set foundation on whether or not she could have even been the individual who did it.
Okay, fair enough.
And I have one for scope, locked and loaded.
All right, hit me with the double barrel.
The witness's entire career, or a significant portion in the timeline of that, has been brought into question. Life is clearly within scope. I feel that the relevance of whether or not she could be suspected in this murder is also being questioned here, which would put it into scope. A few things to list them all. Got my best effort there.
What do you all think about the scope? Relevance, I think, is established here, but what about the scope? What are you all thinking about scope?
Oh, man. The only one I can really see it potentially being applied to is when they went into her work. But I don't know if there's...
She wants to sign at Ash. Why the fuck did they think bringing you up here was a good idea so bad? But she doesn't want to get in trouble for having a conversation with the witness.
My notes are horrible. What I have most on screen. I don't have any chat. Yeah, sounds like they wanted to put space.
The panel has decided that while this question is within relevance, it is not within scope, and therefore the objection on scope will be sustained.
All right, let's pry this bitch open. Scope being. You spoke to being a investigator, is that correct?
That is correct.
Investigator prior to arriving in the city?
Uh, 3 years as a homicide detective in Baltimore.
Do you continue with your investigating upon arriving in our city?
I assume she meant years, not hours. She wanted to, but circumstances have prevented her from being able to do that.
I see. And when did you arrive to our city?
Late December, early January.
Oh, man.
I'll take contempt for this one. Boo you, Franklin, for the Lewis Bloom argument. What's that Bloom argument?
Moment to confer.
That.
Hey, Miss Ash, when did you first get your driver's license?
Objection, relevance.
I'm actually
Relevance being to the timeline we are trying to establish and set foundation with.
I'm also very confused with the relevance of her
Does her
driver's
having
licenses.
a driving license have to do with any of what's been testified today?
Okay, I'm getting a little too
Same
hazy.
rebuttal.
Okay, so here's the thing. She already testified as to when she came to the fair shores of our beautiful city. I've failed to see when
maybe
her getting a driver's license is relevant, independent of her arrival, which she already stated.
Your Honor, we, the state, and please excuse me and don't gasp or guffaw, don't believe her and are trying to further question to establish whether this is the truth or not.
You could also just look at her state ID and see what number it is. I'm just saying, like, you can establish timeline with state ID.
Okay.
I can tell that anyone with a 13 showed up during the summer like Kiki did.
I think I should just look at the MDW and just take judicial notice of that fact.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would do.
All right.
We have that capability.
I'm very much at ill move on.
I don't know, but I'm curious to look once we I think
Okay. Here. Look, in the interest of time, the court is going to take judicial notice of the fact that Miss Nota had her MDW information first entered on April 18th.
Oh.
Because that is something that is logged in the MDW.
Interesting.
Fantastic.
Then we're going to move on.
We object to that as facts, not in evidence.
You're objecting to the judge who's making judicial notice of something that's on the MDW profile.
It's
I'm
possible.
gonna think that through again, Counselor.
It's possible that she moved in December, but that she didn't get her driver's
we
license
all
till
good,
April.
Your Honors. No further questions for this witness.
Okay, defense. Do you have a redirect based on that line of cross-examination?
No, we do not, Your
No no redirect. All right, then Miss Nota, you may step down. All right, closing arguments. Are you all ready? Or do you need some time to prepare?
Excuse me, Wilson. Sorry.
I'm so ready, Your Honor. I'm so ready. Get this shit over
All right,
with.
State, you're up first.
All right, guys, don't worry. I'm only going to eclipse my 40-minute statement by like 20 or 30 minutes. It's fine.
Christ.
Sure, we'll get out of here by like 3 a.m.
And the stopwatch.
I'm leaving in half an hour.
18519. That is around December time.
I'm putting on the 10-hour version of the Wii music theme song the whole time you talk.
Oh my god, that's brilliant.
No, that's a great idea.
Honestly, though.
Motion to for the closings.
Wait, which one?
Okay, I'm joking, guys. Relax.
I'm
This
still
will probably
timing you
only
like
take
last
like
time.
10 minutes or something. I don't know. I speak slow. Wise words of Percy Weaver. God, never mind. Anyways. Oh yeah, brevity. We once again thank the judiciary and all of those in attendance who were here to listen to the last echoes of the voices of the victims who died and suffered at the hands of defendant Veer. The core argument, which has been made by the defendant and their counsel, is that they are not the individual who is responsible for these horrific acts. Fear claiming it was her brother who is attempting to frame her, as he did so many years ago when he killed the defendant's beloved kitten. And yet, the defendant and their counsel have offered nothing which is substantial enough to corroborate this claim. There is no physical evidence that Fear's brother was on any of the litany of scenes which are littered with the defendant's DNA and other physical evidence which would indicate her involvement. There are no witnesses who can attest to having seen anyone matching the description of Fear's brother, despite her own statements within interrogation that he has spoken with multiple individuals. There's not even evidence which can
Best
be
friend
presented
Ash
that
now?
Fear's
No.
brother, Orion Phosphophyllite, is a citizen in this city. The only evidence which the defense counsel has put forward are twinstas from an obvious copycat who is attempting to claim responsibilities for these murders and mutilations. Not only does this person not fit the description of Fear's brother, which she so kindly provided within her first interrogation, which she claimed he had no obvious scars to identify him by, unlike this Twinsta user. Nothing which has been provided or put forward by this individual preceded the posting of this docket, which made these crimes and the details surrounding them public for anyone to observe and use. So let us focus on the evidence which we, the state, have provided in spades, indicating Fear soul's responsibility in these sins. I'm so tired. Please forgive me.
Dog.
On the 19th of April, 2025, Jilly Markovic's possessions were found outside the Infinity apartment, which Fear claimed within interrogation that she lived, in a trash can, which was decorated with the blood
Yeah,
of
if Kiki
defendant
hadn't
Fear.
been on a mic, she would have been like, regardless
Fear
of how I
claims that her
feel
brother
about
is
you,
attempting to
I
frame
fucking
her.
hate this woman and I
However,
want her to die.
within her own statement in interrogation, Fear openly admits that the first time she had run into her brother was April 20th, 2025, when he kidnapped her outside of the apartments on the same phone call she was on with Elias Winchester. This comes an entire day after Jilly's possessions were found with Fear's DNA. So we ask, how is it that Fear's blood was used by her brother to frame her if she had no interactions with him until a day later? But moving on, within report number 52221, in which Micah Rain was attacked and left for dead at the Sisyphus Theater, 3 different witnesses, Decker Gahn, Ren Ripley, and Micah Rain, the victim, identified Fear that night at the Vanilla Unicorn, all of which stated she had orange hair. Her presence at the Vanilla Unicorn is further corroborated by a digital transaction from her phone in which she paid her way into the club. Upon being found, Micah Rain had strands of synthetic orange hair on her body. These hairs were identical to the strands which were found on the body of Amber Harper, as well as Sadi Kai, who was abducted and tortured. The wig, which Fear used that night at the Vanilla Unicorn, was found near Chumash Pier by Officer Wesley Pines after receiving a tip. This wig was covered in victim Micah Rain's blood. Alongside this wig, a pair of gloves, which not only had Micah's DNA on them, but Sadi Kai's. These gloves were found containing black nail polish, which can be observed as being used by Fear on her Twinsta account. As Micah Rain lay dying on the stage of the Sisyphus Theater, staring up at the stars, Fear called Officer Wesley Pines using a voice modifier and identifying herself as Sam, as so many of the witnesses here, within depositions and within the reports, has
Not yet, but he
stated
probably will.
were similar to other instances. Same alias which she claimed her brother was using within the first interrogation. Wesley and Fear placed their phones on speaker. These were the voices that Micah Rain heard in the background as she laid in agony. Fear's and Wesley's. Within Micah's sworn testimony in her deposition, she states she remembers clearly arriving at Sisyphus Theater with Fear, even making note of the bathrooms and their convenient signage. She recalls Fear being there with her and becoming enraged at something, demanding Micah to stop. And even though Micah's accounts become blurred from this point, the person who is guaranteed to have been there and committed these acts is Fear herself. We feel that this incident deeply connects Fear not only to Amber Harper's murder, where these synthetic strands of hair were also found, but to Sadi Kai's incident, as well as the conversations between Officer Wesley Pines and the individual who identified themselves as Sam and the one text message Wesley shared between multiple burner phones. Within these text messages, the Sam character provided information about murder scenes and the killing of animals around the state, which were not open to the public. Moving on, defendant Fear can be observed in at least 2 different Twinsta posts over a month-long period wearing heeled boots. These images can be found within evidence. These heeled boots can be observed as well within the first interrogation tape of Fear, as well as when she was recovered from her brother's alleged kidnapping, which she staged. These are the same heeled boots which Sadi Kai identified her captor wearing during imprisonment. These heeled boots coincide with footprints which were found on the scenes of Jilly Markovic, Kai Otani, Amber Harper, Robert Scott, Paul Jones, and Lucy Calloway, which showed 2 distinct impressions, as well as originating from size 11 shoes, which have been recorded within evidence as being the size of Fear's heeled boots at the time she was recovered from, again, her staged kidnapping. Now, within report number 52332, you will observe a text message exchange between Fear's state-provided phone number and a burner phone, which assumes the identity of Sam, showing similar cadences in language. Fear responded to this text message from Sam with pleas for him to stop. And only moments later, from her own phone, does Fear reply in the exact same cadence, as if responding to herself. We'll stop soon. Almost over. You. Art will be gone. Soon, soon. End quote. It is as if Fear mixed up her phones and accidentally replied, dropping the character of Sam entirely, only for hours later, this Sam character to reply, the role switching once again back to him. We ask the courts, why would an individual who Fear is alleging is attempting to frame her, not only dead name his own alias to police in Micah Rain's case, admit to Sadi Kai an intent to frame Fear, but provide Fear with the evidence she needed to prove that it was not her through this text message exchange? It seems as if Fear is struggling to uphold her own narrative, her make-believe story. Then we move on to the night that Fear claims her brother kidnapped her. Hours before this alleged kidnapping took place, an original photo selfie of Fear, which despite not being in any of the phone subpoenas as having been sent to another party and not being shared on Twinsta, was posted from Amber Harper's own Twinsta account. This is hours before a phone call with Elias Winchester in which he informs Fear of this occurrence. How would her brother have gotten this photo, which is clearly of Fear inside one of our city's very well-known clothing stores? And upon being questioned about it in the Twinsta post made by Fear from her own account, which coincided with Amber's tweet of Fear's selfie, Fear is conveniently kidnapped on this phone call by her brother, who before this point Fear claimed she had no interaction with, somehow knowing where to find her. Are we to believe this elaborate and convenient miracle rather than the very likelihood that Fear, becoming overly confident in her work, became sloppy and accidentally posted the selfie of her own accord? Dumping this phone and other evidence in different scenes, along with evidence that would suggest it was her gun, her ID, to
Thing is,
try
Kiki
to throw
has
us
reasons
off the
to
trail.
not trust her that are unrelated.
We, the state, do not buy this alibi whatsoever or the incredibly convenient
This
timing
trial being
and
over doesn't mean
nature
that Kiki's
of it.
suddenly going to trust her.
We prefer to live by Occam's razor.
Shut the fuck up, Franklin!
Or are we willing to take it upon the sole word of Fear and Fear herself that the story which was concocted out of thin air is cemented in any proof, and that this proof just so happens to exist or have been provided to these courts? Additionally, within the interrogation of Fear, there are a few key notes which we wish to point out. 1. Fear describes herself as having an affinity with art. The affinity has been brought up in multiple incidents, including with Micah Rain, who states she discussed with Fear her interests. Fear also states within this interrogation her experience with hunting and using traps through her time spent with her father and her familiarity with butchering and dressing the bodies of the animals. This can also be seen in her statement, which mentions her activities here in Los Santos within the state parks region, being an avid hunter. The same regions in which the horrific scenes of many animals' mutilations were found. Though the glaring statement by Fear in this interrogation that we wish to highlight is Fear's own experience working within a morgue. Fear speaks to her ability at preparing bodies, which include the stitching of their faces, 4 of the victims of which, Stacy Recht, Jilly Markovic, Kai Otani, and Amber Harper, had their faces stitched in different expressions by Fear. It is at this point we would like to highlight the shared themes among the murder victims, as well as some of the survivors which we feel connect these crimes to one another, so that we may emphasize the overwhelming evidence which suggests that these crimes were committed by the same individual, Fear Phosphophyllite. 6 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, Amber, Robert, Paul, and Lucy, had their phones used to text 911 cryptic messages as well as GPS locations of their bodies. 4 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, and Amber, as well as Sadi Kai, a living victim, had their faces stitched in different expressions. 6 of the victims, Jilly, Kai, Amber, Robert, and Lucy, had previous victims' phones on their bodies. 5 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Robert, Lucy, and Paul, had their hearts removed from their bodies. 6 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, Amber, Paul, and Lucy, had animal parts used in the decoration and staging of their bodies. These animal parts coincide with many of the scenes of mutilation of animals throughout our state parks that were documented by Wesley Pines. 4 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Paul, and Lucy, died from exsanguination, blood loss. 6 of the victims, Stacy, Jilly, Kai, Amber, and Robert, had their personal phones used to twinsta out their deaths. Jilly, Kai, Amber, Robert, Paul, and Lucy had footprints on scene which were identical to the footwear and size of defendant Fear. All of the murder victims had their blood and organs dumped into a pool, which all of their bodies were found beside. 4 of the scenes, Kai, Amber, Paul, and Lucy, had evidence of a wet box which was used to store animal parts and victim organs, similar to the box which was found on the scene where Fear was recovered, that had been cleaned with bleach. The victims, all but Robert Scott, had no signs that they had struggled. All of the victims were found in or near Vinewood Hills. I would also like to call out the fact that there have been no further victims of this murder since the incarceration of Fear. Additionally, despite the fact that Fear is trying to use a defense that it was her brother who committed these crimes, she has refused to step onto the stand and corroborate through her own sworn testimony this claim. Scared to be caught in a lie? We, the state, believe so. Your Honor, we believe that the state has provided overwhelming evidence to not only suggest that the 7 murders were perpetrated by the same person, but that there is overwhelming evidence that defendant Fear was the individual who committed these atrocities against our beloved neighbors. That this concocted story of her brother holds no weight, has no evidence besides her word, and is simply a desperate last attempt by the defendant to avoid the responsibility of her actions. And we, the state, are asking, on behalf of all of our citizens, to hold her to the highest accountability and remove her from our community forever. Thank you once again for your time and due consideration in this matter. May God bless America and this fine state of San Andreas. Praise be to Habitrash, and may the victims forever rest in peace. Amen.
Oh.
Bravissimo.
All right, bud. Close us out.
As much as I appreciate Franklin LARPing for the state today, I'm sure he will know, being a defense attorney, it is not incriminating. You never put your defendant on the stand. Now, Fear's relation to any of these gruesome murders, attacks, dismembered animals, it's only due to the fact that she has been a target of them herself. Fear has not been proven to plan out or enact any of these attacks. No struggle or use of paralyzing drugs. The fact that this quiet, calm individual is capable of carrying these attacks out on their own is near laughable. No weapons tied to any of these murders come back to Fear. None of the communication devices used by Sam, the Hills Butcher, or his accomplices were tied to Fear. Fear cannot clearly and directly be placed at any of these attacks except for the one she reported to the police that she was forced to watch and take part in for fear of losing her own life in that very moment. Ask yourselves, what would you do? What are you all capable of if you are backed into a corner, defenseless, looking into the eyes of a monster that you have seen commit the most heinous acts throughout the entirety of your own life? A being that you know, when they tell you you will die, you will most definitely die. Would you let your own life end for a stranger, or would you do what you knew you had to do to see another day to try and fight back and put a stop to further suffering? Fate has presented a photo book of mutilated animals to unsettle you, to drill into you over and over, bad people hurt animals. If I myself could physically see these photos, I'm certain my disdain and outrage would be heightened by the state's theatrics on this case as well. I wish I were on the sidelines of this case, spectating to hear justice be served as a person who I myself prefers the unwavering loyalty and companionship of a beloved pet over literally any human ever. Now, despite that, I am happy to be here fighting for the liberation of a misunderstood citizen who has been turned into the scapegoat for a number of crimes, possibly committed by a number of individuals, condensed into a singular boogeyman that has been crafted and branded by the law enforcement of San Andreas and the state here today. As you walk back into that room and walk through this hell, well, no longer alone, but with your thoughts with the panel, I want you to keep in mind, Fear was never apprehended at any scene for any victim in this case, except for when she herself was found in a pile of her own blood. Fear was profiled by a biased report from a doctor that was acting as the forensic psychologist on this case.
Is it biased?
Who was told by police they wanted her assessed for being a serial killer. And later they wrote a profile based off that meeting with Fear and reports that were heavily biased and directed towards Fear. Despite there being, at that time, and still, no physical evidence or eyewitnesses placing her at the scenes of these murders.
Baby, if she laid there long
So
enough.
what did we learn about this case?
There are endless hunting violations for the treatment of animals and the way that they were mutilated. I myself, during a brief run as city reporter, reported on a handful of mutilation scenes in connection to a shipping container that goes back as far as the end of December, beginning of January. Nothing ever came of that. No investigations done on it. It ended up being shut down. Vets had no comment, nothing. But now, as Detective Pines has also illustrated,
Wait,
he
vets had no
was
comment?
following these animal mutilations as far back as, what, early February? They strung these together to help them create their boogeyman by playing on the heartstrings of individuals to garner more public sympathy, to help secure a quick conviction with incomplete evidence, despite there being a dump truck amount of photos. When it comes to Micah Rain, she could not clearly recollect much of what she endured, aside from confirming hearing multiple voices from the assailants that attacked her. She was under a number of drugs and a very extreme anesthesia as they questioned her immediately upon waking her from the ICU. Officer Smith will have us believe that she can identify all the voices that Micah Rain was referring to as her and Detective Pines because they were on the phone at that time. This is merely aggressive speculation on her part. And the claim that Fear could not have been mirroring her brother in an attempt to talk him down via the aforementioned referenced text messages between the two was also denied to be at all a possibility by Ashley Smith. However, this was recanted and cited to be a very common and plausible
When was I
option
ever asked
by the forensic
to
psychologist
comment?
and actual expert, Dr. January.
While I was crashing out over...
Fear was never found to be in direct possession of any weapon or tool utilized by the killers. Fear was not found in direct possession of any of the phones utilized by Sam, Orion, the Butcher, killers, whoever. Anytime Fear's NBW phone was in direct contact or relation to any of these crimes was during the time period that she herself was kidnapped and not in control of her devices.
Oh.
To January's assessment of Fear, albeit we believe in an inherently biased one, he references Fear's mention
Oh, it's
of
him?
a beloved pet cat and dog. Fear was a practice hunter who reported one of the many mutilation scenes
Oh, that
to
guy.
police as it had disturbed her.
I think I
She
zoned
has no
out
prior
because he's just
history of handling
talking.
animals in any disrespectful manner. She is a valid licensed hunter. Dr. January states in their profile of the killer that they would seemingly choose isolated areas in nature to commit their acts, as this seems to be something that would apply to Fear, who prefers nature and hunting. Yet all the victims were found in the hills, close to the city, where they could have easily been found out at any time with minimal to no isolation. And despite his testimony stating that it is in fact normal procedure for forensic psychologists to be brought in to observe during the interrogations, as it is not exactly accurate, as it can greatly taint the process. And what a forensic psychologist needs to be brought in for is to determine, by his own words, that they're fit to stand trial, and to see if a mental, once it has been established that a mental evaluation is needed. To the state eluding Fear set up their own scenes and decimated themselves and injected themselves with the bromide in question. That conclusion in no way can be drawn on a weak documentation, due to the weak documentation of the substances found in their body and the biased nature described in their injuries, which were clearly assisted and being dictated by the investigative officers on scene who came onto it, rolled their eyes, and went, oh, Fear did this to themselves. There's evidence of this in the report of initially being drawn to the construction site at Picture Perfect Drive, where traces of blood were found. They speculated it was Fear's and decided it was no big deal to go ahead and continue to investigate further. They didn't care. Now, we've illustrated the state had at least two other suspects, which we questioned here today, that fit the profile that they had built. They were referenced directly by the killer, contacted by the killer, just the same as Fear. Because they were growing tired, one of which of these suspects were questioned 7 times. infinitely more times than the defendant Fear sitting here today. But the state did not want to mention or present any evidence of that. Want to ask yourselves why? It's because they were growing tired and desperate. They wanted a conclusion to this case. That escalated to needing a conclusion to this case once they botched a state announcement where they were seeking any tips or information to help them identify the killer. And in approximately 24 hours, they pursued to arrest Fear on the call and tip of a known criminal organization overseeing Fear with their dog. They then brutally attacked Fear in prison with attacks and carving butterfly moths into her body. There are a number of individuals involved with these attacks. There are a number of these reports of mutilations and attacks that don't fit the MO of the Hills Butcher profile. Evidence was selected specifically ignoring anything that did not directly correlate to Fear. They're ignoring the blood of an MC member on a death scene that has a criminal record with 5 attempted murders against a government employee. They're ignoring a possible relationship of Jillian Markovic to the Reaper's
Oh my
MC
god.
due to a wallet found on her person. They ignore ultimately any possibilities that had any relevant evidence and just zoned in on Fear for reasons they did not really effectively articulate. Attempting to charge this person with over 200 animal mutilations, of which she is only connected to one by means of calling into 911 to report it. Was only ever found to be affiliated with any Hills Butcher scenes by one being her own attack, which officers just said, meh, she did it to herself just because.
Oh my god.
And the other scene, while she was being held against her will by one of the butchers and forced to participate in her brother's quest to intimidate her in these killings, while Fear pled with him to stop, it could not be put at the scene of any other attack or murder aside from this one that she stated to the police, which she was forced to do to witness and participate again against her will, while also identifying the killer for them to take off the street. The extent of PD's investigation into this was a quick glance at an NDW where they couldn't see proof that this psychopath didn't go pick up a driver's license.
God.
So therefore, he must not exist, nor do any other individuals where there was sufficient evidence to illustrate that they had also existed. It stuck to repetitive questions,
Sean's gonna
avoiding
get
the multitudes of
contempt.
evidence, and strategically tiptoed around and attempted to scope slam away. Meanwhile, these animal mutilations have seemingly continued in the city, prints to post from individuals taunting police for catching the wrong person to blame for these crimes. And evidence that the Hills Butcher attacks will continue. With this much doubt and an inability to put Fear at the scene of anything of her own free will and planning, aside from a dispute with an MC gang over a dog, are we going to lay literally hundreds of charges at their feet because she's an artist? Because she looks like she's one punch away from a free Cradle Phil t-shirt on a Hot Topic punch card? This is victim blaming at its absolute finest, Your Honor. The amount of charges the state is attempting to put on Fear is comical. I myself am an animal lover.
Oh my god.
But I probably have to get a seeing eye dog if I can't afford robot eyes. But because I love animals does not mean I would allow that to overcloud my judgment in regards to human lives lost and an added aggression in pursuing a quick boogeyman to blame for it all to tie up and go home. You don't have to fear anything from Fear, except that Fear themselves has been dealing with this monster, doing this to her and around her all her life. The state is basing this case on a great deal of speculation and conjecture based on Twins the Post and their interpretation of text messages. They want to mention that Fear went to a strip club. Fear likes art. Fear wears one of the most common-sized boots worn by a great deal of women in this city.
Oh my god.
Detective Pine stated that he was tracking animal mutilations as far back as February, and they're just stringing together every single one they've found since to create a monster that they were chasing.
Oh god.
The paperwork is plentiful with photos, but weak with substance.
If I speak.
And if these 200 plus charges don't fit, you must acquit. Thank you. I'm done. Have a great night.
Fuck you, James Bird. How fucking dare you say that it was a theatric on the fucking state's part when we've been dealing with this for the past fucking 2 months? How fucking dare you?
Amen. Go fuck yourself. Preach.
Okay, order in the court. Order in my court.
I hope you do get the death sentence, Fear, you dumb bitch.
Jan.
Okay. Well, all right. Calm down, everyone. All right. So, as many of you have probably expected, there is not going to be a verdict given today because there's a lot of evidence to sort through, and there's a lot of stuff for the panel to consider. Aside from one charge. Because there is one charge that Miss Fear is guilty of as a matter of law.
Stealing your hearts?
No.
Ew. Ew, God no.
No, that would be for the murder of Paul Jones. And here's why. So, in part 2 of the interrogation tape taken on May 4th, the second of the interrogations, Fear admits to killing Paul Jones by her assertion under duress from her brother who forced her to partake in all of this. So we have a confession that a killing was done, and the justification offered is duress. And also we have physical evidence to place her on the scene in the form of her blood and also hair matching her DNA. So this isn't like a naked confession without physical evidence to support it. There's physical evidence to corroborate this confession. The problem, and the problem is actually twofold. One, duress is not a defense to murder, or any homicide for that matter. You are not legally entitled to claim duress as a defense for a homicide. If someone puts a gun to your head and says, you gotta kill this guy, dog, or I'm gonna blow your brains out, well, if you want to prolong your life, you can blow the other guy's brains out, but if you're caught, you're still going to be found guilty of murder. That's how it works. Now, there is a small minority of states where they will downgrade murder to manslaughter. That is not a rule that we follow in this jurisdiction. And the case law that is up on the screen right there comes from a case long ago where the Blocks kidnapped now Justice Nora Dupre and the late Archibald Lambda and took them up to the radio station and shot both of them, fatally killing Archibald Lambda. And in that case, Baby Block, who our prosecutor for the state is very intimately familiar with, tried to assert that she was under duress by Butch Block, and Butch Block made her, you know, kidnap someone and march her into the courtroom so that they could free Mike Block, I think it was. That's where this holding comes from. Baby Block tried to assert, oh, I was under duress, and that's why I was participating in this incident in which someone was murdered. But unfortunately, duress doesn't work for that because it is a categorical exclusion. It's one of the very few crimes that you cannot use duress as a defense for.
Goddamn Blocks.
The second problem with duress as a defense is duress is an affirmative defense. That means that the burden is not on the state to disprove the defense. The burden is on the defense to prove each element of duress by a preponderance of the evidence. That means more evidence shows that it was likely duress versus not. The three elements of a duress defense is there has to be an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury. There has to be a reasonable fear that the source of the duress will carry out that threat. And there has to be no reasonable opportunity for escape aside from committing the unlawful act. These three elements of duress were not shown by the defense. On top of the categorical exclusion of duress as a defense to murder, even if that wasn't the case, even if we haven't already held that you don't get to claim duress for murder, you failed to prove the defense.
Yikes.
As to Paul Jones, as a matter of law,
you killed him.
Given that you've already confessed to the murder of Paul Jones, we're finding you guilty of murder. Now,
One down.
as to all of the other crimes, well, we're going to have to do some digging there. So what's going to happen is the state is essentially requesting the death penalty on this matter.
Good.
And you have been convicted of at least one felony A crime, which means the death penalty is at least up for consideration. Now, because the death penalty is up for consideration, that necessarily means there has to be a sentencing hearing. Because in order for the death penalty to be issued, there has to be an opportunity for the defense to present any and all mitigating factors that would weigh against an imposition of death in a case. So that means, what that means is necessarily when the death penalty is being asked for and there is a conviction of a felony A crime, it must go to a sentencing hearing. So there is necessarily going to have to be a phase 2 for this trial to go to sentencing. What we're likely going to be doing is myself and my co-panelists are going to sit down and we're going to root through all the evidence and we're going to see what all crimes of this whole body of everything else that's been going on, which can be fairly imposed upon defendant Fear. And in the meantime, because there's at least one murder conviction that is going to be standing in this instance, we'll be having the sentencing hearing basically at the same... essentially, we're going to be, reading out the verdict, and then we're going to go into a sentencing hearing and then handle sentencing right then and there. And that is the anticipated plan for how this trial is going to proceed from here. Depending on how long it takes to go through the evidence, we might have a verdict reading and then a sentencing reading or a sentencing hearing afterwards. We might split it up. Ideally, I would like to have them both at the same time. So if counsel would let the court know in a motion on the docket as to your availability in the coming weeks, we will be looking at scheduling that sentencing hearing as soon as possible. I don't anticipate it happening over the weekend due to the availability of certain counselors and also certain judges on the panel. So this will probably ideally happen sometime early next week. But again, it's all going to depend on availability of the people who you wish to speak, the availability of counselors, defendants' availability, etc., etc. But that is the trajectory of this case. Unfortunately, even if it is true that your violent, horrible, terrible brother forced you into mutilating and killing Paul, unfortunately, that defense does not work. And you're still guilty of killing him. That's where we're going to leave off on this case. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Once again, put your availabilities in as soon as humanly possible because we would like to schedule this sentencing hearing sooner rather than later. It may take a day or two for us to get through all of the reports and everything and come to a consensus, but I don't anticipate that taking more than a few days at most. And I would like to not draw this out for longer, than it has to.
Availability is whenever, wherever.
Just before I go to bed and we all leave.
All right. With that, this case is now adjourned to be set for a sentencing hearing at some time in the near future.
All right,
Bang the gavel. Thank you so much.
No worries, anytime. But maybe
Thanks,
not
gavel,
anytime.
very
Maybe once in a
loudly. There
while.
you go.
Tell me if this happens anytime soon.
Yeah.
Well, I will put
leave it.
myself in the path of the next murder
Bang, bang.
if you guys try to hire me for it.
Another one. I got another one.
See you next week.
Everything fall asleep.
When are we putting the gang tag on? Dog.
But I'm just gonna say I didn't go any better.
Like I said.
Oh, that was too far. I tried my best.
4 days to the sentencing.
Else have cups.
I can't tell.
Oh no. Okay.
I'm blind.
Going to bed. Thank you, Your
That's
Honors.
so true, bestie.
Oh! Oh, that's what you meant. because Sean just said that timing is wild. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Hello? What the fuck? Did my computer just freeze? Hello? Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Oh god, what the fuck just happened? I think not only did Jesus. All right, let's get back in. Yeah, no, I'm reconnecting. Good God. Oh. Your Twinsa did go out though? Okay. We're hella heckin' delayed. I'm not surprised if you're delayed because my whole computer fucking froze when that happened. What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that error? All right, we will try again. You said Star is still in server? Oh god. I gotta drive back to Polito, bro. Not anymore? Oh, okay. Oh boy. Man, I don't know what to... Oh god. Oh, she was just the last to go? Oh, okay. You said my Twinsta went out though? Amazing. Imagine having a brother that doesn't care about you enough to try and get you out of a murder charge. What's funny is that Kiki has multiple brothers that would do that for her. The on-screen chat is more delayed than stream actually is. I think I think the on-screen chat has always been that delayed. What is this fucking error? What is this error? Like, what is that? I don't know what this error is. I got the last one so before it died. Fuck yeah. I can still access access everything on like our phones offline, because there is at least one more post. I also want to go to bed and don't want to leave my car in the city. Oh god. She just hates us. I don't hate you guys. You banged the gavel and broke the server. Apparently, Beer Mommy sent that to Abe. Oh no. I bet Justin would try to get Kiki out of a murder charge. He might try, but I also think Justin is just too sweet summer child to accomplish that. Meanwhile, you've got Tommy and Winston. I don't know what to do. Let me look at the. Let's look at the chat here. Oh, I'm getting a please wait. I'm getting a please wait. I'm downloading. I'm downloading. I'm downloading. I'm downloading. I'm downloading. Pet tax while you're waiting. Admin updates. What's this one? Oh, okay. Okay. The only sibling you think wouldn't try to help would be Clear. Winston would help Kiki do the murder and Tommy would help cover it up. Alright, let's see. I hear voices. But I'm still on the loading screen. Okay. Oh god. I might have to restart. I don't think I'm getting past this. I'm gonna restart. I'm gonna try again. Because I'm not getting off that screen. I'm stuck on it. Let's try again. One more time. I don't want to leave my car in the city. I refuse. I absolutely refuse to leave my car in the city. Even if it means I have to, like, do it off stream. Um. Sean just said I heard 10 people. Oh, God. Oh, no. Deferring connection. What does that mean? Oh, okay. Son of a bitch. Okay. Oh, this is such unfortunate timing. Because I just want to go the fuck to bed. But I don't want to leave my car. I'm so surprised he didn't get contempt. Well, I mean... Yeah, I can't get contempt for speaking the truth, but also, you know, Joy understands this is a very emotional case, you know? Joy gets it. Oh, I'm loading immediately. Maybe. Okay? Leave the car, can't be lockpicked. I don't want to have to go back for the car. Okay. Let's see. Huh? Huh? Oh no, I hear voices. God. How does Kiki feel after the court case? There is no after the court case yet. We're still trapped in fucking loading limbo. Oh my God. Okay. All right. We're gonna try again. I'm actually gonna wait until this finishes before I hit spawn. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna give it a second. I'm gonna give it a minute. Is she okay if we're talking for Ash? Here's the thing about Kiki that I think people forget. Kiki is incredibly good at separating personal from professional, which is apparently a skill that not most people are able to be capable, like are able to do. She gets it from EMS. Treat everyone regardless of how you feel about them. Maybe you treat them a little rougher than you would someone that you care about. Yeah. Sean is worried if we're getting like fucking doxxed or something. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm running to my car. Fuck this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Just running past Gemma. I have no UI. Hi, Bubba. Things are terrible. The server is breaking. The server is crashing. I just want to go home so I can go the fuck to sleep. I don't want to leave my car here. Oh no! Oh no! I have no UI. There's no cars. I ran past Gemma. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I don't know what to do. Do I wait it out until I crash again? What happens if I do this? Oh no. Wait, I can't. Oh, I'm now stuck. What if I do this? Oh god. I am now stuck. I can't do anything. All because I hit K. Son of a bitch. No, it wasn't gonna fix it. I guarantee you. I also couldn't do anything anyway, because I couldn't do anything. I couldn't turn my camera. I couldn't move. I couldn't ragdoll. I couldn't do anything. Oh god. Sean thinks we might be getting DDoSed. Which would be insane timing if that's what was happening. What do you mean I'm already connected to the server? Alright, they waited for court to end. Let's see. I'm gonna let it load. Hi there. How's everyone how is it doing? Oh god. We're having a meltdown because the server's crashing. Okay, we're just waiting. Just waiting. Okay. I'm going to try again. I'm also very curious where I'm going to spawn in. Am I going to be where the cars are parked? Am I going to be at the courthouse? I'm back in the fucking building again! Okay. I have UI. Okay. 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 What the fuck? All right. I think... Oh, wait. This isn't a server where you can see how many people are in server. Okay. Okay. Alright, people are already crashing again. Alright. Good. Okay. It also seems broken. Valid. Okay. Oh, you guys couldn't see any of that. I was in for a whole couple minutes and you couldn't see any of that because I forgot to switch screens. There were like 5 people in the room with me. I don't know what to do. I feel like the only thing God, I really don't want to have to fucking deal with it in the morning. And of course, I'm very awake because I had an energy drink at 10 o'clock at night. So like, I'm not even tired. that one? Let me find the soundbite that I'm looking at. Let me see. Trying to. Is this the soundbite I want?
Get the fucking building again!
Oh wait, I think it is. Hold on.
I'm back in the fucking building again! Oh!
Yep. God damn it. I might give up. I might give up and just deal with it in the morning. Here I am. Now I know I'm not instanced because if I was instanced, I wouldn't have locals.
I just can't believe you guys are gonna start having an open marriage.
Okay. Well, there's my car. It's just... Wait, no, that's not my car. That's Sydney's car. Why is Sydney's car the only one here? Why? Don't tell me my car got fucking towed or something. Okay. Okay. She spawned it? Okay, let me try. I forget which was it this one?
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Okay. I will give it a few minutes more, and then I'm going to give up and go to bed. Oh, God. You know what's even worse? I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone. And I never saw him. Oh, God. God. Fuck me. Aww. Yes, good. Oh. We have the little peony art. You're a cutie pie. Alright. I'm about to quit. I'm about to give up. I think this will be my last attempt. This is my last attempt. And then I say fuck it. I also don't even know who I'm gonna send you guys to. Cool. Cool. You know the part that also sucks? Not for me, but for all the DOC and Fear. Is Fear gonna be able to spawn in and just go straight back to jail? Or are the DOC gonna have to coordinate with her to get her back to prison? Oh my god. Alright, since the last one was a handshaking error, this is our actual last attempt. Okay. Alright. We're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see how this goes. Okay. I'm gonna let it load fully. I'm gonna let it do the thing. I'll probably go to bed, and just fucking deal with it in the morning. If I don't successfully, you know, get in here. I don't even know who I would send you guys to. Because, like, anyone that I would send you guys to is having the same problem, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is this might be, like, the first time I ever don't do a raid, because there's just no point in me sending you guys anywhere, because everyone else is going to be having the same problem. I'm going to give it 2 minutes, because it's 2:48. Okay. Okay. The fuck? What just happened? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Why am I stuck like this? Oh my god. I hear someone walking around. I cannot move my camera. Oh god. Let's try this. Oh, that's helping. Okay. Phone? 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 Okay. Alright, okay. Vehicles. Scout. Cool. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna lock this shit. And I'm just gonna fucking go. I'm just leaving. Maybe? Okay. DMV is open. Jackson, shut up. You said VoIP just in case. I'm nowhere near anybody to worry about VoIP right this second. I just want to get to Polito and park my car. I know that I have Veronica stuff, and I have Sydney stuff. Sydney has access to the car. The thing is, I don't really intend on interacting with anybody, Bodon. That's why I don't really care to stop and do that. Because I'm literally just gonna take this to the parking garage, park it, and then just log out in the apartment. Kwaka, thank you so much for the 9 months. I appreciate you. But there is no just in case. There's no just in case because I don't intend on interacting with anybody. Because it means that I would have to stop to type it in, and I don't feel like doing that. I just want to go. Yes, if anyone so much as approaches Kiki, I am just going to run away. I just want to go home. I have no intention of interacting with anyone. I am literally just going to run away. Because I don't want to get stuck talking with people and being stuck in things, and I just want to go to bed. No, so far, it hasn't been a problem. said you weren't even tired. I'm not tired, but I do want to go to bed. I don't have to be tired to want to go to bed. Made it all the way. Okay. Honestly, even if there's any spice at the courtroom, I feel like the moment has kind of passed to have that fun spice. And Kiki was just gonna leave anyway. She didn't really have any desire to stick around and have conversation.
Well, money's tight right now. I had to outsource some drones.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that kind of ruined the mood for any aftermath, honestly. It just there just was no point, you know. So I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna send you guys to Tofu, actually, because that could be fun since it seems like people got in. All right. As always, if you followed, thanks for following. If you sub, thanks for subbing. And if you gifted subs, thank you for gifting subs. I appreciate you guys so very, very much. Thanks for hanging out with me today. As always, if you haven't, you should join the Discord, !Discord, where you can check out the memes, the meta, the art, the clips, and also know exactly when I go live and what I'm going live with. You can also check out our YouTube channel and Rainbow Bee VODs, where you can see Kiki's journey throughout different servers. You can see other characters that I played, other servers that I played, and other games that I've played. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be sending you guys off to no, I said Occam's because I'm looking at Occam's. I'm gonna send you guys over to Tofu, who plays Jeff. And go give him lots of love. I might be late tomorrow because I'm up so late and I had an energy drink and I'm not tired, but I'm gonna try and go to sleep anyway. We'll see. I will try to be on time, but I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.